continuation pattern, that it comes from a downtrend up. Because that's, I mean, you got to have A, B, C, D, I guess.
Welcome back, YouTube. Boring ass Saturday, man. We've got about 20 minutes until these psychological ranges start coming in. What's everybody doing for dinner tonight? Mine is on the way.
Yeah, I'm eating watermelon for dinner, and that's it.
Bro, I feel like you're not getting enough protein, bro. I gotta tell you this as a brother.
No, I ate. My girl took me out to brunch today this morning. Went to this Asian market, ate all types of weird stuff. That's why I'm just taking it easy, eating some watermelon.
Every time I hear you talking about eating something, it's fruits or nuts. I mean, there's a little protein in nuts, but
yeah, I definitely keep it. Yeah, I mean, if you catch me at like a barbecue or something, I'll definitely eat some meat. But I eat fish a lot. I had some salmon the other day. Wild caught sardines.
We were just talking about Gemini the other day, Christy. I've never taken a trade on Gemini. But I've also never heard too many people have issues with it. I've just never traded over there.
Yeah, I like Gemini. If you're not swinging too heavy, it's fine. If you're swinging heavier and you're in the United States, you probably want to go on Coinbase.
Just always had this feeling of like putting in a big trade, and then I imagine the Winklevoss twins just like, oh, look at this guy. Oh, let's go get him. They're just sitting behind the red curtain, just going nuts, counter trading everybody on there. But nah, like I said, out of all the exchanges, never really heard too many people complain. Just like Drew was saying, liquidity issues at the most, but that's if you're swinging around a really big bag.
In my opinion, stay away from the eToros, the Weebles, stay away from the Robin Hoods. Actually, I heard Robin Hood's been getting a little bit better, but
Yeah, Robinhood's good. They all just have really bad spreads. Like the spread is like really bad. But they're Robin's good though.
If you just look at it like it's a gas fee, the problem is when you go on Robinhood and they tell you, oh, it's free trading, and you expect it to be free, and you're like, why is it every time I take a trade, I'm underwater? Like the second I press it, no matter what, no matter if I catch the pico bottom of something, I'm automatically 0.5% down on my trade. That's their spread. Their little cut.
Yeah, most of the time it's like a full percent, dude, on the real.
So Trump made some pretty good money on his golf clubs. He generated about 217 million in this last year on his report. He reported 57 million on his token sale from World Liberty, and let's see. Right now, he got assets worth 1.6 billion dollars as of June 14th. He got $600 million income from crypto, golf clubs, licensing, and other ventures together. That's a pretty good year for Trump.
Everybody says that Trump's a great businessman. What he is a great licenser. He's really good at hostile takeovers, and he's exceptional at slapping his name on shit. From Trump steaks to Trump white, he's not very picky about what he slaps his name on, but he built the name up, and then he slaps the name on things because it gives value. Then he extracts the value. Then he finds something else to slap his name on, whether that's a meme coin, a golf clubs, or whatever.
Yeah, the meme coin got what, $320 million in fees so far. That's how much he made off of fees from the Trump coin, 320 million.
Combat knives, yeah. That'd be funny if we found out that everything that has Trump's face on it is really his. Like, you know, those combat knives that they sell at the, what was that we always watch when he's doing the speeches on YouTube, that channel that always tries to sell you shit between the DJ knows. Left side, right side radio or something like that. Yeah. The dudes that have
Yeah,
Trump
right
bottle
side.
openers, Trump slippers.
Trump gold coins.
Yeah, RSBN, that's the one.
Right side broadcasting news or something like that.
Trump's never built a hotel, Serbo. Trump buys existing hotels and slaps his name on it. He hasn't actually been in real estate for a very long time, as far as, well, that's, you build the name up. That's what I mean, right? Built his name up in real estate, got on the show, built his name up in the public, and then now it's just a lot of licensing deals. I mean, work smarter, not harder, right? I'm not mad at it.
Oh, Shaquille O'Neal has to pay $2 million in the FTX settlement. Tom Brady's in the lawsuit. Stephen Curry's in the lawsuit. A few other celebrities, but yeah. So they said Shaq has to pay $2 million for shilling that crap. So do you think he got paid more than $2 million to shill it? Is he still coming out on top?
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, I think he's still up. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
Serbo, I agree with you.
big
Right, there's
bucks.
a standard that comes along with having the name, right? All of a sudden, everything gets the gold gilded treatment, but
Big
there's
bucks.
still a difference between that and the old, the old type of real estate that his father did and that he did when he first came in. The actual building part. But as far as assets, yeah, I'm sure he's got tons of real estate.
Nice little push. Just got here.
Now, is this institutional, guys, or it's just retail?
It doesn't matter, honestly. No, somebody bought 40 Bitcoin. Like,
Guys, we're smack dab in the middle of the weekend trap. I mean, there is nothing abnormal about any of this movement. We got to the bottom of the range. We're slowly, very slowly and painfully making our way to the top of the range. We're just getting these bursts because we're clearing these liquidations. Right? We're going through these pockets of liquidations. So every time you hit those short liquidations, they've got to buy on spot. Right? They've got to buy the cover on market. So we're getting that pop up. Once these liquidations are over, we'll get some retracement probably after hitting daily open.
Now, if this daily candle closes green, man, I'm zooming out. That would just the tilt of this formation would just look extra bullish if we're able to close this green. Like I would just be all in after that.
Drew, you can't chill Bitcoin. Like,
I mean, just look at that. Look at the daily right now. We're really close to catching up to the previous hammer or doji, whatever we had before. And right now,
oh, I see.
Yeah.
That was today's.
Unfortunately,
I told you guys today's job is to get today's candle above the body close of the last one and rescue that daily candle.
Yeah.
Right. So let's go back to the macro chart that we were looking at. Remember, no weekly candle under here, no daily candle under here. And we want to keep the strength. Because this same setup that we had it yesterday before this daily candle. We couldn't close a weekly under here. We couldn't close a daily under here. And that's the candle that we got. That's super bullish. If we can close above, that would be great. Right? We can hold the strength of that. But if we close under, then you're breaking structure and you probably have a continuation candle after.
to retest the wick, right?
Yeah.
You know, like Adam and Eve, no, or Adam and Adam. Or...
Yeah. So then what we'll be worried about then is, so on the weekly, we've only got 1 day and 3 hours. So if we are going to go explore that wick on the daily, we need to get down there and we need to get back up 1 day and 3 hours so that we don't close a weekly underneath. Or we don't
today.
Or we don't go until the next weekly candle, and the next weekly candle is what brings us down a little bit. And then we have a whole 7 days to make sure it doesn't close.
Well,
But
we should
this
ask
is
Netanyahu.
the
what's
only
his
range
plan
that
is.
matters.
Well, there's going to be peace ultimately, right? There's going to be some kind of deal.
And listen,
Well,
unless
you know
they're
what? We don't need
attacking
peace.
Bitcoin mining facilities, you need to worry more about the chart than the war, in my opinion.
Like,
Let me
at this
know.
point,
Let me
we
know
don't
when
really need
Israel
peace. It
attacks the
would bring-
largest Iranian Bitcoin mining facility, and then we'll come back and look at it.
Well, I say it's horrible, but at this point, we don't need peace. It would create a recession if we get peace in Europe, in Ukraine, the Middle East, and all that. Likely, it would be the signal for a recession, because these weapon stocks, will probably bring the economy down. No.
What if new trade deals happen because of the peace? And let's say all of a sudden, because right now I think
Oh.
this is going to escalate.
Hold on. Big money opportunity here. FBI offers a reward of up to $50K for info to find that guy they're looking for in Minnesota. Anybody know? Look, if you know that guy, you'll see the picture and know it's him. Like, he's very recognizable. So anybody that has people in Minnesota, take a look, man. Might be a nice little $50K to buy the dip with.
I ain't no snitch, but I look for those 52.
I got some plans in Minnesota.
Dbloc's
I
right,
thought it
man.
was 10% for the intro, and I'll give you 5%.
It's gonna be Dbloc the bounty hunter.
I mean, I've never been a snitch, but 50K is 50K. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, brother. We might have been able to come together.
Binksy, a weekend trap is market maker trying to keep price as close as they can to where CME closed on Friday. Right. So the way they do it is by trapping longs, trapping shorts, and bringing volume to like a standstill to make it easier for the algos that control liquidity during the weekend to keep price as close as they can to this line right here. So it's not a traditional trap. Like when we think trap, we think, oh, they're trapping us to move one direction or the other. It's a liquidity trap. It's meant to just take all the money from these degens here, stick them in a trade, and then keep everything flat for the weekend. We track it every weekend.
If some of these alts, they look like they tested that bottom from that war news, like Solana. I don't know if it holds. Solana looks like
Yeah.
it made like a triple bottom, honestly.
Yeah,
But they
Darren,
made lower
the
lows.
trap short could be lower. The trap short could definitely be lower.
Thru, for example, made a lower low than the war news. So gave a better opportunity later than during the event. It's always like that with these events. There's no hurry to take a trade when there's an event.
The New York session low. Yeah. I mean, originally I was looking at our trap short here. But the reason that I decided to put it here and not here is because we have higher volume on this trap short. On this drop down, we had higher volume accompanying it. So I just erred on the side of that. But you're right, it could be lower.
Who was the gentleman who had a 50x long on ETH and he was worried? I wonder if he survived the double bottom and all. He's probably back in profit now, no? 50x. So.
If he survived it, yeah.
Yeah, because it's up. No, actually, it's not in profit yet. No, it's up 1.5%. 50x. We were close to leak.
Slowly moving up still here. We went through that next level of licks. Should get a vector through this last level. Maybe two. Market maker will stop the party somewhere near the top of the weekend trap. Unless he just lets retail pay for this whole ride.
Oh, it's 100 Bitcoin. Market maker is broke. He forgot to put this
Who's
resistance
broke?
up here.
Market maker.
Nobody long, so there's
That
no
was
sales above.
Zeusy. Just to be clear, that was Zeusy that said that. I would never disrespect you in that way.
Oh, hey man, market maker likes me, man.
You
I
better
don't
keep
know
it
why,
that. You
but
better keep it that way.
sometimes he likes me. Most of the like 99% of the time he hates me, but I notice when he likes me.
Even if he hates you or likes you, you're still paying his bills.
Not if you do it right.
Yeah.
Not if you do it right.
No, but I forgot. But I think it was
Hold
on
on.
ETH.
Even if you do it right, you're still paying their bills, right? I mean, think about it.
Nah, you can take, the whole point is to take that loan and let somebody else pay it back. We're talking leverage on spot. It really doesn't matter.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, I was just talking about market makers on spot.
Like when you're on leverage and you decide to go long and he provides that liquidity for you to take that 100x long, you taking profit up here keeps you from having to pay him back. You let this guy here pay him back, whoever this guy was.
Right.
He'll pay that back for you. Unless you round trip and then yeah, you just went on a ride and gave him all his money back at the end. So it is dumb hot today.
Yeah, it's hot up here in the Northeast too.
We had like crazy thunderstrike storm in Paris yesterday. It's typical in summer to get thunderstrikes, but not this much. Like this one was pretty severe.
Hey, Zushi, are
Worst
women usually
president.
abusive in France? Like, have you noticed women being more abusive lately after the president got smacked around on the airplane?
You think it started? It started a trend.
That's what I'm hearing, man. Straight up, my boys complaining. They're like, yo, these girls are getting
The
tough because of
French
that
women are
Macron
not
thing.
taking anybody's shit anymore.
Yeah, exactly. They're like,
Good
oh,
for
that's
them,
how
yeah.
it is?
No.
Good for them. I hope it's a. I
That's
hope
what
it's.
I
I
heard.
hope the rumor's true.
That's what I heard.
So there's plenty of French guys out there that deserve to get slapped up.
Yeah, smack him around with teaching some lessons. Who cares if he's the
You
president?
guys have been
These
getting
brothers are
away
getting
with this Pepe Le Pew shit for way too long, man. Petunia's had enough.
Pepe Le Pew.
You ever go back and look at these Pepe Le Pew cartoons?
Yo, they're wrong, man.
Bro,
They
it's
promote
like
sexual harassment.
it's just hardcore sexual harassment for 30 minutes, bro.
Straight up, and like it's like a green light for kids.
He's
They're like,
trapping
yo,
her
is
in
that
the
how you- is that how I'm supposed
corners,
to get
kidnapping her, tying her up. Like what?
It's like, oh, if she says no, you know, it's okay. Just keep on doing it.
That's too funny. Yeah,
Yeah, that wouldn't fly
W
me.
Looney Tunes.
Oui, monsieur. Oui.
That's kind of sad, bro, that for American kids, that's really the only sort of exposure that we have to anything French is that cartoon.
Wait, wasn't there was another one too? Hold on, let me think. Big buys coming in. Big buys. Pepe Le Pomp. Yeah, but we did have Jacques Cousteau to look up to, you know?
Nah, that was the man.
Yep, there's
I don't know
documentaries
about
from
y'all,
the
but I
West.
was obsessed with like nature documentaries and shit when I was a kid.
Yeah, I was appealed to those. Arthur C. Clarke's documentaries.
I just remember Jacques Cousteau was the only one that I remember like stood out. And they showed those things forever, but they still show those documentaries. Yes, we had French fries, but they took those away from us during the first Iraq conflict. They turned them into freedom fries and they tasted like shit until we turned them back into French fries and they were good again.
We got Belgian waffles. That's pretty close to France.
I swear freedom fries were just a way to sell cheap fries.
We didn't want to stop eating fries because in the beginning it was no French fries. And people were like, I'll take a number 3 with no French fries. And then people were like, bro, we need French fries. And someone was like, just call them freedom fries. Like, bet. French fries are back.
Yeah, but I remember like a couple of companies, their fries got worse. They're like freedom fries.
Because they sprinkled a little hate in them. It was that hate you tasted.
Yeah, they were like a little bit of nationalism with a side of, you know.
French
Something
toast.
like a
French
rejection
toast
here.
is the superior breakfast food, in my opinion.
Is that the rejection
Alright.
of the 200?
The 200 and the daily downtrend. So this daily downtrend is really important, right? That's the first thing we want to sort of scale back over.
It's a bit small now for a rejection, but I
it's
see your
too soon.
point. Yeah. And
Too
well,
soon, too soon.
the previous week is
It might grow.
Open mic.
Give it time, guys. It's too soon. What we did was tap it.
You
Yep,
ever had Captain
catched.
Crunch French toast?
Yo, my man's talking through like a CB or something.
Yeah, your mic is messed up, bro.
Dude, we're gonna have to go through like your actual specific settings on that Leviathan indicator because mine does not look the same as yours.
Really? Somebody was telling me
Yep,
for some reason that their tape operates different too. Like you see how my tape it loads up in real time.
Yeah,
They're saying that theirs is only once a second.
I think you can change the intervals.
I looked and I can't. We couldn't figure it out, bro. I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm definitely not trying to reload it because I don't want it to change. But mine spits out in real time 3 or 4 of them at once if they happen to be all together.
What's up with those psych ranges? Aren't they supposed to be in already?
No, we're calculating them now from now till 2 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So remember,
so we start at 6.
Yeah, so we like to have that CME gap inside of it, which would lead me to think top of the range and then back down by 2 in the morning.
Damn, your strategy is so complex.
It's really not. Very simple. There's a weekly mean reversion and there's a daily mean reversion. Our daily mean reversion is our current target. Our weekly mean reversion is now resetting itself, so it's not important until it's done. But the goal of that psychological range is to make the covering of the CME gap easier, right? So we can make the assumption that we'll reject and try to bring that CME gap within the psychological ranges before it closes at 2.
Well, it's the terms, right? Psychological range, mean reversion. All of that makes it sound very complex.
Mean reversion is the simplest sort of, like, that's the core principle of what we do here.
Can't we just talk about astronaut diapers?
Right.
I mean, you could just take the word mean out and just say it's reversion too, and
No, it's important that people understand because it's an important concept.
now I was telling to Zeusy to make it simple for him.
Zeusy just Zeusy hears psychological ranges and he can't separate a psychological price range from just a psychological high and low for the week.
It makes it sound smarter than it is, honestly.
I mean, I didn't name it.
Psychological range.
It's not like I named it. It's literally what it's called. Okay, I'll call it the psi high and psi low. Would that make it better?
Just the high and the low, yeah.
No, because it's not just the high and low. It's something else. There's a little more
Very
range of
specific.
detail that he's talking about.
It's a
He's
very
being more
specific range.
But it's a range.
Yeah, but he's giving more detail to that range. Instead of just saying this is a range, this is a psychological range because this is a psychological level here. That's like, a give or take. It's a resistance or support, psychological. It's not a technical support.
A special range.
Well, I will send you this guy's information and you can have the conversation with him and then you can get him to change the indicator and we'll call it whatever he puts it up there. But to make it less confusing for everybody that's using the same indicator, I have to refer to it as what it's called.
The indicator calls it? Really? Oh.
It's on the screen.
Well,
I feel like
easy to change.
Zeusy, sometimes I feel like you don't even look at my screen. I'm starting to get kind of like, remember when you used to look at my chart before?
I am looking.
I'm just playing. So you see right here?
But-
Psi high,
as
psi
you
low
went to chart.
calculating. See, right here?
Oh.
It's taking the low and the high from 6 p.m. on Saturday to 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's the
That's
range
new.
that they use. No, we've been doing this for years now. And we've had this argument a bunch of times.
Okay, I'm out of the loop, I guess. No, I didn't know you had an indicator that was calculating stuff at 6 p.m. No.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it by hand. You don't need the indicator. You just need to find what the high and the low was between 6 and 2. And mark that out on your chart and just watch how price tends to revisit that. It acts as a mean reversion for the week.
So if we take out the blow off bottoms on Bitcoin on the chart you got up right now, that's technically a triple bottom. That's why we see a lot of triple bottoms out on the horizon on a lot of coins, right?
Yeah. Bulls did their job. They needed to hold support. They made it kind of dramatic, but they did it.
Is your target the high of the day for Stewie?
My target is daily open on everything right now. Until our new daily candle. The reason that these mean reversions work is because algos are set to them. Right, so as soon as you get a new daily open, like right now, everything is sort of magnetized towards this daily open. If the new daily open if we were to get a new daily open right now and it switched, then that pull to go up there would be done. Right? There's times where I've been trading towards the daily open, couldn't get there in time, got a brand new daily open and closed my trade.
What time
Honestly,
do
I
you
don't.
do daily open?
I think I'll never understand this strategy, Dbloc. I give up.
What time do you get a new daily open?
The new daily, when the daily candle comes in.
Because for me, the weekend range is
1
already
hour
set.
and 50 minutes. You could
The
have
weekend range is already set. It's 102 support and 105.5 resistance, and that's the range we're in. Like,
that's the
it's
weekend
2%
trap.
range. Oh, okay, and this is different.
This is the weekend trap. This is the trap where market maker holds us in to try to keep price close to CME gap.
You want a smaller range inside the small range already?
Not that. The psychological ranges always end up being, for the most part, inside of the weekend trap because they're set on the weekend. The psychological range is like an insurance policy that's taken out on the CME close. Right? Market maker draws a range that all market maker algos are pushed towards for the rest of the week. They'll try to bring that CME close within the range, right? Which was why I was saying we can come up, set the top of the range, come down, set the bottom of the psychological range. What'll happen is if market maker loses control of price, like let's say the bulls go crazy and it drops, or somebody, something happens and it goes down, having that CME gap inside of the psychological range makes it easier to close. Because now everything is set to go to that direction anyway. So it's like an insurance policy that's taken out on the CME close.
That's gonna end up being probably the highest volume area of the weekend, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My trap goes all the way to 102, though. That's where support is, but I guess we're building some higher here. Cool.
For the most part, the weekend trap will be set about percentage or 0.5% away from CME. Most typically, it's about 0.5 from CME close. Right? Like 0.5% up, 0.5% down.
I
didn't use that
on CME.
The what?
Does the indicator also calculate the premium difference with CME close?
No, I just I just dropped the line on the candle when it closes.
Oh, okay.
As candle closes, I drop CME close there. Yeah.
I'll go check it out because I think it's still more expensive over there now. Their Bitcoin is different. They have to pay more.
This psychological range thing is not a trader's reality thing, guys. Just because the indicator shows it to you doesn't mean this exists outside of the indicator. Daily opens exist outside of the indicator. Vector candles exist outside of the indicator. We were trading the strategy way before trader's reality indicator came out. Just makes it easier.
Hey, Dbloc, have you heard about this top executives from Meta, OpenAI, and a bunch of other AI companies, big companies? They joined the Army Reserve's new Executive Innovative Corps. So there's a new section. It's called Executive Innovative Corps, and they're all lieutenant colonels right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild, right?
Yeah, it is kind of
So
wild.
you can just by being a tech executive, you can get that badge already, lieutenant colonel. I think that's wrong. I think you got to go through some kind of.
Lieutenant colonel.
No, they say colonel.
It,
Yeah,
that's
but it's
it's that's
pronounced
how they
colonel.
spell it. Yeah, it's.
Oh damn, my bad. I'm from Romania.
And
So I
we
guess
just did
that's
it. Now we just did it to piss off the British, bro.
that's funny.
So it's like only $250 now, the pre-demand CME. Used to be 1,000.
Yeah, and vectors are only part of the strategy that I trade, guys. I'm very, very heavily into liquidity and momentum. The toolbox is deep.
Well, a bit confidence, right? Or you're probably gonna use it to get. Sometimes for me, a trade is really first an idea, and then yeah, I catch it with ABCs. But you need a bit of an idea, right?
Yep, you got to build a thesis, guys. If you don't have a thesis on how the market works, then this becomes very difficult.
So I guess right now the idea is peace in the Middle East. I don't know. I want to go long in case there's peace in the Middle East. That's hasn't happened in 70 years, right?
I was about to say, can I take the counter bet on that?
Hasn't happened in a while, but no, there's been times of peace. But still ongoing issues. Yeah.
Still rejecting off that daily downtrend. Let me label this. It is actually significant. I know what it is, but oh, my food's here. Hold on, let me grab something real quick. Hold on.
But yeah, oil spiked to $80, right? So I guess maybe the idea is that inflation. Well, couldn't this have happened before CPI numbers? Like it had to happen after. Oh. Well, technically, the 15-minute candle closed a few ticks above that 15 EMA. I don't know if it matters, but we're now above the 15-minute 200 EMA. Yeah. But the sell wall hasn't really been taken out. It's even being replenished a bit, no? Well, that was like 80 Bitcoin, now it's 95. Yet someone bought 10.
Do you just put the daily open on your chart, or is that on the indicator?
Well, you know, it's where the daily candle opens, so there's plenty of indicators that are going to show you that, but I think he probably drew that now. He said he's going to eat, so I don't think he's going to answer.
Okay. Yeah, looks
But
like he drew it.
I think, yeah, he probably drew it because the trapped long, trapped short,
I think he drew that one, but it does come up on the indicator. There's a setting you can turn it on and off.
Maybe.
And you know, stuff
Yeah.
like weekly
It
levels.
might actually be
month.
what that yellow line is. I think that yellow line, but he might have taken the label off. I'm not sure, but yeah, there is a like a setting on there. You can have, if you have the setting on, it does show the daily open.
Oh,
No, daily open, daily close. It's really for daily traders mostly, but stuff like weekly indicators, like where did the weekly open, where did the weekly close, or more like where is the weekly level of resistance?
Yeah, but she's just asking. She's just asking if it's part of the indicator or not.
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to say, like, it's kind of important levels, monthly levels too, and there are plenty of indicators that are going to add you that automatically to the chart. You can just draw them yourself when it's big time frames because it doesn't happen every second, right? And also, you don't care about every weekly open and every weekly close. Like some daily opens are much less important than others, right? Depending on if there are tops or bottoms already. So personally, I just look at them myself. You know, no indicators or no nothing.
That makes sense. Hey, you made it over the daily downtrend.
So not too much more drama on the charts at this point. Maybe next week it'll heat up.
Would 99.5 be drama?
I mean, there was some serious drama earlier, but
yeah, what happened?
Just a little washing machine range for a little bit. Better part of the morning and afternoon.
Yeah, but we haven't like lost 100,000 or anything like that.
No,
is what I mean in drama.
Hasn't been any serious dumps.
No,
it looked like I was about to lose a level, but it didn't.
Yeah, they'll keep us guessing. They'll always try to keep us guessing.
We are they.
We are they. Yeah. The
I am the
market
walrus.
maker.
Boy, nobody wants to
I
buy.
don't know about y'all, but I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
I hope it's a nice warm afternoon where you are, because it's a cold morning here. So cold. So cold.
It's actually
70 degrees.
It's not bad here. It's like kind of rainy and shitty and overcast today for me. It's not like super hot, but apparently it's hot. Drew says it's hot. He's a little bit further down south than me, and Dbloc says it's hot as hell. But he's down in Florida. It's always hotter down there.
Yeah.
What's cold, Rick?
Oh, let's see.
He thinks cold is like 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, I said that's comfortable.
That's hotter than
Because
everyone in
75 is like 24 Celsius. And I think 24 is like a very nice, mild temperature.
What temperature is it right now?
It's probably like about 9 degrees Celsius, maybe 10.
Okay, it's not
I
hot.
can find out specifically.
It's like 19 degrees Celsius here, and everyone is like in bathing suits and tank tops, sandals. Like, it's so hot.
Yeah, so it's probably about 48 Fahrenheit. I think that's cold. For anything below 50 Fahrenheit, it's pretty chilly. Because we don't get zeros. We don't get anything below, you know.
It's so nice that I'm like trying to go outside, but I have these trades open. I'm like, I need to.
Yeah, trades will keep you busy.
I don't want to be annoying, but in the end, that indicator finished calculating, right? And what's the result?
The psychological ranges?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's done. It happens between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. on
But
Eastern Time Saturdays, I think.
okay, UTC it's 10:20. Okay. Well, we've just had midnight.
I never know on UTC time. But yeah, I think it just started calculating for the next week.
It doesn't say calculating anymore
It doesn't?
on Dbloc's stream, but maybe he hided it. So.
Mine says
Not too
mine's
long before
calculating.
not too long before that SEC decision comes in for XRP. That would be brutal if they denied it being a pro crypto SEC. And then, you know.
Maybe you're about to become rich, Rick. XRP,
Yeah.
it's $10.
Oh my god, that would be fantastic. $10 XRP. Oh.
That's honestly like asking Doge to hit like $7.
It's a crazy high market cap. I
You
mean,
know
that would
when?
overtake ETH.
You said not too long, but like that could mean 6 months. Like it could mean a week, right?
As in hours, yeah. So
hours.
Franklin Templeton, yeah, the Franklin Templeton SEC, like the spot ETF application, has the final decision day is Monday the 12th, is it? No, sorry, 16th. Monday 16th of June. And I believe that's a US date, not an Australian date.
So what could you expect if it's accepted? Like we put a high and then a low and then we go up?
Yeah, well, the dream is that it behaves similar or somewhat similar to how Bitcoin did, and that is like you get a bunch of inflows off Wall Street, but I don't know, the Bitcoin spot ETF came out when the stock market was like, you know, growing, like doing really well.
Yeah.
So people were more likely to like put things into an ETF back there. But now it's like, I don't know, there's a lot of global uncertainty at the moment.
But it's the potential.
People are kind of scared.
The potential is only in price discovery, right? Well, when Bitcoin's ETF came out, actually we were already in price discovery.
Was still.
No. We were. No, it was at 4,000.
I don't think we were.
Yeah. SPY was like.
We were.
Yeah. We were still far from all-time highs. I mean, there's a bit of room to all-time highs, like 2%, 3%.
Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, the stock market. It's not too far away from getting price discovery, but yeah, it still feels like a long time And we've got the FOMC next week. FOMC meeting.
You think energy prices going up could influence Powell's decisions?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna cut. It's even worse now. Kind of sad for Trump, right? Because at least he had low energy prices going on good for him, but now that's out of the question too. We'll see how long it lasts, though. But I mean, at least he had that, right? Like that he achieved success on the stock market. Let's face it, he managed to stop the up move that started in 2022. Well, real estate, I don't know what's up with that, but Dixie, well, he kind of collapsed the currency. I guess he pumped a bit gold. But oil, he had achieved success by breaking support at $70, yeah. But now with this Iran fear, people bought oil expecting there's going to be less oil. Maybe they're wrong, right? But
I know, man.
But it looks out of the question. There's like a nice ABC reversal going on, you know, just stay long from $70 on oil and enjoy the ride till like 110, 120 even maybe. Who knows? Well, at least Golden Pocket, right? And that's sitting at like $100, so.
Oh no, lost my phone down the side of my seat. Right, there it goes. Got it.
Are you gonna drive?
Yeah, I'm driving to work. Yeah. It's a short shift though, so it's all good. The shortest of short. 8:45 a.m. till like 12:30 or 12:15. So it's like 3 hours and something. Yeah. It's like a store open shift.
Kind of nice.
It's a Sunday, so the rates are more. We get like call them penalty rates. Do you have that in the US? Penalty rates?
When I worked at a hospital, I did, but I don't think most
Oh,
industries do. Well,
yeah,
the medical industry does, I guess.
yeah,
Not well, actually. Yeah, I don't remember. I guess it depends on the
yeah.
company.
A lot of places just offer time and a half on Sundays, but not everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
And then there's something called the night differential. Like if you're working overnight, some places
Oh,
will pay
yeah.
you more.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some things like that. Like if I have to work past 7 p.m., I get an extra rate.
I'm talking like you come in at 7 p.m. and you don't leave till 7 a.m.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, oh, the graveyard shift. Yeah.
Be careful. Bitcoin might take a bit of a shoe bag right here.
A shoe bag?
Yeah. That's what Tino calls it
Oh,
when it drops.
trader's reality, ladies and gentlemen.
Bitcoin might take a shoe bag to the downside.
Mr. Market Maker. And you know what Mr. Market Maker says? He say, I'll take your money.
Or he said
You know what? I don't
he
even
made up
touch the
like that
charts
nickname.
when there's a don't even touch the charts when there's a meeting or a CPI data. Wait till all of that simmers down, ladies and gentlemen, and then take your positions.
We need the violet vector candle recovery.
Yeah. Bam! They shoot a vector up and
Clear
they
these
reclaim it. Like,
psychological ranges.
you've got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen.
Now he always starts off with well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Well. And then there's MM Crypto. Today for the Bitcoin price, dear ladies and gentlemen.
Today for the Bitcoin price.
Today for the Bitcoin price, dear ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying in an earlier update, if Bitcoin holds support,
If Bitcoin fails to hold this area, we are in trouble, ladies and gentlemen.
in big trouble, and that will be doing an emergency video to let everybody know.
This is a very important trend line. This trend line has been in play for 12 years, ladies and gentlemen.
For 12 years. I think, is he German?
This incredibly important 12-year trend line
I think MM
has
Crypto
just been touched. Yeah, I think so.
Stuttgart.
I am not selling my bags. In fact, I am selling my Ferrari and buying more Bitcoin.
In the beer market.
Okay, you guys, so I'm about choking on my food here. I'm laughing so hard. I just can't even stand it.
So you know these guys, you know these
Yeah.
videos of these.
No,
Yeah.
I actually have never watched it, but listening to you, I might have to.
That's so
It
funny.
was too funny.
Oh, they're both hilarious.
Yeah, they're both pretty big YouTubers. YouTubers.
I trust Tino. I don't really trust the MM Crypto guy, but he's funny as shit.
I actually have never watched either one of them, but you make it, whatever it is, sound very
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, you gotta try it out.
Have you, Rick? Have you ever watched his friend there, Crypto Mo? The other
Yeah, he sounds just like him. Yeah.
Russian or German
He's got
guy,
the same
whatever
accent.
the hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like partners or something. I don't know.
Oh, that makes sense. For sure. How's YouTube doing?
What, our YouTube chat?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dbloc said they were
Oh, yeah,
scared
there's
earlier.
still like 180 people. It's pretty good.
How many likes are there? Because if there's less likes, it's a bearish divergence.
55. I just liked it.
Oh
So
my god, guys.
56.
180 people
Yeah,
watching
smash.
and only 156 likes. That's a bearish divergence on the
Yeah,
YouTube likes. We
man.
need to pump those numbers up.
Well,
we can't keep putting in these bear divs on the YouTube likes, guys.
who's that
We
other
need
funny voice in crypto? Michael Saylor. Well, if you're trying to get his voice in my head, Bitcoin is the perfect asset, and he talks with his like jaw locked, like his teeth closed. He talks through his teeth like this.
We probably dream about him, no?
Oh yeah, at least
Think
7
about it.
times a week. Yeah.
I had a dream last night that Michael Saylor was beating up Bill Gates.
Sleep on a cloud of Bitcoin.
Imagine
and
a
I use
nightmare.
fiat.
He was beating the crap out of him with one of those, what's it called? A lance. Those things they use in jousting.
Imagine a nightmare where Elon is like dead and Doge is at 0.
And I was like, get him. Screw you, Bill Gates. Because Bill Gates is picking on something. And then Michael Saylor came out. I was like, screw you, Bill Gates. And Michael Saylor came out and started whooping his ass with a lance.
Wow.
I don't know why he was like 10 feet tall and he was trying to kill somebody. And dreams are weird, okay? I've also been taking a lot of vitamins and sleeping pills, and as well, I've been drinking this weird energy drink that has like lion's mane mushrooms in it. I've been having some pretty weird dreams.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'm not gonna lie, the worst dreams I ever have. You hear people talking about how like you're dreaming and you're like trading in your dream, and you make like a billion, like you make a trade and it makes you like $1 billion.
I've had good dreams like that, but it's not in the billions. It's definitely like really
Dude, all my
nice
dreams about
breakout.
trading are like terrifying, like freaking watching candles. Like, no, I have
Going
enough
into
of
like
this.
massive drawdown. What
Yeah.
happened to my stop loss? Yeah.
I'm like, I have enough of this when I'm
Hell
awake,
yeah.
damn it. Why you gotta put it in my head while I'm sleeping?
Exactly. Oh yeah, man. Found some peanut butter cups at the grocery store. And they've only got 3 grams of carbs.
Now, what you do, here, I'll give you a trick, but since it's
bad.
not that bad, but get some bananas, put them in the freezer, and then put warm peanut butter on the frozen banana. It is
Yeah, that does sound good.
Hey,
It's
yo,
like
Rick.
it's like peanut butter a la mode.
Samson.
Hey, yo.
This is
Yeah,
a Samson
Dbloc.
conversation.
Is Dbloc here?
He
Keeps
was
on
a minute
inviting.
ago.
What up, Dbloc?
You what up, bro? Hold on. I'm just doing my.
I wouldn't want to
my
partake in the conversation.
You know what's really good is if you put frozen bananas in a food processor with like some vanilla extract and like walnuts. You like
Yummy, yummy.
It tastes a lot like ice cream.
No, I'll die if I eat banana. I'm allergic to banana for some reason. You believe it? Seriously. I don't know
You
what's
would
in
be.
it. Potassium, right?
Yes, there is potassium in bananas.
I can't figure it out. That's what they
Well,
told me.
you know that
It's either
bananas
that. Yeah,
are
you
bad for
remember
you, but
that,
you don't know
Quiet.
why.
No, it was either I friggin' peeled a banana. You know, when I was younger, I was no problem. But I remember working, and my coworkers said, "What's the matter, man?" I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Your friggin' neck is like breaking out." And I had to go drive myself to the friggin' local hospital and get a shot at my ass.
Damn.
Seriously.
Up your ass, not in your ass, but up your ass.
That's
No,
crazy.
no, no, no. It was in my cheek.
The curiosity is wild.
But
He said
all
up
it
my
is
ass.
banana. It's
My
banana.
question
Yeah,
is,
bananas.
you
Yeah,
can't
go
have
ahead.
banana bread?
No, my
Damn.
mother used to yell. Yeah, I know. I love. Well, I substitute it with what
Carrot
is it?
cake?
Zucchini. No, well, carrot cake. Yeah, zucchini bread. Oh my god, I love zucchini. You know how to make zucchini? You got to like grate the hell out of like 3 zucchini and then mix it up and an
That's crazy.
applesauce. But yeah, I can't figure it out quite. It's like it might have been a chemical on the peel that my somehow got into my system or something. But oh my god, it was bad.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon, but usually it's like the proteins that are in the bananas. Right. Yeah.
Besides, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there's allergen. There's a few allergens in it too, but most people, I mean, it's very rare. And there's like profilin and some other, they're all protein allergens basically. There's like 4 of them or something like that.
But how I know is like even cantaloupe. If you know what cantaloupe is, it's like a melon.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We used to eat that all the
No,
time.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is,
well,
Sammy. Can you explain it to me?
but as soon as you're like any certain fruits, it's like somebody that's allergic to fish, right? I don't know what happens there, but with fruits, your lips start burning.
Yeah,
Getting weird.
that's they call it latex fruit syndrome because that happens with kiwis, that happens with avocados to some people,
Oh,
even
yeah.
mangoes. Yeah, they call it latex
No,
fruit syndrome.
mangoes. I'm good with. I love mangoes. I use it even with drinks like vodka and mango juice or something. But as far as the kiwi, yeah, kiwi, and I'm afraid that like I've had mangoes because I know I always hear that they're good for you. But as far as being allergic to that, I'm afraid to even try it.
Avocados, you might be allergic to avocados too. You should.
No, I've
It's
had.
sometimes a little bit's good to try because that's kind of how you get rid of allergens too. Is you kind of you could lean, you can teach your body not to be allergic. Like people, they'll be allergic to cat dandruff, but if they stick around the cats for a while, the bodies form antihistamines that combat, that battle that. So a little micro dosage of stuff you're allergic to, but not this non-medical advice. Do not try it at home
Drew,
without
Drew,
knowing what you're doing.
Drew, I can't believe I'm talking to you, man. The only time I heard you was on Thames. I wasn't a member on Thames, but I listened on YouTube on your, when you guys were on there, and I'm like, Drew's always bringing in the news and all this shit. So that's what I
Yeah.
always did.
What's
Yeah,
up?
fuck yeah. Profit, profit, profit.
Yeah, baby.
Right? Yeah, man. Good day to finally meet you, kind of in voice. Anyhow,
It's a pleasure, man. Thank you.
you're welcome. So yeah, you're right though, because avocado, like if I have it with in a dip or something, I think I never really had an issue with it, but I don't think I have a problem with that. But yeah, I think and raspberries, I love raspberry, but it's a little tricky there, like you said, if I kind of do a little bit of it, maybe.
What about
But it's weird that it
schnozberries?
came on. It's what's that?
What about schnozberries?
Yeah, blueberries. I don't think I have an issue with it, but yeah, the banana. No, the banana thing is really I couldn't figure out because potassium's supposed to be so good for you. So it's like someone mentioned here that it might be another thing going on with it. So I don't know. I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
We're talking about Bitcoin going at $147,000 and Doge going to $1.
Okay.
You
As
can't
long
do
as
it
SHIB
to
gets to a
136.
penny.
Shit, I don't know, penny, maybe 0.000.
Dude, I made shitload of money with SHIB. Don't worry, I got
Oh, yeah, I
billions
love
of it.
SHIB. I made a lot of money with SHIB too. I got
You either
SHIB.
love it.
Yeah.
It's like people always used to
Samson
hate it. Yeah.
Samson is
Go
the
ahead.
shibillionaire.
Yeah, Quai named me. It's now
Oh,
zillionaire though, Quai. I'm
Now
a
you're
bazillion.
shibzillionaire?
I don't know. I had Coley
I
make
remember
a
you changed it to
friggin'
shibtrillionaire, and now it's
yeah.
shibzillionaire.
Well, you started the whole thing. I mean,
Well, I thought it was cool because you were like, I have over 1 billion sheep, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna change his name to Shibillionaire because it was like it
long as
has
SHIB.
Shib, like it had a B in it already. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it was like Shibillionaire was kind of I don't know. I
And
thought it sounded
that's
cool.
the only thing that I still hold. I mean, I had 16 Bitcoin at $800, and I don't hold that anymore. So why not? I mean, you can't
Shib
buy.
sucks.
Can you?
Why don't you buy
You
Pepe
can't buy.
instead?
Buy what?
If you're gonna buy something like that, why not buy Pepe instead?
Well, yeah. I mean, Pepe's going to do good. Look what Bonk's been doing. The problem is there's so many other stupid ass coins that are
I see
taking market cap.
you guys are sleeping on the OG Doge.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
well,
have
that's what I'm
those.
saying.
I don't hold either the other crap. I don't hold the Ethereum crap. I just like
Doge got to what? 75 cents. What was the high on Doge?
Just a little bit on,
You know.
around there.
Yeah, so
I don't.
that's
A little bit
close.
high.
Close. That's close enough to $1. I mean, you know. I mean, are you kidding? I wonder who holds that from like sub penny. You know, what did it even launch at? I mean, I had a shitload of.
I held it from 0.007, so I held it from sub penny all the way up to the top. Kept on buying the top like a sucker. Bought all the way down to 14 cents and finally came my senses. I was like, all right, let me take some profit before this thing goes. And luckily I did because it went down to like 3 cents. So I was like, all right.
Yeah, and all that was on spot. You know, I didn't even know
Yeah.
about leverage back then. You know, it wasn't
still
even
on spot.
Coinbase. Coinbase was called some other exchange when I
Coinbase
started
Pro
trading on it.
or GDAX.
No, GDAX. It was GDAX. Yeah, and then I had to chase down. BitTorrent was only on Bittrex, I think. I bought
Yeah.
that shit, and that thing blew up.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
all that stuff. Yeah, and you know what? BitTorrent is still friggin' cheap, and it's still moving. You know, you can make money on that sucker if alts take off. Finally, you're gonna make money on all of this shit. A lot of the new stuff is taking market cap, though. Like there's so many
Yeah, but
coins.
it eventually goes back in. It takes it for a little bit, and then it just kind of breathes back into the top 20, top 10.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. Yeah, it'll start. Look at Chainlink. I mean, that's another one. Every half hour, I used to make on Voyager. I had an account on Voyager, and I'm still getting checks from them since Sammy.
Yeah, the mishap. You had cash on
Yeah.
the mishap.
Oh yeah, I had a shitload of Voyager coin that I was staking on, and then they shut it down, and they gave me cash for whatever it was worth then, and things were dropping. But yeah, I got like $7,000 2 years ago, and another 6, and I think they're doing another one.
Are you almost paid off, or they still got a bunch?
Oh no, I'll never get back what probably I had on there. But I'm getting like a third of it probably.
Sorry to hear that.
But yeah, I don't know, Drew, if this I just got an email last week that they're doing another thing in New York, and I called them and I said, do I have to prove my holdings again, or am I good? Because initially I did that and I got 2 checks, so I should be good. So I didn't hear back from them, but I don't want to miss out. Another
You ever
2
show a
grand or
lawyer? Have you ever showed a lawyer your situation?
a what? A
A
lawyer?
lawyer, your situation with Voyager.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, I contacted the ones that they have. The group
You
that
got
they're
to do this.
dealing with.
You also got to deal with your own lawyers too, just to at least run by the paperwork, just to see what kind of angles you might have on them.
Yeah, yeah, but I don't know, man. That'll take years. I'll be dead before that probably plays out. But I hear what you're saying, but yeah, because I don't know about you guys, but some of us jumped on so many different exchanges with the leverage shit. It's even hard to keep track of everything. If you, and especially
totally.
accounts like Bybit. Drew? Did you ever trade with Bybit?
I've never done leverage. I still haven't done leverage, but like me with the swaps and going into DeFi, it's just like, jeez. I look back how many exchanges, how many platforms I used, and it's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Well, Bybit was the big thing. I think that's what, I don't know if that sucked me in because of the leverage, because I was just doing Uphold and Coinbase, and then Binance, and then Binance saw that I transferred a couple $100,000 over to Bybit and traded on there, and they kicked me off Binance. It was Binance Global, but then it switched to US. So US is like, oh, wait a minute. And they wouldn't tell me why, but I knew why. They thought I was money laundering. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well,
Look
no,
what's going on, right?
when the same thing happened, it might not have been that. It might have been a coincidence because they did a bunch of shifty stuff when they opened up and they got all the U.S. users. Even if you had double citizenship and you were in other countries, like me, I was trading from Romania with Binance Global, but they knew I was also trading in the States. They kicked me off Binance Global, forced me to use Binance US, even though I had a double citizenship.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of people were forced off of Binance Global.
So, yeah, but what is it, a money grab where they lock your money up?
No,
I didn't get locked up.
They cover their liabilities, right? Like some kind of regulations that they had to stick through. That also they didn't want to get involved with U.S. problems and U.S. customers, and they just had to kind of draw a line and say, all right, these are our global customers, and if you're U.S., it's like, sorry, it's like, here's your funds, whatever you had. At least I was able to retrieve my funds. I got a warning before everything, so I think it was only like 6 days though.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
less
well,
than
that's what happened. Some some girl, mentioned that Voyager was coming down on people. In other words, they were involved with what was it?
3
Sammy's.
arrows.
Yeah.
FTX. Yeah.
Well, with them, what happened was Voyager lent a lot of money to what was the name of it? Oh, FTX. Yeah. And they lent the money to them to invest, and FTX just effed off with everything, right? They just screwed up big time, whatever they did. But so Voyager got caught on that, and I'm surprised that I was able to get anything back. So I don't, I'm happy about that, but it's still a situation because I like Voyager. It was like Robinhood on your phone. I was trading Link every half hour, making like 2,500. No shit. Every half hour, it was like during like a couple months. It was Chainlink was so strong. You could just calculate the moves. It was easy. And then then they got locked up. Voyager got caught up in that mess, and that was that. Yeah, I had Doge on there. The most I had a lot of Voyager coin itself because it was staking it, and they were giving me 1,500 every quarter or whatever the hell it was. And then I forget what else. I had the Chainlink. Probably Shiba was on there. But back then, it was also Uniswap. Uniswap and Polkadot were like the first runners, right? Through, because it was a real thing where, platforms you can move money around. And it was very popular all of a sudden. It was kind of like Solana, is or was like a year and a half ago, coming on strong because it had capability of moving coins and trading
The
pairs.
good old days.
Yeah. But now, man, I don't know. What do you think? What are we going here?
Right now,
95
all
or
my money is on Doge right now. I'm thinking the end of this cycle, I think Doge is going to be one of the guys that helps set off the alt market run. Bitcoin is still got some push, I think, but I think some of that Bitcoin money is going to go into Doge. And I'm thinking Elon got some things up his sleeves with the robo-taxi, with the money transmitting license involving X being like the everything app, kind of like they have WeChat or whatever that's called in China. And I think he's going to implement Dogecoin somehow, whether with payments, whether with tipping, whether with something. But I think things are going to pop off pretty soon with Doge. And I'm still sticking my loot skis all in that basket right now. It's basically that's my only position.
I could foresee it being pretty cool, like even with what is it, Waymo, the cars that just burned up over there in Cali, right? Where you have an account with a ride, a share ride or whatever, and you got a card, or not even a card, you could probably use your hand and just, set up a time and place to pick you up. The car pulls up with no driver. It's all automatic, all freaking computerized, whatever, AI. And you just touch the door handle and it reads who you are and your account, and you're in and you go where you got to go and you're paid for. It's like so simplified. But I mean, I don't know. Even with a credit card, you could do that now when you go into a friggin' liquor store or supermarket. All you do is tap your card or maybe wave your, I don't know. I don't do
You can do it with your phone
fingerprint there,
too.
but
Tap with your phone also.
yeah. But you probably, I know they use your retina too, your eyes, but so yeah, it's pretty crazy with all this technology. People are scared of it though, but
Yeah, they always were. If you look back in history, some were, some weren't. It's just like history repeating though.
do you I don't know if where you're at, through in New York area, or you in Cali? I don't know if you
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
in the
say, but
tri-state. I'm in the tri-state area right now.
all right.
And I just read something
Yeah.
interesting. The SEC clears Trump Media's S3 filing enabling Bitcoin Treasury plan. That was an hour ago by Cointelegraph.
Yeah,
That's kind of cool.
they gave him the green light to do the 12.6 billion load up.
Hey. Well, it all helps.
Talking about Cointelegraph.
Cointelegraph.
Rick, I don't
They
know,
all get
man.
it. They all get in on it when yeah. In the bear market, man, with all the FUD things that they spin, and yeah, they perpetuate all the fear. Yeah. Cointelegraph. Never heard that one. I gotta take my jumper off. It's getting hot in the store. Oof.
Ah, you're working.
Yeah, mate.
Like,
Yes, mate. Today. It's a
dude, I
beautiful
just
day
pulled
out
up.
there.
I just
Blue
pulled up Prime
skies.
Video. I pulled up Prime Video to watch
yeah?
a movie, and you know what it came up? The
Wow.
sex industry in Australia. No shit. It's like a documentary. This guy goes all over, and
Oh
just to
man, that's
see
funny.
how legit businesses are like right in the city. They're not hiding it. It's all
No,
it's
that's right.
but
Yeah.
what
Well,
I'm saying is you can buy
legal.
products. Yeah, you can buy
Yes.
products and toys and all
And
that shit.
services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they
Yeah.
he goes, it's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Yeah, it's
dingy,
a
all
real.
bright and fancy place.
Yeah, it's regulated, man.
I was looking
It's a
for like
regular.
an adventure movie and that came up and I'm like, what the hell was I watching last?
To suggest that to you. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
it must have pulled it from either that or somebody else was over here watching something. I don't know. You never know.
Well, you know what was funny? At the bottom of the bear market, there was like a Bitcoin smear documentary. Like they tried to spot it. It was mainly a hit on NFTs because I mean I kind of agree that the craze, the mania with NFTs was a bit out of hand. But yeah, it's called Bitcoin, the world's biggest scam by James Johnny or something like that. I don't know.
Hmm.
But anyway, it just you couldn't get the timing any more like funnier than that. Like puts out a hit story on crypto
At the
at the
very,
very
very bottom.
bottom. At the very bottom. Yeah. It was like the perfect buy signal. The perfect. Yeah. And I don't know, you guys have probably seen the billboard that Taco Bell put up in my neighborhood. They said, "Sell your crypto for tacos."
Hmm.
Saying trade. It's not too late to trade your cryptos for tacos. Yeah. And that was
Well,
like they were mocking cryptocurrency there.
yeah, but that actually can help. The interest of they're like, what's crypto? You know,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what happened to me, Drew. Right? Somebody came on Periscope. I was on Periscope on live chat, video, and there was like three guys, a girl in there, and the one dude comes in and mentioned Bitcoin. Give you $10 of Bitcoin. Give me your PayPal. Nobody wanted to do it, and I'm like, yeah, what is that? So the next day I checked it out, started buying it, and
There you go.
yeah, eight
That was
hundred
your first
dollars to
exposure,
12.
huh?
Yeah.
Mm. Man, I would love to know when I first heard about Bitcoin because I bet you I ignored it or I just well, oh yeah,
I
Went
whatever.
over,
remember when I
yeah.
You know
heard
what I mean?
about it, and it was like way right when it first started, and some guy was telling me it's like a
Mm.
huge scam. He's staying the hell away from it. It was probably like worth like 2 cents.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
He told
crazy,
you that it was
right?
a huge scam. See, the
Yeah.
way I
Was
remember
that
my first opinion on it was we've got like, we can buy things online with our regular money. Why do we need a digital money? That's what I was thinking. I'm like, we got debit cards, we got MasterCards and Visas. Like, why do we need? And then
right?
that
And
was
even
just a lack of understanding of a complete noob, that doesn't know anything about it. Yeah.
yeah, but even
I mean,
Sorry.
today,
nobody
Go
knew anything about crypto back then. People thought it was an
ahead.
anonymous way to buy stuff on the dark web so that you couldn't be traced back to you.
No. Right.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was
So you
basically
really had
Come
to
to
be
find out,
yeah,
it was more transparent than anything.
Yeah, that's back when no one
um,
was orange pilled. It was only the cryptography group that really knew what it was all about.
Yeah.
does anyone know who like the first YouTuber that was pushing it? Like I know Da Vinci Jeremy
Max
was.
Kaiser was pretty OG. Like Max Kaiser was definitely like a well-known OG
Oh
Bitcoiner.
Yeah,
yeah.
Andreas Antonopoulos. He's another
Oh
he
yeah,
was a
yeah.
speaker.
That's
He
right.
used to
I
go
forgot.
around and do like seminars about Bitcoin and decentralization and all that stuff. And
Yeah,
then there
he's a
was
big
another guy,
name.
Eric Voorhees. He's another like OG. He's been around for a while. Eric Voorhees.
Hey, y'all know, like back in the day, people were trying to do the. Oh, can y'all hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got you.
man. Can hear you.
Back in the day, I knew this guy, and he was messing with Iraqi money. and it seemed shady as hell. He had like a briefcase with money in it, and he was trying to get me into it. But anyway, later on, he was the same guy that tried to get me into Bitcoin, and I was like, oh no, I didn't believe the dude, and it's a scammy. And if it had been if I had not heard about it from that guy, I would have bought it. And yeah, anyway, I kick myself now, but
I guess we're all doing push-ups right now.
But what got your interest to still be in it, or be here?
What actually got me in? Yeah,
I'm that guy, by the
yeah.
Well, I came back to it recently, to be honest with you, and I keep hearing it, and I realized that it's the future of money. The more I looked into it, in general, that the money system's going to crypto is what I believe. That's what got me into it.
The thing that got me into it was a couple of my friends were like buying things off, under the, off the main track. You know what I mean? Like they were, yeah. Anyway, so they knew about it. They were using Monero though, the privacy coin. And they knew about Bitcoin. But anyway, so they were using it in like 2015, 16, 17. And I had heard that they were doing that. And I'm like, oh yeah, like, whatever. I'll just keep using my normal money. And it wasn't until like early January of 2018 when I saw on like just mainstream news on my TV that they ran a story about XRP going to $3.40 or whatever, the all-time high. And they were like interviewing just these regular people, and they were like now millionaires, I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? I got to get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
just like
crazy.
like typical new money, like getting in at the top, like hearing the news story and coming in, Yep. Becoming exit liquidity for the smart money.
Yeah, I called it the mark of the beast at first, and I was like, man, that's like the mark of the beast. What do you? I was all like, revolutionary. I was like, man, it's no good. It's a Trojan horse. That's traceable money. It's FBI, and I think I was right. But now I'm just like, I might as well dance with the devil and step on his toe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
it's a market. There's still a market aspect to it, which is why we're all here, right?
What's funny though, Drew, I don't know if you bought XRP back then when it was 12 or 16 cents, but when I had all those Bitcoin and I split them up because Bitcoin hit the top and it was kind of fading, and I saw these other cheap coins, and now cheap is my name of the game because I traded sub-penny stocks for years. So I jumped on, whatever I could find that was cheap, and XRP benefited me because when I bought it, I had like 300,000 plus of it. And then I got free airdrops of Songbird, and there was like 3 other friggin' airdrops they did. One of them hit my account. The value was 50 grand, but I couldn't do nothing with it. It wasn't on any exchange. It was just locked up on Uphold. And I'm like, what the F? So it took months before it was released, and then I ended up with like 7 grand. But that's free, it was all free money. But could you imagine if I could have swapped that out for something better? Like
push-ups, 10 push-ups,
push-ups.
So
Sammy,
goddamn.
Sammy, we say push-ups when we talk about the past, about what we shoulda, coulda,
I
woulda done.
know.
Yeah.
I know, but I couldn't do anything with that because it was locked up, and I'm like, I trying to email them and say, hey man, can I, transfer that out because I want to find somewhere else I can get rid of it or trade it or whatever. And now today, I don't even know if it's worth anything, but it's part of the finance thing that XRP does. So is like XLM, FLR. I still get airdrops of FLR, which is really I just got one. Me and Feather, I think she gets, her and maybe someone else I know get free airdrops from that, but they're not worth much.
Remember Neo, the Chinese crypto? You used to get paid gas. It was kind of like their you get paid dividends almost, but you got airdrops of gas, just called GAS.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Bitcoin's looking like it's trying to push a new local high here. Just trying. Local, I'm on a small time frame, but right now, if it does, we're very close to this daily candle. And remember, Dbloc was saying about if we get that close over the previous, oh, it might be pretty bullish.
Yeah, it's coming up on that time. Yeah, it's hit this level several. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm back in
Damn.
XRP for the what if play, because come Monday, US, the SEC comes to the decision for Franklin Templeton, that spot XRP ETF. So, man, if it just comes out, they're like, we approve, like that could cause some excitement there. I don't know. We'll see.
That's supposed to happen Monday, you said?
Monday is the deadline. Yep, they can't delay it. Because I think when you apply for an ETF, the SEC has like maybe 2 or 3 bouts of where they come to a decision, and they can delay it. I think you can delay it twice or maybe 3 times, but on the 3rd or 4th time is the deadline day where they have to give you a result.
I'm surprised the price isn't moving one way or the other in anticipation.
I know, yeah, me too.
What's helping, I think, support right now?
Yeah.
Because right now, like, let's say Bloomberg, they're saying the approval odds right now, 90% Litecoin Solana, 85% XRP, 80% Dogecoin, 75% approval Cardano, and 75% for .avax or HBAR. So if these chances are that high, it's like there's got to be some people right now helping this buy pressure just by slowly accumulating for this ETF news. It could be a sell the news event, but I think it's smart to accumulate now just for a what if,
Yeah, if you hear that it does get approved, give it a couple of days because, like you said, there is that sell the news type thing, which happened with the Bitcoin spot ETFs, right? But they did 12 at once. They approved 12 things that all were waiting on application, with their application. So there was a sell-off, but then you had the actual inflows where the ETF went live and you could actually go buy the ETF. So, and the inflows took it to what was it, 100,000? Yeah, I think it went and tested 100K eventually, but then it sort of bounced back and. We'll see, but I'll tell you what. One ETF was a little bit of a fizzle out.
It
Was
went
the
to
Ethereum
75,
spot.
and then it corrected for 7 months.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was where Jolt was like, "I've sold back in September."
In September.
Yeah.
Did they pull off any certain exchanges? Did they get rid of Tether, and are they just doing USDC now?
Don't know.
Did anybody know? I thought I saw something on
There's
that.
some DeFi swaps I saw remove Tether, not big ones though, and they're bigger on USDC, DAI, even some other new stable coins. Yeah, they got TRX is stable coin now, Binance is stable coin running on things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a shit billionaire, baby. Let's get this pump.
Yeah, dude. I was hoping it if it goes, because I got in 6 zeros. Me, Snook. Do you remember Snook, Drew? Or
Yeah, of course. Snook, of course. Yeah, man.
Snook has my cell number, and he calls me. We were gonna go set up a friggin' miner over in Costa Rica. I got a little bit of property there.
Tell him I said, "What's up?" Is he still in Florida?
Last I heard, I haven't heard him from 2 months now. He usually gives me a shout out during a holiday or something, so I imagine 4th of July he'll hit me up. But
cool. Yeah, tell him I said, "What's up?"
Yeah, I will. Yeah, man. Yeah, him and I think him and I have a shitload of shit. I don't know if he still does, but he said he would sell if he gets his account 100K. I'm like, are you kidding? 100K ain't shit. I mean, it's all right to take some. He goes, well, that's what I mean. I'll take half, and all right, whatever. He could have done it. Right now, you could still buy, and especially if you do a little leverage, 3x. You could, $1,000 on 3x, you can get a shitload of it, along with Pepe and Bonk, and I'm not just shouting out Shiv. I mean, they're all so cheap. You got to go for the cheapies because they're going to run.
No, bro, I think SHIB's gonna fly. For real.
All right.
That's
Well,
my
Doge.
main coin that I bought.
All right. Well, it's same here, but I mean, I don't want to be.
There's a reason why they're cheap.
You know,
like you got to look at tokenomics.
I don't know, dude. It's
Yeah, market cap definitely matters. If something's sitting in the top 10, you can't expect like to 10x from it. You know what I mean? That's a high that's like a very extreme expectation. You've got to, yeah, man, you got to get the low value, the low cap gems is what they say. You know, stuff that has a lot of room to grow, a lot of room to pump.
Yeah, if you want
Like
a 10x, but that's already like
Yeah.
burning your ass. When you're saying I want a 10x, you're already burnt most. Like that's 99%. You're already done by saying you want a 10x. It's like saying, yo, I want right now. You know, I'm not even
I
gonna
want
say
to fly.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say something dirty, but I just stopped myself.
Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, it can okay, conservative targets never hurt anyone. You know what I mean? You can still make lots of money playing it realistic, you know? Conservative. It's
yeah.
about
I mean,
consistency, definitely. You just want to be consistent throughout the year, throughout the phases, you know? If you're consistent, you'll be fine. You're making money. It'll all take care of itself. Well,
I mean, you don't need 10. If you have $1 billion of SHIB at 2x, you're, 2 million. And not that 2 million's nothing great. I mean, some people say, "Oh, you kidding me? I could live off that." And I go, "Well, it depends on where you live and what house you buy, because there's $5 million houses, which I would have had if we kept that shore house."
It's all relative.
Oh shit, man! Things are so out of control. It's as long as you're happy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Happy and healthy. Those are the two most important things, I think. And then comes wealth. Happy, health, and wealth.
Yeah.
What is happiness?
It's different for everyone, but you know what it is when you get it.
Yeah.
It's a warm gun.
That's what it feels like lately with all this rain. It feels like we're living in.
That's the second Beatles reference I've made today.
I know, but it's like we're living in the grunge period. Nirvana and Soundgarden living out there in Washington, where it rains every day. But I love the grunge period.
We just say that to keep everybody out of here.
Happiness is a walk on. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, after all the Californians started moving up here, all we could say was how much it rained, and then they stopped moving here. It was great.
Yeah. Well, you could have used it. Put out some of them fires, right? Friggin' Canada's burning now, dumping their toxic fumes over here in my area. And they got these big Arby tanks rolling down right now in Washington for this big parade. What was the cost of getting them, transporting them and all that stuff, logistics?
All the money that Doge supposedly saved us.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it's not just spending money. It's also making money in a way, in a weird way. People are getting paid, for those things to be moved.
Oh
But
yeah.
It's
also,
motion.
you need to destroy to rebuild, and that's what weapons do.
That's how they make money, right? War. What is it good for? It's good for money. It's my buddy that just spoke. Who was that just spoke? My buddy?
That was Zusi.
Yo. Yeah,
Hello.
last time I was on. Yeah, last time I was on, we had a nice convo.
I'm getting old, honestly. I don't remember. Damn, refresh my memory.
I don't know what it was about. It wasn't
Was
about
it like
crypto.
a year ago, or?
Nobody was talking crypto because
You
Drew
you
wasn't
can't
here. I
expect
don't think.
Samson. You can't expect Samson to remember either.
I'll be right back.
Everybody's got a case of CRS.
Yeah, I go from one subject to another every 2 minutes. So just to keep things alive. I guess. So, Kwai, you holding some coin tightly or what?
I mean, yeah, just all my regular altcoins and Sui, Doge, and
Sui.
Probably try to
Let me
get some
take a
more
look at.
XLM.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If XRP does rip, XLM will follow. Looks like. Right now, bubbles are mixed. There's not really much happening.
What is the exact tie between XRP and XLM? I do notice on the charts they always follow, and I know that they're combined in some business dealings. But why is the price so interconnected?
Because they both start with X.
That's exactly the determination I came to myself without knowing.
No, honestly, we had, back like a year or 2 years ago, I forgot, honestly, but at least 2 years ago, we had like letter coins pump. And yeah, X coins were doing pretty good. And no, Dbloc will probably answer you seriously.
Yeah,
But
you're right. XT. What is it?
The creators,
XTZ.
the people that created XRP, like Ripple Labs, like the two of the head developers, like one of them was like didn't really like the way that it was going, and said that like it was too decentralized or whatever, and he didn't like the project, so he left XRP and he made his own project, Stellar, which is XLM. So it's basically the same people that created XRP created XLM. So it usually, whenever XRP pumps, XLM usually gets a sympathy pump because they're, are once basically one and the same. But XLM is like he did it a different way where it's now like a non-profit organization. So that's why they didn't run into all the issues of whether or not it's a security or whatever. Because XLM is for nonprofit, when XRP did end up running into all those issues.
I remember longing Y coins after X coins pumped. Not sure that really worked in the end, but
they are like very similar. Like they're like brothers, basically, in a way. Like the two crypto coins are like brothers, so like they are linked.
But they're not
But
linked
XLM,
financially. Like if XRP does get the ETFs and whatnot, that doesn't mean XLM is going to benefit other than the fact that XRP is pumping. So everyone expects. So it's almost a sentiment thing, not a technical financial.
It'll probably get a sympathy play. Like it's kind of like a fork. Like I don't think they're like intrinsically like tied together, but they do have a connection. Like it'll probably get a sympathy pump. If XRP does well, then XLM's probably going to do well. And the thing about XLM is that it has a lower market cap and a lower circulating supply. Like its maximum supply is only half of what XRP's max supply is. So it's
haven't ever
basically just like
You know,
XRP, except it has better tokenomics, and they
for
don't
this
have a
to
court
work,
case holding them back.
for the correlation to work, all you need is to pass the word. So if everybody says that XLM, you know, follows XRP, people are gonna act expecting it to follow, and it's gonna make it follow. So it's a bit like a prophecy too.
Yeah.
Because when you look at
And X-
XRP XLM chart, they're not there's differences between the two. Like they're not.
And I bet you during that time, Kwai, if you remember when XLM ripped and XRP wasn't doing anything, it would probably was when XRP was having those issues in the courts. Because you know, freaking XLM really, everybody's like trading XLM all of a sudden. This is like last year, late last year or something. Because of that, so I think you're right when you say that if XRP gets approved, I don't know how well XLM will do, but it should follow. But I don't know how strongly.
It lost a lot of ground lately. So there's an XLM
Yeah.
XRP chart. There's even a pair. You can trade that on thru.
I don't know.
That ticker is XLM XRP, and there's a pair. Right now, XLM is cheap on the pair.
Yeah,
Well,
it's been very
like
quiet.
a lot of alts. Like a lot of alts. Yeah.
It's been very quiet, yeah, lately, for months.
But it's in price discovery
So
down.
has
Yeah.
so has Chainlink. I would have thought Link would have been a lot higher than it is now, because it's part of the process of the finance stuff. And
In XRP, XLM is in price discovery downward, making all-time lows every day in the last 6 months, roughly.
I was told that 25 cents was like its major don't go past whatever it's called, resistance.
Support is like 10 XLM per XRP. Roughly 10, 11 XLM per XRP. If you fall below that, then yeah, I guess XLM will be really cheap. And that might be a good time to swap XRP for XLM. Expecting people to jump on XLM because XRP is high and XLM is low currently. Because that's what it is, you know, XLM is really low right now compared to XRP. So maybe they follow each other, they go together, but not on bigger time frames. Huh? Like just because like that's true on for daily scalps though, or maybe weekly trends, but that's all. Overall, XLM has been losing value since 2021, and it had a nice spike up in November with elections pump. You'll probably get another spike up, yeah, if something big happens on XRP chart. Or just in others chart.
Yeah, I've seen news where they're partnered with people and this, that, and the other. So I mean, I think they are, you know, it has real utility or whatever, but apparently that's not showing up at this point yet.
In price, yeah. Well, yeah, when the most traded alt is like Fartcoin in others category, I guess utility doesn't matter that much.
no, that's the
That's
problem.
crazy to me.
Well, it shows
Those
you a lot
coins
about
are-
the state of altcoins, right?
Yeah, but that's been going on forever, and now it's just even worse, right? There's so many coins being put out there.
I think it's just the fact that crypto's still early, and It's not making money yet. I mean, as far as its utility isn't making money like Google, you know.
But money is not made to make money. Money is just, some measure.
Well, yeah, but the use is on the blockchain because it hasn't been, you know, integrated into society to the point that I assume it will be in 10 years would be my guess.
Well, if you put a crypto behind every company, I guess, well, yeah, we'll measure the, I mean, well, some cryptos have use cases that are interesting and that are already being used, but that doesn't mean the value of the crypto goes up. It just means the company's value goes up because it uses high-tech stuff that's kind of more efficient than traditional ways of solving these issues, right? But other than that, crypto is useless. Like, what would what do you want to do with it? That would bring something. For me, it's really just to make a way to, well, it's just to trade and to make money. Like, what else do you want to do with it?
Right. Well, you know, like XRP. So everybody, I got drawn in by XRP, right? Because that's what you see on YouTube first. It's always XRP. But it's like, so if XRP price is going to go up, yet you have this parent company, Ripple, that's going to make the money off of XRP. Would you invest in Ripple? Obviously, they're not public yet, but because
Yeah, it's a company, right?
what the value, what is the effect of Ripple doing wonderful going to, how does that affect the the price of XRP, the individual coin? I'm uncertain of that. I think the ETFs are different because that's actually, inflows of cash. But
I know nothing honestly about the utility of crypto, but for me, it's useful to move money. It's useful to hold. It's useful to that. I mean, there are use cases, but other than that, and if blockchain is useful to a company, they'll just create their own. Why would they use something that already exists? Is it like copyrighted? It's all open source anyway.
I think people would go with a name brand, just like when you go buy groceries or whatever. A lot of people, they don't look at the cost of it. They just buy the name brands. So
name
whatever,
recognition, we do that with
Right, but
everything.
imagine Ripple is really successful in this. The other banks, they're not gonna just buy XRP. They're gonna create their own XRP, no?
Well, I mean, but they've got all these licenses everywhere, and they're setting up an infrastructure so that they can move cross border payments and all that. Obviously, everyone's into the stable coin. There are these businesses. I think that's where a lot of it's moving to move money, right?
Yeah, well, I wonder how much it costs them currently to move money. It probably costs them a lot, right? Because they need all their IT infrastructure and a lot of programs, and it's a mess in banks.
My understanding is that we have
maybe
it.
maybe they'll
matter
just
of
buy the
adoption.
service from XRP and get rid of their own IT.
Well, that's what the whole process, that's what the whole thing was about, was getting rid of Swift banking. Did you ever send anything? I've done it through Swift. It's like,
Yeah, it takes a day.
Yeah, it's like $15, $30. I don't know. This is years ago. It was that. Now it might be even more, at least $30 to send something. So that's what the whole premise was, to get rid of that and cut it down to a fraction of that. So then I said, well, why wouldn't they do it, right? Why wouldn't the bank organization? I mean, you got BlackRock. Do they have their own coin? Maybe they do. I don't know, but it'd be easy to move money that way. I mean, the government has their own coin, so.
IT-wise, the research that has gone into making these cryptos can also be applied to not to financial trading stuff, right? So that's why I say that it's like, imagine you're a researcher and you want to put a decentralized network to solve a problem, whatever. Well, of course, you're gonna maybe look at some cryptos, right? That have that mechanism already in place, and if it's open source, you just take the code and make your thing, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna use the crypto itself.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
there's other banking systems out there. Like in Australia, I can transfer to anyone, anywhere with a mobile number, and it's there instantly.
Yeah. It's like PayPal.
Use like Western Union
No,
too.
no, it's
yeah,
not.
but not
It's
the
not.
first time. No, you have some security checks. Like the first time well, in France, the first time I send money to someone, it's longer, but the second time it's like instant. I guess they check they check some stuff.
The American banking system is lagging behind everyone else. Like,
But it's
Yeah,
free.
because there's
For us, SEPA is free. You know? SEPA money move. It's just free. I mean, it's
So the,
included in the monthly fees, I guess.
so the SWIFT primarily move money for banks, like XRP is trying to do.
yeah, usually it's a banking system, but the CBDC is the central bank digital currency, digital dollar. That I don't know if that's implemented totally yet, but I mean, I don't know who uses it.
In logistics, there's a lot of use cases too of having decentralized information nodes. It's about like real-time data acquisition, and it's a bit complex because you have ships moving all over the world, and having local information is like interesting. So, but those cryptos are, I mean, I'm not sure we can make money on that stuff. It's just being used, and the energy cost is being paid by the company who's using that system.
But decentralized nodes, that's basically used as verification, right? So if somebody tries to hack it or whatever, it's basically keeping the blockchain straight. Is that not right?
Yeah, but it's also in IT. Imagine you have different computers like on different ships all over the world, and you want them to optimize where it goes, which ship, or in which order to which port, stuff like that. Yeah. Like that's real utility of blockchain. The utility is not just to make a crypto chain work where traders are gonna have fun, people buy it, sell it, and trade. Like there's a real world application is to optimize logistics, complex issues. AI is probably also helping that sector more than crypto is now. Like that was like 5-10 years ago already. Right?
Fascinating. I can't say I totally understand it all.
I mean, either. But I did remember reading a paper on logistics, and I think there was a crypto associated with it. Forgot the name. VET, no, VChain or V something. Old stuff. Now it's about AI crypto because AI is hype, and well, AI is gonna have a lot of it's already having a lot of applications everywhere. Doesn't necessarily mean AI coins are gonna go crazy, right? Because same stuff, the companies are making their own AI models that are not necessarily using AI crypto. They just buy the hardware and make the models, and like they don't have to use our AI crypto coins. It's just hype and mostly vapor. Well, some of them are probably good.
Some of the gaming stuff too could really, they're trying to really, have real world
Yeah,
issues.
but
That may be another one.
until we have like major companies like Sony adopt, they wouldn't adopt one of these cryptos that are already I mean, it would be hard. Maybe they'd have
If they adopted it,
partnerships.
they'd probably buy it first, right?
Well, they would create their own chain, right? Like imagine on Steam if you could pay with crypto, but not only pay with crypto, but actually use crypto in the games on Steam and have it like, yeah, have your, your items in your wallet. The thing is, I'm not sure it would be better, like the the gas costs and all.
But
Currently
on
you buy
private gaming, aren't they using it like I'm not a computer guy, but basically using it to move information?
Yeah.
Like within the games, not necessarily like in
Yeah, but
game.
games are well, typically they're centralized systems. In a game you have a central server that might have different copies in different data centers, but there's like it's very centralized system, right?
But if you're playing online games in like a PvP setting where you're cross-platform and all this, and you use blockchain to move the information, that may be better than what a traditional PC moves it.
Well, if the answer to that is yes, it is better, then we are going to see a lot of games adopt crypto, but that hasn't been the case for big titles yet. And you would need partnership with these gaming studios, and you would need major actors to go into gaming. And I guess slowly it might happen. Like there's a few good gaming studios now that use crypto, but
Isn't
it's
that
all
what
about
Louis
hype.
trying to do? And they're coming out with a gaming device. And is that, maybe I misunderstood, but that was kind of my understanding. I watched the video, so I know nothing. But they were making that little handheld gaming device, and I thought that they were using their blockchain to run the system, but I could be wrong.
The saga.
It was just a way to attract money, or it is still just a way to attract money to fund your project, right? Like you want to create a game, it was a good thing to make it Web3 crypto, to just attract money from investors to fund your game. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that the game wouldn't be as good without crypto. It just means that it's thanks to crypto that the game exists.
Crypto games will take off once we have a hit game, and hit games take 3 to 10 years to make. AAA game, and ideally towards the end of this bull run, we may have one. Probably not.
Hopefully. I mean, I'm still waiting for Star Citizen, for example, but that's kind of out of the way now. Although they never said they'd use crypto. Crowd-funded stuff, like crypto is a bit like that too. It's crowdfunding. So when you do an IPO of a game launch with a token, it's a bit like crowdfunding stuff. And Star Citizen is like an example of a game that was crowdfunded that failed in the end.
Well, if you think about it like World of Warcraft, right? It wasn't the first MMO, but it was the biggest, and then everyone tried to copy it, and that's and it's still ongoing. So we just need the World of Warcraft type game for crypto, and then it'll take off.
Or Blizzard to have a partnership, or to create his own crypto, copying one of the game.
It doesn't matter who makes it. It just needs to be that game, a game that defines the genre.
Well, we've seen that happen last cycle with metaverse stuff, and
no, that was.
If you want to know how old I am, I played World of Warcraft day one.
Yeah, I was
nice.
I was doing level 60 content in the original. If you know.
Before that, I played a game called, I think it was Age of Atlantis or something like that. It was a 3-letter Trials of Atlantis, TOA. And then everybody went to World of Warcraft. Anyway, sorry, that was just a reminiscence.
In the end, the cycle is about ETFs, it's about finance, it's about Wall Street joining crypto. So the next, when Dbloc says the next narrative is real world asset tokens, it makes so much sense because that's what the cycle is already about, right? Like it's about ETFs and BlackRock and.
I got from Ondo. I wish that would pump up there.
Crypto gaming will be big, but it's in its infancy now. It hasn't really even taken off because right, you get a game and you get this NFT that's another project and they partner up and you can wear your NFT in the game like costumes, skins. You may pay a fee to unlock that function. And then you can take your skin or whatever to other games, take your weapons or whatever, because you own them. And all they are is mini auction houses that take fees. So that's why I never thought, I never got why WoW didn't have an official account transfer system, because they could have made so much more money off that back in the day.
I think they were trying to keep people from selling accounts. I know that they really tried to crack down on that. You could get on there and buy coins and stuff, and there was really an economy with that game, but it was even outside of the game. You get on there and
Yeah, but imagine if
PayPal, and yeah.
you brought it in-house. If you just brought that in-house, how much fees they could have made. They could have halved the subscription and still made more money.
Yeah, I remember everyone used to complain because Chinese gold farmers would get on the auction house and like make tons of money, and they were always trying to stop them.
Yeah, but that's where crypto gaming is going. Like all that stuff will be blockchain based.
Well, with all the money that's flowing around crypto, altcoins, it's not hard to fund a project of 10 developers and create a game. And I guess a few are gonna emerge and be successful.
Yeah, but you need a good game. Like check out if you look at Steam, there are hundreds of thousands of games on there,
Well,
and only a few hundred
did-
get played well,
I'll,
like by the masses.
I'll give you an example. Like we just had not a long time ago. It's called Nyan. It was launched on Bybit, so token launch. So they got a lot of money. The game was actually successful. That's the worst part in this story. The game was actually successful. There was like 1 million players, and it was working good. But because of the current downfall in Web3 stuff, they just closed the company. Like no funding to pay the developers another year, and well, they just closed it. Or maybe someone rug pulled that project. Like I don't know exactly, but so it's the other way around. It's the money coming to a node that creates the game. It's not the success from the game that's gonna make money. I mean, eventually, yeah, maybe.
No. So World of Warcraft was so successful that money flowed into any game concept that was an MMO for like a decade, because people wanted a slice of that money, because they were earning billions, well not billions, but hundreds of millions every week. So once you get the one successful game that everyone loves, everyone plays, and can show money flow into it and the revenue, then everyone else will jump on board.
Bring
And be
back
like,
Farmville.
I want a slice of
Yeah.
that pie. But at the moment, trying to find that the
Yeah,
launch.
but for that to happen, crypto needs to bring something to the game, right? And I just don't see what it can bring. I mean, a game is a game. It's not there to
As I said,
take.
it's a market. You have an in-game marketplace that is based in the real world.
But they already have all that. That's not new. On most MMORPGs, you have a marketplace.
No,
You
no,
gain gold and.
But okay, so every marketplace, every game is a self-contained pond. What I'm saying is you throw all of them in the ocean and you can transfer your assets, which are yours, right, from one game to another. Now, to do that, you need you need a standard set of parameters to do that, which Steam could do. But it's not that hard to do that. But once you get a big game that has millions of people playing it and transactions going through and cool shit, and like you can then have other things feed into that. Like NFTs will come back, but I think one of the use cases is skins. Like you'll see, oh, that's that NFT. That guy's wearing that skin, and it's only available to that.
NFTs disappeared in crypto, but they never disappeared in games. They're still there. Right? It's just that the information that you own that NFT is centralized on the game server. It's not on the blockchain. But
Skins in games are NFTs. They're just not on the blockchain.
yeah, exactly.
So when you move them,
what
so
does
when you
it
move
bring
them,
to a player to have it on the blockchain instead of having it on the server of the game he's playing? I'm afraid
'cause
the
you-
answer is nothing.
no, because
People don't care.
if you get a rare skin, it has value, right? So you can
Yeah.
sell it. So at the moment, to sell a skin, you have to do dodgy shit, right? For most games, and trust and issues. But if it's on blockchain, it's
No,
secure.
you use the marketplace of the game, no? Like most games do. Like on World of Warcraft, if you get something rare, you can just put it on auction and sell it in gold.
But you can't take that from that game. Like,
yeah, you can't remove money from the game, yeah. So we're back to money, right? So people want to actually make money in the games they play.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an issue.
Not really. Like, for you as the gamer, right? You have these people who are in there making games, right, playing games and making money off it, and they sell things, right? And because they can make money, it drives down the cost base. So for you as a gamer, if you just want to buy something, it becomes cheaper, not more expensive, only unless it's a super rare item. But common everyday items become cheaper, so it makes your gaming easier.
I was thinking about the free-to-play model. You know, in gaming, you have like either you pay a monthly fee, or you have all these free games, and they have a cash shop. And you know, a lot of players don't like the free-to-play model. They prefer to pay like monthly fee.
Do you know why? Because there's
Well,
better quality of player. Because you have to spend money to get in. It's gatekeeping. Like if you're on the Discord and you've had to pay to get in, the people in there are generally higher quality.
right, because they're used to paying every month and they're okay with it. Yeah. So so if you adopt blockchain would be more like free-to-play stuff, right?
No. Free to play stuff is low hanging fruit, and you don't want low hanging fruit. As I said, if you went back to WoW, if you understand WoW, and you had that on blockchain, that's the holy grail.
Hopefully,
All
I
that
got plenty gaming tokens. They're not doing that good though.
see, the gaming market is very segmented at the moment because you got all the blockchains and everyone's building on a different blockchain and yada yada yada. Like we're still so early. That's the thing.
So if this works, and that means Blizzard goes bankrupt because it's replaced by newer games where people actually need to buy the crypto in order to play instead of spending dollars through PayPal on Steam or whatever they're doing currently.
I don't know if they go bankrupt. I don't think their market share will be as big. Like it depends if how late to the party do they get on board. Like
yeah, but the amount of players, you know, the market cap of the gaming industry is already at its maximum, right? I mean, maybe it's going to continue to grow in the coming years, but it is a fixed value for this year, right? Like, I don't know, maybe it was $50 billion of an industry this year, right? If crypto games start to steal from that, I mean, it's players who are playing, paying Blizzard today that are going to pay, AVAX or whatever crypto coin is going up at that time, right?
So the current
eventually they'll
market,
adapt it, right? If that starts to happen, eventually you'll see the big companies.
no,
try
because
to.
most big companies will do what works until it doesn't work, and when they're forced to change. Like not a lot of companies are visionaries. Like Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, he tried to be visionary, went into Meta, he got destroyed. So what did that set up for other CEOs? Like, yeah, we're not going to go in there. We're going to wait until it matures. And by the time it matures, they've lost market share, and everyone's moved on to these newer household names. All they'll do is try and feed off their IPs, like by bringing out the crypto wow or the crypto this or that version. But gaming at the moment is, you give me dollars, I give you entertainment. Very few avenues where you can actually make money. All right. Now, if you think of a Western
Yeah.
person trying to make money in a game, it's very hard to do because of the cost of living. Now, a
So where?
third world country where the cost of living is like $5 a week or whatever, easy to make money.
Yeah, where is Dbloc? We're about to get the daily close, and this one's supposed to be pretty important.
I'm just
Dbloc, where you at?
hoping my short doesn't get taken out. It almost did. $6 off. No, 6 cents. Wasn't it above 104.3? That also had to close, and we're above that.
We had to close above daily open.
Yeah, 105.5, and then we're at 105.3.
105.4?
I think it's 106 that it's supposed to close above.
A short stack. No, we're at 105.350 on leverage perpetual.
Yeah, but it has to close above 106 because that's where it opened.
No, he doesn't know. Well, maybe we'll ask him when he comes back. But no, what I think he meant was yesterday's daily open, not today's daily open. Because I mean, you would mean turn this candle into a green one. We're already reversing upward the bounce, right? Keeping momentum of the bounce from 100 through now another green candle. That's a bit to ask too much from a Saturday, in my opinion. In a strong after like. No, just
Well,
closing above 105.5 would have been already a very good bullish enough sign, in my opinion. The other one is well, yeah, you want to break out
I
the
mean,
range.
I don't know if I don't know if he meant yesterday's previous daily open or today's daily open, but I'm sure he meant he what he was saying was if you don't close above it, then we're
Well,
probably
not
going to go into wick discovery from
yeah.
yesterday.
Well, not only are we above daily open because below daily open because the candle is red, but we're also below. We also closed this one below yesterday's daily open. So
Also, the daily VWAP just flipped.
not by much though. Like again, you're seeing a wick. Like this candle has a bigger wick to the downside than to the upside, so it's not a rejection candle. It's more a supporting candle. But it's like we're still going down basically. Yeah. But that's kind of obvious.
Well, I hope we roll over
Because
now.
we are below a bigger time frame EMA as well. Like you're below average as well. ETH is below the 15-minute 200. Bitcoin kind of touched it, went a bit above even, but it's still there. And then also, I think most of them are below. Like Sui is still far from its mean. If you want to return to the mean on Sui, yeah, we're still far below. It's like
Bitcoin,
$3. Huh?
Bitcoin went sideways and sold off. Like, so the weakness is there. I think I'm revising my target for Sol.
I'm just saying, watch out if you're in a long. It might drop from here based off the theory that he had.
I hope it drops.
But if someone has to buy here, that's the problem. So, nobody wants. And people are TPing. It's been like 2 hours now. But, we've been just going flat. It's been 2 hours. We're flat at that average because of a sell wall, top of the range here. 105.5 is the sell wall, and support is 102. It's not anything above that, although there are some orders. But
Broken out of triangle should have been more of
I
a
thought it
pump.
was gonna try to clear these liquidations, but maybe it doesn't. It did a weird little bull flag looking thing the other day, and then it just fell from there and it dropped like hell. So I'm wondering if it's gonna do the same thing, just on like a mini scale.
I heard bull flag in the 15 at the moment, but yeah,
I think that's what Drew was trying to call that regular gayness.
on the 5-minute, like this looks textbook ascending triangle. Now, if it breaks downward, like it's currently trying to, it breaks downward, right? But it looks like you have a very well-defined resistance now at 105.444, and you touched it 4 times, and the lows are just higher and higher. But that's like a 1 minute or 5 minute stuff. Just looking at what happened in the last 2 hours. Looks more like well, building support below resistance in an attempt to break it later. And
Well,
that's
if you
kinda
take
true.
the high from yesterday, which was 106.173, and you draw a fib down to the lowest low that we made today, which was 104.225. It came up to exactly the 618 level, 105.425, and it rejected off of it all 3 times with a slightly lower high each time. And now it looks like, I
Yeah.
see the triangle you're talking about. It looks like it's trying to break down from the triangle. So
Yeah, like now it's a bit, yeah.
wouldn't that triangle be there to trap longs? Because you've telling me.
We're talking like $30 move here. Like, we're too zoomed in, people. It's like,
I'm not saying
I'm
you
trying
guys.
no,
to.
seriously.
I'm just trying to mention it. If there's a big drop, I'm just trying to mention it before it happens.
You know the size of that ascending triangle? It's 0.08%. Like it's too small.
We're supposed to keep up to date with the price action for the YouTube crowd.
Yeah, but
for the
actually,
list,
it's a good thing it breaks downward, because if price is really in a tight range of $100 here, then let's stop out people who long the resistance by just putting a wick below 105.2, maybe 105.199, and then go attack that resistance. The people are TPing here, like it's been 2 hours, they're just pressing sell, yet price hasn't pulled back, so that's not a bad sign.
the newer traders will just see that flag and be like, "Oh, that's going to go up," and that's what I see. That's what
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a bull flag, but it could be trying to trap people into going long and then rip the rug out from underneath. It's just best to be careful.
See volume going down a bit.
Yeah, it looks like the tape is going pretty flat too. I mean, it's also daily close just happened. We're getting a new daily. We didn't put any higher high today.
Hopefully today is a dream day and we fucking we pump.
Watch the language. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't
I don't know
I don't know
either.
if we're gonna get really a pump today, but maybe like tomorrow when
Next
market
week.
opens or something. I don't know. We'll see what. Wait, is the U.S. futures open right now?
No,
We get.
Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. So they don't open till tomorrow night. So we don't have any influence from that. So we're not gonna be able to use that as a reference at all at the moment. So we're kind of on our own here. And so far we haven't put in a higher high for the day. And momentum is kind of the move up is kind of weak, and momentum looks like it's starting to drain off a little bit.
Yeah.
And so this is probably going to be specifically important for altcoins, because if Bitcoin drops again and dominance starts pushing higher, then the altcoins are going to fall.
That's going to be
from
great
wherever they're at.
because the lower the altcoins go, and you can get your buy-in at the bottom, then dominance starts correcting. Oh my god, that's going to be a nice upswing. It's all flowing into Bitcoin.
Total failed to put new all-time highs. That's probably significant. I don't know what it means. But, well, 370 was the previous all-time high, and it got reached in December. You know, back when in December when Bitcoin reached 105. 2.3. We went to golden. We found support at golden of the up move. Bitcoin never even came close. I mean, let me check, but if I remember right.
Yeah. Total is hanging on by a thread at the 50 daily EMA. So if it takes out the 50 daily and closes more than one candle below it, then we're probably going to take a bigger dip to the downside.
Yeah, the daily looks bad. You know, we didn't get to do what we wanted. The bulls wanted to do on the daily, but 12-hour, 6-hour, 4-hour, even the 2-hour still looking pretty good. 1 hour starting to look a little sketch, but the higher time frames still don't look too bad.
If there was a lot of people that came in to go long today, they might end up getting wiped because we didn't push hard enough.
Hey, I have a question. So my understanding, y'all had mentioned what Dbloc said earlier, and I was really paying attention. So I just want to, and I was making basically decisions based on this. So can y'all correct me if I have something wrong?
Shoot.
What is it?
So my understanding was, and I'm looking at Dbloc's chart. He said that because of the CME gap, which is somewhere around 105,000, just above that. And then it went back into what you guys were talking about with the open daily. Basically, if we're in that trend, we should get back close to the open daily, which give or take, but it pretty much is going to range within around the CME gap unless something happens. Is that correct? I mean, we should expect it to range between
yes,
a
yes, it
0.0
is correct.
or
But
0.5 off the CME gap up or down, unless we get some kind of war news or something like that.
well, you have different types of weekends, right? You have weekends where price is just range bound and nothing really happens. It looks like this weekend is one of those weekends where we're not too volatile, and we're just gonna remain around where stock market closed on Friday. Like it's not a gap yet. It's CME close. It's called
CME close, not gap. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yes.
It could become a gap if on Monday we open higher or lower than where we closed at. But for now, it's where markets stop trading on Friday evening, late Friday. And yeah, you're correct. The idea is that crypto just doesn't do much during the weekend, and we should stay around that gap. Yeah. If we go down, you're expecting it to go back up towards there, and if you go up, you're expecting it to come back down there. And sometimes it takes like half of a week, and sometimes it takes 3 years. Well, 4, a whole cycle, worst case.
Still getting some buys
I'm
up
thinking
here. Even okay, sorry.
I was just thanking him for the explanation.
Anybody else want to explain? Because
I want to add on to that what he was asking about the daily open. So we just had that 11 minutes ago. We weren't able to make it up to the previous body of the candle. We were hoping, the bulls were hoping to do that, but it doesn't mean the fight's over because the 12-hour, in my opinion, still looking pretty much okay. I like the formations, still got a higher low. 6-hour looks okay, even the 4-hour looks okay. But yeah, that daily just closed right now, 12 minutes ago. So we weren't able to make it in time.
you're in position, right?
Yeah, right now I'm still in that position, but if Bitcoin doesn't make this higher high here, I might try to scalp it. I'm talking on the local. At least I just want to see Bitcoin get above 105.5, like very, very close, just to form a little higher top right here, and then I'll be more comfortable.
I guess with this current 5-minute candle, we can redraw the ascending triangle and cheat a bit, right? It's like, okay, you did a little deviation of $10 there. 0.02% deviation. Even if you were 100x, that's just 2%.
Some nice buys coming in.
So you didn't even step out. Like maybe if you were 1000x, then that did impact you.
Come on, Biddy, you could do it. Get up to that $120,000. She could do it tonight if she wants to.
Tonight.
And the problem is 107. If we start to reclaim 107, I agree fully with you with 120. Actually, 120 is conservative. It's just 15% higher. If you get 3 green days, we can
She
do
wants
that.
to show off. She wants to do it so bad. I could feel it in her bones.
I'm with you guys. Let's go.
The problem is the context, right? Like you got fear a bit with this new war going on. You got SPY, Nasdaq that are very close to all-time highs. So if you wanna,
Well, those are just two bullish scenarios you just gave me, or bullish reasons.
well, they might break out into price discovery, but that's a bit of a risky trade, right? Like longing, you're basically longing all-time highs. And that's true for Bitcoin too. I mean, whether you long it at 105 or 110, you're longing all-time highs. Or overall, the context. And then if you look at now, Dixie has a bit of a bullish argument because we're like at 98 on the dollar index. Unfortunately, that's golden pocket of its up move from 2021-22. Like it went up from 89 to 115. That gives you a logarithmic golden at 98, and that's where we are putting quite remarkably and elegantly a double bottom. So when you look at the Dixie chart, you're afraid of a reversal upward on Dixie, and a reversal upward on Dixie is supposed to mean bad for everything else. Well, the thing is, I don't think that's the case anymore, because when you look at the correlation factor right now, it's we are not invertly correlated. Like that, there's something odd going on because of the tariffs, I guess, or like this drop shouldn't have happened. Like basically, Dixie should still be around 100. Well, it should still be in its range, but it's not. We broke it to the downside because of yeah, I don't know why, but probably linked to Trump. But as long as it's below 99.8, I think it's still going down, even though there's a double bottom at golden that could reverse this up straight to the top of its range at 105 at least. As long as it's below 99 point something, then I think it's still going down though. Like that there's a bit of room before I worry Dixie's going up again, basically. For now, we're still going down, but there's probably a temporary upside coming here. Guess it'll retest the last support, turn it into resistance. Maybe we'll get 100 again. But I mean, Dixie, you would put it more in the, well, it would give you a bearish bias right now because we dropped impulsively a lot on Dixie. Right? This happened like in the course of what, two months? No, actually 3 months. Yeah, 2-3 months. The dollar lost 10% value. Which automatically pumps Bitcoin 10% in a sense, in dollar.
All right. Come on, Boost. Just a little bit more. Just pop this champagne right here. I think that's what they want to do. They want to give us a.
So yeah, the context isn't that optimistic right now. Right? If Dixie was at 100, then maybe the downward bet. Like me, I'm a reversal trader, so I'm always going to look for reversal, right? Like you have the trend with you here on the dollar index. The trend is down. I'm worried of the reversal of that downtrend. That's why I wouldn't be that interested in to break out longing Bitcoin at 110.
Right here, right now. FOMO shall commence.
I'm in position, don't worry. But 100. Sold it a bit. But again, actually. No all in.
It's
That's
really trying.
too risky.
It's all risky.
And yeah, today I took three and chilies. Well, three because it made a lower low, stopping me out, and now that it's back above the previous low, well, I just retook the same position. And chilies, thanks to someone who mentioned it, I figured let's check it out. Maybe it'll survive. I'm really most likely I'm just gonna. Yeah, it's just a gift to the market. But who knows? It might not stop me out. But this is like 6 months long, yeah. I'm not gonna get an answer anytime soon. Especially where I put my TP. And it's already put. So there's no moving it. Like it's not allowed. Chilies can pump to 6 cents tomorrow. I'm not allowed to move my TP. It's already put. And it's much higher. So
big buys coming in, big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yeah, it's trying to get through there, isn't it?
We're about to pop
Oh
champagne.
yeah,
Market maker stepping
Are you
in.
guys ready for the FOMO to commence?
We took out half of the sell wall. There was 110 Bitcoin, now there's 66 on Binance Spot USDT. 59 to go. Someone has to buy this level, otherwise we're like stuck because the sales got absorbed.
Market makers can apply, push it, create a little FOMO. Then the brokies are going to push it. Then after the brokies push it, then the big boys are going to push it. And then market makers are going to dump it.
Market maker's job is to always provide you with a possibility to trade. And he doesn't want to lose money, so he does influence price. Oh, someone replenished it. Now we're back up to 75 Bitcoin.
Yeah, someone took a little bit of profit.
No, he didn't get filled, right? He just added to the level.
Somebody market sold.
No, he put a limit sell exactly where all the cells are stacked. So no, but they've been
Somebody
replenishing this
sold
level.
for it, or he was able to get off 4.5 million on Binance.
You know, even the first time we tapped it, so 2 hours ago, it got replenished. It was just 10 Bitcoin, but that's why we're having issues here. Someone is like exiting.
Okay, so what we have to do here is call all our family members that have been asking, should they get in crypto right now? And we've been telling them maybe it's not the best time. Things are a little hot. I think it's time to rethink things. Call everyone up and tell them, buy, hurry. Signal.
You have so much energy. Well, I got good
Dude,
news.
I just bought some, man,
I'm
just because
calling
of
my
that.
grandma right now.
Call them all up. Aunts, uncles, grandmas, nephews, nieces.
Oh damn it!
Son, daughters.
This is so fucked up. I just woken up right now
Language,
because of some
language,
alarm. Oh,
Watch
language.
your
sorry,
language. Watch
sorry.
your language.
Oh,
There's
sorry,
only
sorry.
30 left. There's only 30 Bitcoin left. Maybe we can. That's not a lot, 30 Bitcoin.
I had some open positions and I got basically stopped out at the oh damn it that week. Now it's going up again. Oh my god.
Welcome to the club. You're not the only one, don't worry.
Good
It's the
morning.
game. It's the game. Good morning. Enjoy the
Oh,
day.
yeah.
There's always another opportunity.
I
Sometimes
was
it
stopped
takes
out
a
by
while, though.
$8 for sake. Oh, oh yeah, yeah. You know, I think the market has a mind of its own, and when you're sleeping, it's like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you.
There's still 35 Bitcoin at the level. Oh, come on. Someone do something. Yeah, this is... There's no patience, right? So that's how an ascending triangle works now. Is people eventually lose patience and just break resistance. No,
I always feel like it's the market maker putting a cap on the top of where they want it to go.
I don't think. Yeah, maybe it's. I mean, I think this is some big player liquidity provider exiting. Actually, it's not big. It's not that big, right? Like the whole thing is very low. We're just talking 200 Bitcoin being sold, so it's just a whale. Back up at 43 Bitcoin.
So is the
Do you
price going to
guys
be
see
different
it
on
go
different?
from here?
I think we might drop $100. That's what's going to happen.
I think we're going to go up to $119,000.
No, not just on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, for example.
Ethereum is going to get a nice 12% pump.
Ah, that would be nice. That would be nice, Drew.
It's set up to even pump. I think everything's pretty much set up right now. Unless Bitcoin doesn't make it here.
Well, it's going to drop another $25. And we'll see what happens there. $35, sorry. Yeah, we're at 414. 406. 400. Even on a 1000x, you can't make money when it's so little volatile, right? With $100, it's 0.001%. Actually, on a 1000x, you would have made 10% shorting that resistance and TPing here. The fees would probably be much higher than that, though. $390, not $380. Seriously? Okay. You guys think we can reverse back up $100 higher? Actually, it's a bit less than 100.
I hope we do.
It's $80. So 0.008%. Nah, man, we're bored. Weekend is time to play alts anyway. Maybe some alts are moving a bit more now. Nah, it's the same. Well, just no trade, you know.
You could try the little bitty caps. It seems like there's a few of those. That's about it. There's really nothing.
It's
But if we
Robot
zoom out,
City, man.
a lot of stuff happened. If we zoom out a bit, we just zoomed in on the 1 minute here because yeah, it's been slow. Like overall, alts dropped, and I was looking like at Cardano. It made a low too, like Sui did. A lot of stuff made low than Thursday low. Friday morning, Thursday evening low. Yeah. ETH didn't. Bitcoin didn't.
So it looks like Bitcoin dominance made a higher high today. Is that right?
On the daily, this is still potentially a lower high, but yeah, we're very close to the previous high, which was put at the beginning of May.
It hit a new local high, though.
Yeah, but like the previous high would be on daily time frame, it would be 7th of May, and yeah, we're very close.
That was a vector candle in the 5 minute. I think it's now getting taken. Yeah. Vector candle recovery from the downside. So that kind of ruins that triangle. So we're just gonna have to watch the EMAs and wait for momentum, because it looks like momentum is starting to shift to the downside. Really difficult to say. There would have to be a significant amount of buying for anything to happen. Otherwise, I think it's just gonna break down and people's stop losses will get hit, and then they'll go after long liquidations. Because there is vectors down below. And I don't think there was enough juice to push us up to the vectors above.
Don't forget I cheated and redrew the triangle, so it's a bit like we just touched it now, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, you can draw it however you want, but the 618 and the 200 SMA have, or 200 EMA, the 15 minute,
yeah,
they've
I
been
know.
holding as resistance.
Yeah. I know.
If there's a deviation above, it's probably to get liquidations, and it might just wick back down and be a swing fail.
You know, eventually we're gonna turn that 200 EMA into support. The question is where, right? Like it could be here, yeah, it could, but most likely it could be like at 102 after a lower low below 100, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it has a better chance getting above it the lower it goes. The easier it will be to get above it, make it into support. That's why if it always takes like, 2 or 3 times for Bitcoin to get back above it before it really starts to pull to the support and make momentum back towards a reversal. At least that's my experience. I could be wrong and it could do it tonight, but I'm just wondering why there's not, if that was going to be the case, why is there not more volume coming in? We actually made a slightly higher high on lower volume, so what's a volume divergence?
On the 5 minute, like the last high was a bit higher, right?
15 minute, but yeah, there's the wick
Uh,
I'm talking about, it's just slightly higher. And then yeah,
That's
you have
because we're looking at
bearish
perpetuals.
divergence on the 5 minute.
So that's because we're looking at perpetuals, right? Because if you look at spot, it's exactly equal. All these highs are exactly equal to the dollar, to the cent. They're all equal because there's a sell wall that's stopping it. So they're all exactly equal. On perpetuals, of course, there are differences, right? But on spot, they're all exactly equal. It's exactly 105, 480. All of them. And we tapped it, I mean, let me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Maybe the 9th attempt will work. No, okay, this one will fail too because it's 8. Maybe I counted a bit too much. Wait, let's round it. Let's call 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is gonna be the 5th if you zoom out. I mean, next time will be the 5th. If you round a bit the initial 3 types.
Might be doing the old Greg Louganis. Drew was talking about.
Wait, I thought we switched it up. It's Greg lose gains or wait, no, Greg lose gains is lose gains.
Greg lose gainers.
Lose gains is.
Ah, I like this. 105,379. Let's see if it holds. No? Nope. Okay.
Trying to tell you, man. That's a lower low now.
Yeah, I'm scalping my position.
You guys are exiting because Bitcoin dropped $50?
It's a pivotal moment here, and I think it's going to be a good scalp.
Yeah, it's not about how much it dropped. It's about it losing momentum and potentially losing structure that it's been building. So,
Well, I mean, wow, what's your worst case here? You're gonna drop 0.5%.
Zeus, we don't all hold positions for 6.5 years.
Right.
But it'd be 0.5 both ways if it drops to the bottom of the channel, so it'd be a
Look
full
at that.
percent, right?
Look at the hourly. I mean, even if we touch 104.9, that could be a good scalp.
Even if we go to 102, you're just talking like barely 3% down, right? 2.5%.
Let's go, baby. Let's pump.
Yeah, 3%. That's still like, for me, I get a lot more Doge if I buy down there.
Right, of course. But for me, these decisions are not taken like on a $50 down the wick. But the area, like of course, I mean, this area, if you...
It's not just the down wick, it's the weight of the
bearish
cells.
retest.
Yeah.
Just the momentum. It's that once you see, it was very low volume, and then deciding when we had a chance to hold, a whale
So with
decided to
divergence
stop
on the
there.
1 minute, we about to pump, baby.
We'll see.
You're right. Like you could very well plan for rejection in this area to go buy low. Yeah, it's just that I don't know. Like you should have already sold for it if that was the case.
It's not
When
that
we
much
reached
lower
it,
than it was.
like
we'll see. We don't know what's right until it happens. Because if whoever like me sold right here and I'm able to buy lower, then it's good. If not, I lose position. It is what it is, But the future shall say.
well, there's still 40 Bitcoin preventing it to break what now looks more like a sideways range than an ascending triangle, right? And we might just have done the fake out downward, right? Of how many? Like $15? Yeah, $20 low. Maybe now we could do the fake out upward, like just get rid of that 40 Bitcoin, like fully get the liquidity there, right? The sell wall, and then reverse down for good. That would make sense actually. Like reverse down to where this started from. So it's like 100, or maybe like instead of just $20 lower, we could go like $200 lower. So 104,500? No, 105, sorry. Ooh, no, actually, even 104,200, huh? To touch golden bucket, because Bitcoin got very close, but didn't, right? 103,900 something.
If I buy RSR with all the money I just sold Doge with, I could pump RSR 44% on Coinbase.
Damn.
Ooh.
44.5% slippage if I went all in on RSR right now. Hell no.
Hover right back to the top of that mini range there. What the hell is going
yeah,
on?
yeah, and
I
we
don't
took
trust
out.
it.
Do you know how much we took out? Like 1.2 Bitcoin got taken there. That's all. So there's still 40. But the trend is now down. We put a lower low and an equal high, so maybe you can expect a lower low again. No, no, it's a wick on the 5 minutes. It's just a wick. It's a bullish candle, that red candle.
So far, we have a lower high and then bearish engulfing on the 1 minute.
Oh, you're on the 1 minute. I was on the 5. All right, all right. Actually, you're right. Let's zoom in. Hey, but you have 3 green in a row. But that's a bullish pattern, no?
Yeah, it's 3 white soldiers.
Ooh, the 5th attempt. It's an, it's not an
I'm
even
not
number.
gonna give too much of a. I'm not gonna give it too much weight on the 1 minute. I don't know. Maybe there's people shorting. It
yeah.
might do a swing fail up and just take out all the relative equal highs and go a little bit higher. But
So the problem is, for me, any short idea needs a stop loss above 107. Like that's, I wouldn't. Yeah, I need a stop loss above 107. And we're like, well, it's not that close, 107. So yeah, it's more than 1% away. So gonna have to wait. Because yeah, it's time for me to go sleep. I can enter a short and just go sleep. The problem is, I wouldn't feel comfortable having my stop loss just above this sell wall. Because yeah, like you said, an SFP is pretty. I mean, even if it's not an SFP thingy, we could like you'd want it at least above the previous high, no? Yeah, 1.6%. Some of these alts are still going a bit upward with this sideways Bitcoin at resistance here. X3 is still climbing a bit, right? And Chile is also now coming towards that 15-minute 200 EMA almost. It's almost there, yeah. I guess I should close this and just call it a successful scalp, but it made double what Sui made actually. And yeah, 23%. Well, Sui is at 10. Well, 14. Yeah, man, Chile's call was quite cool.
Yeah, these bulls lost their fight. They can't push this any harder. They're gonna try right here one last time. If they do, I think I might jump into position on a breakout. Maybe not.
Grandma just bought, baby. Let's go.
Well, price barely moved. No, like
Yeah,
$100.
I just don't think the Bulls have enough right here. I think they need to reset a little bit.
5 or 6 days.
You don't think my grandma's a whale?
Oh, you hit her up? She answered? She picked up?
The question is, are they going to replenish the wall again or not, right? Like, that's what I wonder. We haven't bought it enough this time to know. It was only 1 Bitcoin, so... if it doesn't
That's
get
good how it
replenished,
goes.
maybe we can break it, yeah.
I could buy a lot more ETH somehow. I don't know how that worked out because I didn't know Doge did better than ETH, but now I can buy much more ETH than I could have last time. Interesting.
That's cool. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, before I went in my Doge position, I was only able to buy an amount that had 6 Ethereum less. Right now, I mean, right now I can buy, I would get 6 Ethereum more if I bought. I'll be right back.
We are consolidating at resistance, so there is a chance that we could break up, but
Yeah, but even if we
I'm not
break
putting
up,
my eggs in there.
for scalp, okay, but for like the problem is for me, the problem is even if we break up, we'll come back here anyway. So like it's likely that we'll come back here anyway. It's more than like 50% chance, right? So for me, this is all non-interesting stuff. I'm just waiting for Monday overall. But you know, some weekends are really cool to trade. Most of them are not though. You kind of feel it when it's intuition sometimes helps to try to guess if a weekend is gonna be a bit different. Yeah, it's context. But it's actually surprising that this weekend is not a bloodbath, because it could have been one. I guess people don't care that much about a new war going on now.
Well, it still could be if we make this rounded top, even though we made a higher high and we repeat what happened back in 20. When was that? You know, when we hit 60 something and 69,000, we made the higher high, but then dropped all the way to 15K or wherever we dropped down to. Oh, we're getting some buy.
So if you're on the wrong side,
Double bottom on the 8 hour.
On Bitcoin, 8 hour. I mean, you would have said 7 hour, I would understand, but 8 hour? That's interesting.
And this candle's holding above the trend line. Hopefully, we just get the rip.
Right.
Not gonna lie, this hourly is looking pretty nice.
Let's go, Grandma. Push this thing.
Yo, tell Grandma to chill because I got to get back in position. Hold on.
Yeah, but even if we pump, we're gonna fail at 106 something. 106 700 maybe? No. Then we'll come back down here. Maybe we'll have worsened our situation at that point, and it will gather enough strength to actually put a low below
I don't
99.
know. It can go straight up to 108 on this move. Looking at the 15-minute, like
That changes
107.5, 108.
If we break above 106.8, that changes a lot of stuff. I don't think I'm expecting any lower lows at that point. Back to the idea of having a new all-time high.
These bulls better do something soon before China starts to sell.
China cannot sell. Look at
Oh,
the stock
yes,
market.
they can.
They don't have money to sell. Like
They have a lot of Bitcoin to sell.
It's a bear market over there. They're like,
They have Bitcoin. They have so much Bitcoin and so much Ethereum.
yeah, but they have less than America has now because
No, they don't. That's not true.
but
Everyone
you can
thinks
sell
that's true.
you can sell 1% of Nvidia and buy plenty Bitcoin, while China.
Yeah, but we're talking about crypto accumulation. I think China has more crypto accumulated than the U.S.
China is about to begin a huge bull run. And after that bull run is done, they'll have buying power over American assets. Right now, they don't. Like the stock market never had a bull run. If you look at 0.00001, I love that ticker, by the way. It's a Shanghai Composite Index. They're not in a bull run. So there's a potential of a bull run. There's also a potential for a huge crisis, of course, but there's also a potential of a bull run. Right? The context is very different in China. There's no huge bull run to potentially retrace. There's also no inflation, so that kind of explains why they don't have a bull run, right? Maybe it'll just continue sideways like it's been doing for now more than 10 years. Yeah, since 2016. The Chinese stock market is really not doing much since 2016. Like 20% up, 20% down, that's all. Well, maybe they'll decide to print money and invest and pump their stocks,
These bulls better wake up. It's not going to hang out here that much longer. You guys better do something because we're about to dump it hard if you guys don't do something. So if you're out there, do it now. If you don't do it, you're toast.
Hey, somebody bought 6 Bitcoin. There's now 36 Bitcoin left. Oh, 32. Somebody bought 4 Bitcoin. There's now only 32 Bitcoin left. You know, the Saudis, they have a lot of money, right? Dubai and all. These people are the ones having missiles fly over their head right now. I mean, I can understand why they don't want to buy the cell wall. They're probably, well, affected more than others. On the other hand, they're probably the ones happy about this because it's also their enemy, right? Iran is enemy of Saudis because we are allied with Saudis and not, yeah, right. Actually, I'm not sure if, well, doesn't matter. Thing is, the Saudis are not buying the cell wall. It's been like 3 hours. There's only 30 left. I just want to wait for it to be over and go watch a movie after. 28? I'm zoomed in looking at individual orders coming in right now because
Do not fail me, Grandma.
well, there's just nothing happening. It's crazy.
I'm back. We can go up now. What's going on, everybody?
Zoomed in on the 1 second and there you go. Okay,
Told you I'm back.
Did you just buy 40 Bitcoin? Damn. Wow.
Nah, I went to check my food.
Ah.
I went to check my food and it smelled way too good, so I had to eat. I couldn't even make it back to the screen to tell y'all.
So, if this is a fake out, we should drop below. Well, we should
Fake
come
out
back
where?
below 105, 480, right?
Yeah, bottom of the range, top of the range, guys. Nothing's changed since earlier. Bottom of the range,
Dbloc,
top of the range until any volume picks up. What happened?
Yeah, but we have a 1 minute time frame range here. It's $100 in size, and we like monitored every single dollar move. So
Yeah, no, I can tell by the chart that it's been boring as shit. We literally just ran flat since I left, which I appreciate market maker for holding it down, but it's not intended.
Actually, he holded it up. People were selling, but we did like an ascending triangle. Then we did a fake out. Then we did a second bigger fake out, and now we're doing a third fake out, but this time to the upside. Maybe it's not the fake out. Well, yeah, for now it's not a fake out.
Nah, I ate, worked out for a bit, smoked a little dessert, took care of Grandma Block. Make sure Grandma Block is all right.
Oh, could this be the Greg Louganis that everybody's been scared about?
That might be the swing fail.
It's
I don't
top of
wanna
the range,
speak too
bottom of the
soon,
range,
but-
top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range.
Drew, you wanna hop in on the retest?
So where
or
do
not?
you?
Nope.
So you have a target that's higher than this Dbloc or what? Or is
Daily
this a-
old daily open was where my target was, but we've already, So at this point, probably just hitting resistance. This vector gap is full of liquidations, but I don't see anything saying that we're gonna go above that. I mean, if we do, we'll see it in the volume, and we'll see it on the tape. And the tape isn't really, well, right as I said that, we had like 12 Bitcoin come through, but the tape's been pretty quiet. And we're up on volume now, obviously, right, with this pump, so that's good. We broke the downtrend on
Remember you were
volume.
saying he'll probably finish it with a vector, and then it will get taken back, and we'll drop again.
Yeah, the top of this, because we're still putting in our psychological. Where the hell are my psychological ranges at? Hold on. For some reason, the psych ranges
Somebody
don't like the
earlier
10
was
minute.
asking if you.
It's
you
still
shut it off.
calculating.
There it is. Yeah, but it wasn't showing on the 10 minute for some reason. So like I said earlier, I think we extend to the top of the range, clear these liquidations. But I think we make it back underneath CME close before 2 in the morning. Or at least attempt to. Which means I don't have a lot of faith for that. And if you put that with confluence of low volume, low activity on the tape, not a lot of will to buy, regular weekend shenanigans.
So is this a type 1 trap?
No, we've got our two. Yeah. They're very close though, right? So invalidations are pretty easy. Surprised we didn't invalidate this one or free the the bottom. But yeah, type 1 trap so far.
So are you expecting if it holds all the way through tomorrow? Are you expecting the false move Monday to be to the downside?
Well, we'd have to see what's stacked up liquidation wise by then. Let's see who gets really aggressive tomorrow. I personally don't see market maker motivation to go down at all. They've cleared all the vectors on the way down. They cleared most of the liquidity on the way down. Yeah, we've got some, but this is nothing compared to what was down before. The first time we went to 100. Came back and cleared all of that. No real unrecovered vectors to speak of. Right? So as far as market maker motivation goes, it shouldn't be big. Which means I would err on the side of a sweep down, false move down, 3-day up. That's where I'm leaning right now. Ask me again tomorrow, though. Right now, we're gonna come up and clear all these liquidations that landed, that filled up while we were going down. Right, this whole thing was full of licks. Once we get up here, these guys will get super aggressive, and this will be full of licks. The question is, on the flush of those liquidations, does it just keep going and give us our false move, or will we get another round of yin yang?
So, can we get our false move tomorrow?
I mean, it could happen. This shit could happen right now.
But it doesn't have to be Monday.
No. It could be on. It could be on Sunday. It could be on. We've had false moves on Saturday. I think the most likely is that it's at least until after the psychological range is set. They usually don't like to do the false move while you're.
Thursday.
Can I finish answering the question before? I think that we'll have the false move. We won't have the false move while the psychological ranges are setting, because that will give you a massive sort of psychological range, and they tend not to do that.
All right. Makes sense.
Yeah, but
Nice.
remember, this shit can get irrational sometimes, especially when we're getting close. So that's why I'm not just setting it and
Nice,
forgetting it, kind of just watching.
The cat's away.
That's a good point. Do you consider it was irrational that, you know, total market cap dropped like 5% last week because of war news, or do you, like?
I don't think it was because of war news. We had imbalances down to 100K that needed to be. I mean, we were waiting for that 100K for a month. Damn near.
Well, you're right, but rationality is a bit the way price acts compared to news, right? Like,
The speed of it, yeah. The drop was happening
I remember
anyways. The speed
Ukraine-
of the drop accelerated, but when's the
One
last
experience I
time?
have-
When's the last time that you saw non-crypto related news affect the direction? Meaning, we're moving up, we're parabolic. News comes out. Oh my God! God candle to the bottom. It's always an accelerant, right? Price is already dropping. Bombs drop. Oh, the floor falls out from underneath price. Like it's used as a tool, as an accelerant. It's like putting fuel on the fire.
I'm not sure, but I think I remember you 2 or 3 years ago, and we were already having. I think it was about Taiwan, don't know, or was it about Iran already? Like this has already happened. I just don't
Yeah.
remember where Bitcoin was, and I wanted to go look what happened.
That's
But
why I
it's not
was.
the first time.
So
But
I
it
was
never
bitching
became
about
reality.
people calling it a black swan because it's like, guys, Israel and Iran going to war is not a black swan. Like even
Yeah,
people
it's
who aren't, people who
we've
watch
lived that
action
fear.
movies are expecting that. Like they don't even have to be historians,
Yeah, I remember very well, and you were walking us through those events a bit, but it didn't become reality in the end.
No.
There were, like you were telling about troops and
What they do is that they respond because they have to save face. Like Iran will respond because they have to save face, but they don't tend to escalate. And then it's sort of there's response, counter response, and eventually it just fizzles out. The problem is when one escalates on the counter response, right? You slap me and I shoot you. Now's when that gets kind of, you're like, oh shit, okay.
Well, that's kind of what's happening. No.
Oh no, it was. I would say it was less than equal, right? It was very targeted what Israel did. They took out a lot of infrastructure. They took out Iran just sent over some shit. They flooded the zone. Last time they stopped all of their drones, so they sent some drones. They sent some ballistics. They kind of switched it up. Now, depending on what Israel's response is going to be, right? Is Israel going to escalate this, or will it just be another sort of small scale response and then look for Iran's response? Is that an escalation to what Israel did, or is it just political theater? Because one thing Iran can't do is not respond, right? The people aren't. You have to do something, right, to save face, especially in the region. But you can be smart enough to not do too much that brings down the wrath of the U.S., because then you'll get blamed for that too. All politics, man.
Right.
It's a game I'm glad I don't have to play, bro. Can't imagine making those decisions.
Also, this isn't a black swan because Trump warned us multiple times before it happened.
This
right?
isn't. Sometimes
but the
I feel
impact
like
for the coming weeks and months could be significant. No?
it was. What the thing about black swans is like your education level is going to determine how many black swans you experience. right? Somebody that pays no attention to geopolitics, like every time something happens, it's like, wow, I never thought that could, you know what I mean? So you're gonna react to it like if it's a black swan. That's why when I talk about killing black swans, when we're just sitting here shooting the shit and putting on our tin hats and just thinking about every possible outcome that could possibly happen, it seems like a dumb experiment, but until actually something happens that we've talked about. And now it's not pure panic and chaos, right? You've already considered it. You've already thought about what you would do if something happened.
Price of oil could affect stuff though, if basically inflation, because we're running under cheaper energy costs, then it raises prices, therefore affecting the inflation rate.
Yeah, that's the argument that they have right now, that behind the scenes Powell is forced to cut rates because of all of this. But remember what I told you, they're gonna try to get I know, I'm with you, Susie. They're gonna try to
me,
get,
please, because I don't understand. Explain it, because
it's gonna cost business money, which means it's gonna bring down everybody's profits. Everything's gonna be looking shit. Economy slows down. They need to stimulate. But it's not gonna. In my opinion, it's not gonna work like that. In my opinion, they're selling that news to bulls, and what's gonna happen is when the day comes and he doesn't cut, which is what everybody's already expecting anyways, they'll overreact like if it was some big slap in the face.
that's the worst way to start a cut. If you start a cut because you're forced into it because inflation is spiking.
No, they'll never. You think Powell's
because of
gonna do
energy
that?
prices?
No. Powell's not gonna do that. So I said it's just a talking point for Twitter right now to get people excited.
So for me, the potential impact of this high oil price is that there will be no cut. Not that he will cut.
Yeah.
He's even less likely to cut now.
Yeah, Jean, we have a lot of oil, but the difference is the oil that we're willing to use. Right? America likes to stockpile his oil or leave it in the ground and buy cheap oil from everyone else.
Not cheap, free.
Well, yeah, basically.
Just
as close to free as we can get it.
Worst case, we'll just send a few tanks.
Nah, we'll get a good price before that. It's a dirty game, man. It really is.
But if someone starts selling oil in euros,
that's what I was saying. That it's the
then you send tanks.
Yeah. The petrol dollar is the real issue there.
You know, they say it's the reason why America went to Iraq. It's Saddam Hussein was selling oil in euros.
Yeah, none of that. Any time in history that anybody has had the bright idea to sell their oil, but for anything but the U.S. dollar, has led to an incursion of some sort.
Aren't the Saudis selling in Yuan now, or in Bitcoin, or like? What's up with that? Because remember, we were waiting for America's response, right? In the end, Trump is now friend with the Saudis. Like, what happened there? Like, it's probably
America's always had a sort of weird relationship with the Saudis. Honestly, it's like a don't ask, don't tell relationship.
Biden completely failed in the region, right? While Trump seems to have obtained some success, but why? Like, what changed geopolitically? What changed?
The carrot and the stick.
Oh, he threatened leverage. To bomb them?
Tariffs.
I got a theory for you. I think, like Dbloc was saying, that that we normally stockpile our oil or just leave it in the ground. I think part of Trump's plan, the way that he talked, was to sell American oil. What better way than to disrupt the oil in the Middle East?
Oh, he's ready to get it pumping. Yeah, he's drill baby drill, which is funny because he'd be standing up there talking about drill baby drill, and Elon's behind him like, bruh. Like, I'm trying to save my whole marketing scheme here is that we're trying to save the planet. I'm trying to sell some Teslas, bro. Like, what are you doing?
But I think that they thought that was going to be part of the way to get us out of the national debt, was to sell oil.
Yeah.
And like I said, Middle East is our competition with OPEC and all of that. What better way than to disrupt it with war?
Yeah, the sneaky truth about oil is it doesn't matter who buys it, doesn't matter who sells it, as long as they're transacting in the dollar, the United States benefits from it. So it's never, because we go to war and then you hear the mainstream media, or like the protesters, like, we're just going in for the oil, we're gonna steal the. Most of the time it's because we're going in because you're accepting another currency for your oil, and that needs to stop. We don't want the oil itself. We just need the strength of the petrodollar to remain. But the crypto dollar will eventually take that. The growth of stables will eventually be bigger than the petrodollar. And what will
Why a lot
give
of people
this,
hate crypto.
what'll give dollar its strength going into the future and maybe another bump up on its whole, global currency is going to be stables, in my opinion. The amount of transactions that are about to come through on stables, bro, is going to be insane. And every stable is tied to the dollar, right? So as long as that stays that way, and the top stablecoin providers stay the highest bondholders, like the biggest bondholders, the dollar is not really under threat for a while.
So that's how Bitcoin dominance is going to go below 39% again.
A lot
Is
of
those
it will
stable
be
coins
stables.
growing?
A lot
That's
of it is
so
going to be
sad.
stables.
That's so sad
Tether
for
a
us.
stable coin?
Yep. Tether,
And it's not American,
USDC,
right?
DAI. Yeah, Tether and USDC are both American, I believe.
Okay. I'm glad you clarified that because I got under the impression it was not.
Yeah. DAI isn't. It's really just those two. I think there's another one. PayPal counts,
No,
right?
I don't think
There's
Tether
PayPal
is.
US.
Yeah, PayPal USD, PYUSD. But yeah, I don't think Tether is American based. I think that's why when they were asked to, when they were asked to like show their holdings, like basically what they had in their reserves on record, they said like "F you," like we don't have to show you anything.
Oh, they're one of these Virgin Island things.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not. I think it's a U.S. company. They're just not in the U.S. But Tether, the Tether CEO, I believe that the management is American, and they're just hiding in Virgin Islands for tax reasons, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, if I had to split right now, if I had to get all my money, put it in one stable coin, couldn't move it for the next 10 years, it would be USDC. And this is probably the first bull market where during the last bull market, I would have probably said Tether. But we've had a lot happen. I mean, yeah, we've had a lot happen with Tether in the UK and but I still honestly mostly keep it 50-50. Just don't want to put all the eggs in one basket just in case the, unheard of happens. USDC, in my opinion, I've been saying this for a long time, is the pilot program. It's been a US pilot program for a digital dollar. But he thinks the digital dollar is going to be owned by the government. I don't
Does
necessarily
USDC
agree.
provide a total token amount and all? Like, next time they print money, are we gonna see it in USDC metrics, for example?
Yeah.
Or?
Both of them are pretty transparent now with their, the problem is before, so much of it was backed by commercial paper, right? Like so much of it was backed by commercial debt, and it was Chinese commercial debt, right? That whole Evergrande shit. So that was sketchy, right? Because your money is basically backed on the largest real estate company by the largest real estate company in China, which was about to go under. Like that was the last real sort of big tether FUD. But that's when they went into bonds heavy. That's what I was saying was the most brilliant move I've probably seen in crypto this whole time, was that move that Stables made. They went from being enemy number one to irreplaceable with one swift move.
I think they're going to become enemy again with the Democrats because they're seeing how much money Trump's getting, and they're going to put a lot of bills saying we don't want Trump getting this money.
They're holding way too many bonds, bro.
Yeah.
Way too much. Congress is like in love with them right now. They answer so many of their like they take care of so many of their problems.
Yeah, but you still got like Warren and Senator Warren and them. They're just like, man, they're gung ho about. They're just like, stop everything.
They better
Probably
win.
loading up.
They better win the midterm.
Yeah, right.
So ascending triangle, fake out, breakout, retest, or
Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. PayPal's
we're
actually got
retesting
some
the
exciting
breakout.
news with XLM. They're
I'm
gonna
still
be
thinking it's in
sending. They're
Greg's.
gonna be using XLM to send payments, national remittances, I believe it was.
I'm just thinking Bitcoin's giving us a perfect regular gainers here.
Almost at the top of the range. It wouldn't be unheard of, but there's a little chunk of vector that should act as some. What we did is we broke that daily downtrend, right? We consolidated there for a minute, which you guys have been suffering through for the past 3 hours. And that should create. If that didn't create some support, you know what I mean? Then we got a
It's always
problem.
ascending triangles. It's what makes them break out. No, it's people just lose patience in the end. And
Yeah. We can't even call it a front run at 100K, Yash. Right? It's a 6-figure asset, and we missed the target by $150, $220, something like that. Within the margin of error. It's not something that I think they go back for. You know what I mean? There was just buy orders set all the way to 100K. Price moved through as many of them as it possibly could before, before it actually started to affect price. That's the danger of setting your buy orders at one specific level for the whole, your entire position. Two of my buy orders got left behind, which is way better than having the whole position. You know what I mean?
But that's because you don't market, right?
I mean, you can just mark it, but even then, right? Like, there's people that, and like, I'm not talking about this situation exactly, but even now, like, if people were looking for 104K, right, and it comes down to 417, and then starts going up, they won't mark it. Like, they won't mark it. They'll think it's coming back. This is just, they'll wait and they'll wait and they'll wait. And it's like, when you really think about it, it's like you didn't get in position for $33. Like.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Because of ABCs when
With
I don't get the
TPs,
low, I don't.
with TPs, it's the worst. You gotta take profit. You've got a target, beautiful target, comes up, wicks, but doesn't quite get it. And you get married to that.
Yeah. So you would also spread your exit then.
If it was good enough to scale in, it's good enough to scale out.
Oh, that's
So if it's good
complex.
enough
Well,
to
this is very
gorilla in,
complex. Too
if it's good
complex.
enough to gorilla in, it's good enough to gorilla out too, then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a strict thing. You make a move towards your TP. You see that impulse up. You see it stop. Nothing wrong with taking 20%, just in case that was it. Acting accordingly from there. It's about taking stuff off the table.
Well, if it was
put
the
it this
plan
way,
when you entered the trade, okay, but
well, that should
otherwise, no.
it should always be your plan to act accordingly to what the charts are telling you. Right? If you see volume dying off, you didn't quite get up to your level, but everything else is telling you that it's rolling over.
Yeah.
You can't get married to it just because you said, nope, I said that was my target. And unless you've moved your stop all the way up, right? Unless you've been trailing your stop all the way up and you're like, look, either it's going to hit my last stop where I put it or I'm going to get my target. And that's cool.
Someone said 200K before 99 when we were at 100. very little probability of working, right? But in that trade, imagine you TP anything before even like 110, right? It's gonna eat so much into the profits at 200 that.
Well, that's way too
maybe
far.
it's
You're nowhere near your target. You took it at 50% of what your measured move was. That'd be way too much. But look at it like this: if you pop up, and you're $300 or $400 off your target, and you take 20%, 30%, even 40%, if price continues to move up to your target, how much money did you really miss out on? Like 30% of your portfolio going up another 0.3% or 30% of your trade going up another 0.03% or whatever it was, versus the risk that you take.
Right.
And remembering that none of that shit is your money until you hit that button.
Yep.
That's our
Oh,
money.
even when you hit it. The problem is to keep it. So.
Be right back.
Speaking of hitting the button, somebody just hit the sell button.
Oh,
And
damn.
it dropped through the previous top.
By
I was saying that I thought that could
yeah,
have been a
you're
swing
right.
fail.
Yeah. $30 lower than the neckline, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
we can reverse the up move since 104 300.
I think it's going to take a little bit more convincing to like get it to actually break down, but
Let's see if these last 3 hours meant anything.
Chile's touched 200 EMA on the 15. Damn, I missed that. Oh well, I don't care.
Bitcoin's testing the local angular support here.
I'll tell you what, man, they're gonna the last 3 hours is gonna mean something to my therapist.
Let's see if we hold our daily downtrend.
Dumpy.
Welcome if you got him.
His funding rates turned positive on Bitcoin again. Not by much, but I hope not too many people are longing.
Doesn't seem like they're too aggressive. We've got a bunch. Nobody's been bold enough to put their liquidation level above the 50 at least. Right? When you see them really degenerate is when they're like literally all the way up through the 50 in between before a mean reversion. Like
it's because the whole thing is less than 1%. No, that's why there's nobody there.
it's never stopped them before. Actually, let's go down slower. Lower time
Yeah,
frame.
but 100x is like maximum leverage on most exchanges. No, so 1% is where your liquidation would be. Like even if you go 100x long here, your liquidation level is at 104 or something, right? So I think that's why. It's because even if you go 100x breakout long at the top, your leak is at 104 or something. Yeah, 104 500 now.
Yeah,
Well, $1,000 lower. Yeah.
Looks like this ends up as a Greg Louganis, maybe. He hit his head on
Yep,
the diving board.
Mo Greg.
Now he's gonna do
Yeah,
that
and
cartoon
we're-
shit where he lands on the diving board under and springs up and does like a triple flip and comes back up to the top one. Learned his lesson, man. He's gonna duck his head this time. Watch.
Yeah, but we're lower than where you sold, Drew. Yeah, went a little bit higher.
Yeah, right now I can buy just about as much as I sold because of transaction fees, but I can buy more ETH than I had before I got in Doge, so that's a good thing.
Right on. But yeah, screw ETH, but yeah, right on.
Yeah, right now I still can't buy more Doge, but that's like I always have. I jot down with on a notebook right next to me every position that I'm interested in. The last time before I get in my position, what the other one's coin count was, So now, like right before I got in Doge, I was only able to get, 4 less basically Ethereum than I could now. Now, if I get an Ethereum after my Doge position, I could get 4 more Ethereum than I could have before my Doge position.
That's a
So
good
instead
habit
of
to
going
get
back into
into.
Doge instead of going back into my Doge for my USDC, now I'm going to get into Ethereum because it didn't perform as good as Doge did.
Good habit to get into when accumulating is having a pen and paper next to you and literally writing down your coin count before you sell. Screw the money, screw everything else, just the amount of coins and the point at which you sold.
Well, exchanges show you that info on the chart.
Not everybody.
Yeah, I mean most exchanges do, but it's good. I think it's a good habit just to like.
I'm telling you,
know,
it makes a
organic.
difference. Pen and paper, 75,000 Doge, big red line on the chart where you sold. Don't buy above the red line. When you buy, write down your new coin count. What happens is people that aren't used to doing this, because it's not natural, right? People aren't really used to compounding coins like this. They're used to just putting in more money, buying more coin. But what happens is you'll look at your piece of paper after a couple days, and you'll say, if you do it correctly, you'll say 75,000, 125,000, 170,000, 250,000. Oh shit! Right? You see that coin count going up, and you haven't put in a single dollar.
Yeah, I do that with my top 3 coins. So even if I have one position, one of those 3 have to be I have to be able to buy more coin than I did last time I took a notes of all 3 where they're at, and if not, I'm just gonna wait and go outside for a ride or something.
Well, that's how it is with BTC, right? Like when I'm trading against BTC pairs, if I can't buy back the amount of Bitcoin that I sold to buy that alt, I'd screwed up. I lost Bitcoin somehow. I don't care if I made $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on that alt.
Yeah.
When I put it back into BTC, if I have less Satoshis, I one wasted my time, and 2 screwed up. Like I should have just left it where it was. Yeah, man, we're sending prayers out to the whole region, man. The world's crazy right now. Some of us don't know how lucky we are to not have to worry about shit overhead on a regular basis.
For real.
Actually, we should worry about that. They're talking about World War III and nukes and this and that.
Nah, Americans definitely need to have it in their minds that it could possibly not always be as peaceful and sort of secure outside as it is, especially when shit like this happens. Even though it's not immediate and obviously we have certain protections and shit, but it's not impossible.
And I think people got to get hard to figure out who's doing something right or who's like what group is doing wrong, what group is doing right. It's like they're both doing something wrong, both doing something right. Who cares who they say? It's like it's got to stop. It's just like it's a mess.
I agree.
If you got breath in your lungs and unirradiated chickens, you're doing all right.
But like we got people in the chat, like probably in here now, but like literally last night popped in Jordan, like, hey, I can see shit outside my window. Like I took a video, look at this shit. Like we're talking not, very removed from the situation at all. You're like right next door. And then you would assume that if you're that close, you have people that actually live in the region as well. So yeah.
Have we heard from Buddy at all today?
Yeah, he's good. He said he wasn't close enough to be any, but I mean, shit flying overhead, bro. Even if it's just flying over your country to go to another country is wild to see and hear. Sirens and shit going off. He said that they have sirens, air sirens. The air siren goes off, and then the announcer announces where the rockets came from. Think about that for a minute. It's not enough to just have the air siren, but there's so many different groups that could be warring that they have to announce what group fired what towards where.
So when do we throw in the towel on this momentum? Does it have to make a lower low below that stopping volume candle a few minutes
Thir-
ago.
13 and the 50. You've got bullish momentum on the 5 minutes still until the 13 crosses the 50 and you get one candle of confirmation.
So, but if it closes below, you see the stopping volume candle I'm talking about at 105,
This one right here.
348. Let me look. No, to the left. Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that would
So,
cancel out the bullishness from that candle.
I mean, but then that increases the chances of
Wick
the
discovery.
13 actually crossing the 50.
Well, you know, you've seen price go under without pulling. It sort of guarantees price will come under. But if it's just wick discovery and it holds, then it won't. But chances are it will. I mean, we already hit the 800 EMA on the 5 minute for the most part. Right? We know that we're trying to lock in the CME gap into the psychological ranges. So if that 50 breaks, they'll come down. Maybe it holds the 200. Maybe they grab this, but they'll bring that CME gap within the range. And then we can see what's up. Right now, algos are set down, in my opinion.
They're set to the downside.
They're set to bring this CME gap within the psychological ranges.
It's $200 lower, right?
Yeah, it's not very far at all. It's like right there.
Yeah.
You mean they're going to try to bring the psych ranges into the CME gap?
Yeah, well, the goal is
Or
for the
CME close. There's no gap yet.
there's no gap yet. The goal is for the psychological range, whenever it sets at 2, to engulf the CME close. So that next week, when price is trying to come back to the mean, to the psychological range, if they haven't been able to close the CME gap, that move will close the CME gap just by the nature that it's inside of the psychological range. You get me?
Yeah.
Like an insurance policy on not being able to close CME.
So the psych high has to be above, and the psych low has to be
Yeah.
below the close.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
All right.
It's supposed to be 1% above and below, no?
That's the weekend trap for the most part gets set between between half and 1% above and below. Usually our CME gap is about 1%. When they're doing their job and they're keeping it nice and tight, it'll be 1%.
This vector gap that Ethereum left behind is pretty spooky.
On what?
Everything at 2,300 down to 1,800.
Oh yeah, on the daily. Yeah.
Oh, that got hit hard.
Daily for Ethereum is sort of the same as Bitcoin. You don't want to close a daily underneath the 50 EMA, or we open up vector gaps underneath. That 50 EMA will protect us from grabbing those vectors, but those vectors are long. Like
percentage-wise, vector gap on ETH is much bigger than on Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, because the move was so explosive. Remember, ETH BTC went crazy and ETH just took off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
BTC went crazy, ETH took off.
You'd think we'd hold the bottom of that range a little bit longer, though, right? If it was to do that. Like maybe hold the bottom, go back into the top one more time, put a lower high, and then break down.
Yeah, I mean, we do have, the problem is that on the micro, we have a bit of an issue.
It could do a giant Bart Simpson.
Right? You see the bear flag that we put in. We're saying be careful sort of in these ranges here. We've come down. And, rising wedge, bearish channel, whatever you want to call it, still looks weak.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
But holding the bottom of this range that we've made is, if I had to bet, and I guess that's kind of what we do for a living.
I was gonna
right?
say, that's what you're doing right now.
If I had to put money on it, oh wait, I do. It would be another deviation out of the range, and same as we've had. But I think the range for the most part holds. So if we break 245, then I would be in a don't trip by the dip sort of mentality. until, be clear, until
Close the daily below the 50.
Until we break that daily. If we close a daily underneath the 50, I'm not tripping, but I'm no longer buying the dipping just yet.
2,100 is support if that happens.
Don't freak out about this Mexi candle. Already see some of you guys in chat starting to freak out about this Mexi candle.
God,
look, this was a
I'm
glitch.
looking
Okay.
at 1,875-ish.
Before that, you have the huge liquidation party of 2nd of February, right? And that, I think, has a chance of holding.
All the way back in February?
Yeah, February 2025, if the collapsed, I mean, you can call that a collapse. It's a single daily candle, right? That went down 30%.
Yeah, but so much time has passed since then. I don't know.
Yeah, but look good on the left. It was already a double bottom, right? Like this, it'll hold there.
There's not that
So
much.
This is sort of what I'm looking at if we're going to really dig into ETH would be that support right there.
There's a glitch, Joe.
2129. Right? That's held us up this whole time. We came down under, had a deviation. If we break this range, hold on,
you could see a crazy week down to 2,100. That's just probably going to get put up now.
I'll make it green because that's what I plan on doing when we hit that line.
Yeah, plan the trade.
So 213 would be the low. If we break this range and end up coming down, I'll probably set a grid somewhere between 225 and 213. If it happens.
Oh, for me, it's a single time done deal at 2086.9.
Now I'll just set it and forget it somewhere in this range.
Gotta be precise, man, to the dollar.
Now, my brain doesn't fire dopamine off, right? Anyways, because of my ADHD, so it makes no sense for me to hunt it. You, sir, are looking for a dopamine hit, is what you're looking for. A little junkie.
Big sales.
We'll come back and look at all the alts, really, after Bitcoin does its thing here.
Or did we just get news of another message strike or something?
Quick, somebody find the reason. Somebody find the reason.
The thing is, the first time it works, right? But the second time, there's less people that haven't sold, and the third time, there's like nobody who hasn't sold already that would sell because of that news. So.
There's two types of sellers, right? There's the type of seller that thinks for some reason that this affects Bitcoin directly, and everything is just gonna go to shit. And then there's the type of seller that wants to sell because of the first type of seller. Right? You know it's not going to affect Bitcoin. You know it's probably not going to be a big deal, but these idiots are about to panic. So let me get out of the way, right? The problem is that the second type of seller that gets out of the way because people panic, they're back in quick. And the people that got out because they panicked, 3 or 4 green candles and they're buying higher. We just got to get off the bottoms. Ahmad, try to VPN, bro. If you're having trouble, VPN and then go on YouTube. Because a lot of that shit is region locked, bro, for real. That's one of my, when I'm doing research, sometimes I'll VPN somewhere neutral. Or I'll do my research and then I'll VPN somewhere else and recheck. There's plenty of free VPNs out there too, by the way.
I wouldn't recommend using free VPNs though, because
Just
your
to do
VPN
research? Why not?
provider. Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I'm just talking about. He's saying that he's looking for news on what happened in the U.S. today, and he can't find any. I'm like, you probably have the VPN out of your region. Zaid, thanks, brother. Yes, sir. Got there pretty quick. Next step, 10K.
Ooh, time
On
to go for
Bitcoin?
me.
No, subscribers.
Oh, okay.
My bad. I should have
I
probably
got
been.
excited for
I
a
should have
second.
probably been specific.
Well, thanks everyone. It was a pleasure chatting. See you. Trade safe.
Take it easy, Zusi.
Good night, Dixie.
Later.
A little exit
Careful,
music.
this girl slapping dudes up over there.
Zusi's not playing no games, bro. Zusi will talk a girl out of slapping him.
Yeah, my boy
Give him
said he got
5
his
minutes.
ass whooped. I'm telling you, man. He's like, yo, now the girls are going wild there.
Yeah, but what'd your boy do though?
True.
Boy, try to pull some shit that you could probably pull 3 weeks ago before they were.
Yep. Macron screwed it all up for everyone.
Big W for the French women, man. Good for y'all if you're listening out there. You get them boys hell out there. Yeah, I use Nord personally. Nord is just. I've had issues with other ones. Like sometimes you'll VPN to get into some Web3 sort of pages or to be able to just access some of the like DeFi stuff that you can't access in the US. But the problem is like for staking, right? It's mostly for staking. There's a lot of shit that we're not allowed to stake for some reason, and it's dumb because it's really not a lot of bread. But anyways, and not staking advice. Don't pay attention to me. I've always been a rebel and broken the rules and shit. But for security purposes, I always have a VPN on, you know. And for privacy purposes, I always have a VPN to a different location. The problem is that if you are on a site that you have to VPN to, sometimes the VPNs fail. Now, if you manage to log on and your VPN isn't on, then you get flagged. But Nord won't even, like, Nord will shut your internet down if it shuts down. You won't even be able to get online, and then you check Nord, refresh it, and then you'll be able to get online again. So it's good. It's like a failsafe. Remember, I had to VPN to Rollbit just to check their financials. This is the dumbest shit ever. Good night, H. Yeah, that kill switch is clutch.
Yeah, ETH has been racking up some nice inflows on the ETFs. 812 million inflows, more than double Bitcoin's total over the same period from 14 consecutive sessions.
BlackRock. Look at BlackRock. How BlackRock's been selling Bitcoin and buying ETH. Well, not technically correct. They've been buying ETH at a bigger clip than Bitcoin for the first time.
So that's been the highest since the 2024 election. They generated what 296 million in 1 week.
$13 hasn't crossed the 50. Price hasn't even crossed the 50.
I kind of want to buy ETH just so I could dump it later and like help chip away from its market cap when it's time for the other coins to run.
That's funny. I mean, honestly, it's really just like Bitcoin, right? Hold ETH as it goes up, and then look for what ERC20 is outperforming ETH. Sell your ETH, buy that ERC20. As that tops out, sell that. Go back, get your extra ETH that you just made, right? From jumping on that alt, and then sell all that shit at the top. You know, turn 20 ETH into 25 ETH or into 30 ETH. Not for real. Biohacker said PayPal disabled his crypto section after those regulations, those UK regulations. That's crazy, bro. Damn,
Who
that
did?
sucks. PayPal. PayPal's got I mean, they don't have a lot of choices. They literally, it's like Litecoin, Ethereum, Sol. It's not really a lot. But what is interesting is their dollar. Right? They're stable. So having a PayPal exit fee is stable, or having onboarding through your PayPal into crypto, right? Through the PY, whatever it's called, is convenient as hell.
Yeah, I paid this one lawyer through PayPal, my like a recent lawyer, and I might get my loop back because PayPal got this thing, and I submitted a request because the lawyer didn't perform what his contract said he was going to do. He didn't deliver a letter that he was supposed to. Basically, just like proofread my draft, and I showed PayPal the proof of this, and they might give me all the money I gave this lawyer back. Right now, it's under review. I'm crossing my fingers.
This is like what, like a chargeback?
Yeah, because I showed the proof. I'm like, dude, this dude like just basically abandoned me. Like, did a proofreading thing, didn't send the email, didn't do what he was contracted for, and now he's making up stories. And I had proof he's making up stories.
Yeah, PayPal's pretty good about disputes.
Yeah. I'm crossing my fingers that they do it because it's a pretty penny. Because lawyers try to bully people, man. They're like, he's like, yo, I'm going to give criminal charges. I'm going to, he said he's going to call up the county I'm in and have him have him arrest me. I'm like, go ahead, man. I know my rights, dog. I know you're the one stepping over your boundaries right now. It's not, lawyers aren't even ethically allowed to say that and use their clout to say they're going to criminally sue someone, especially in a civil matter like PayPal dispute. Get out of here, you chump. I ain't scared of these lawyers.
Yeah, I know someone who got $6,600 back on a dispute due to a breach of contract.
Nice. Yeah, this dude totally breached his contract. I have so much proof to have the whole thread. Lawyers are dirty, but you need them sometimes, you know? Some good lawyers out there, though. But a lot of them just want to suck your money dry.
Damn, that sucks, Bio. That was a good little setup, though. DCAing into coins, which are eBay earnings directly, you know, direct deposit through PayPal. Like, that's pretty nice. Those auto buy features, bro, are some of the most valuable features on these apps. Even if it's an auto buy $10, auto buy, you know, $5 a week, $20 a week, whatever's a small amount. Yeah.
Looks like these bulls don't want to step up to the plate right here. Things might get spooky.
Look at what you did. You woke up high def.
High def.
Yeah, that's our YouTube bear.
Yeah, let's do this high def. We got this, dog.
Fergalicious death.
To ETH or not? That is the question.
Fergalicious definition make the boys go loco.
Dude, I never eat hot stuff, and I just ate a hot pepper for the first time. Holy, my mouth was burning.
You just ate a hot pepper for the first time in your life?
On purpose?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I've had like a jalapeno and whatnot, but like it was like long and red, like a chili, I think.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Super hot.
Eat some yogurt if you want to cool that down.
What made you decide to experiment after all this
The
time?
bottom of it was sweet. I was eating it and it was not hot at all. I was like, And then I
You
started
just
eating it.
randomly decided today was the day.
Because my dad got me this jar of pickles from this
Okay.
festival thing, and then it had this chili in it.
Yeah, I got you.
What's up, beautiful people? How we doing?
Chilling.
Peppers are like pepper roulette because like 2 out of 10 will be super spicy and the rest will just be like savory, I guess, or herbaceous.
You guys ever eat one of those hot chips?
Yeah, I know.
You know the one that comes in the coffin. It's only one chip.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with that.
Yeah. I've done the bulldog, the
Look,
like super spicy noodles.
I'll say it right now. We get to 10K subs. I'll eat a hot chip live on screen.
Uh-oh. Dbloc.
Y'all can watch me cry and drink a gallon of milk.
Good for you to do it every now and then, but
Nah, that
But
shit is. Listen, that shit is. That's not even like good spice, right? That's like. That's bad. Go on YouTube and look at some of those videos where some of these people end up in the hospital.
yeah, it's dangerous.
But
But I'm
so
thinking that kitchen
everybody
bodies.
make several new YouTube accounts. Go in there, hit that subscribe button.
You gotta have the right gut for that type of shit, bro. If you don't like spicy food, don't let anybody talk you into eating a hot chip. I like it spicy. It's still gonna be bad, but
Bro,
Have you had one before?
You gotta like make it like hot ones and like eat a death chip and then
I had a piece of one, so I kind of know what to expect. But I never ate a whole chip. I smelled it, and like your nose is on fire. Like you just know that shit is gonna be hot.
There's a restaurant in East Village, and there's one dish. If you eat it, they'll pay for all you and your friends' meals. No one's been able to eat that dish, yo. It's a good marketing ploy because people try. Actually, I think there's like a few people, but very rarely. It's like one of their hottest dishes they have. Forget the name of the place. It's like on 3rd Street between Avenue A and B or something like that.
GM.
Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Morning.
Someone got their YouTube on.
Morning.
I thought this lion's mane was getting to my head or something. I thought I was tripping out for a second. I'm glad you said something.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have that
Greg.
challenge here too. It's called Soup Number 5.
Soup
So
number
soup.
5, and if you eat it, you eat for free, right?
Yeah, you get to choose like an entire meal from the menu. Soup number 5 is ox balls. It's a stew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad used to love ox balls. My friends used to make fun of me about that.
We call it soup number 5 here.
So that's all. I think that's why I came out so tough. 'Cause my dad used to eat ox balls when I was being born.
So is that like mountain oysters?
Basically.
Yeah, we grew up eating them. I grew up on a farm. Everybody around there ate them.
Hey, it makes you a man.
I was told to put hair on your chest.
Totally. It does. You couldn't pay me to eat that shit right now, though.
I had it once when I was a teenager. That was good enough.
Yeah, man, they taste like chicken nuggets.
Nah.
Well, yeah, those aren't the spicy ones. You're just talking about like sautéed mountain oysters.
The way they made them, it was like almost like a chicken nugget, man. It's just
Like
deep
fried?
fried.
Straight up?
Yeah,
Uh-huh,
deep
deep
fried.
fried.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they're nuggets. They're just not. They're just not chicken
The real deal.
nuggets.
That's where you get- hey, there's no nuggets on a chicken. That's where chicken nuggets came from.
Yeah, when I used to MC, I used to eat cow tongue before I'd get on stage.
Yeah, but, we eat that all the time too. They made it like a roast. It's kind of stringy meat, like roast meat. Yep. Don't waste meat, man, when you raising it. We pretty much try to eat most everything, not guts and stuff like that, but not a lot goes to waste.
That's true.
Gave me lyrical flow eating that tongue.
Oh yeah, dude, that's my favorite. Lengua. Dude, ox tongue is one of my favorite dishes.
You like cream of some young guy?
Yuck.
I had that cream of some young gal.
Yes, sir.
Is that Japanese for ox balls?
No, sound it out. Say it again. Say it again in your head.
Yeah, in your head.
Nah, I got it.
Jesus.
Bitcoin getting a little bit of buy. Don't make me do it, bit boy. No, don't make me buy this Ethereum right here. I want to dip.
Little flaggy.
I think you're gonna get your wish true.
I think I should be patient. Yeah, I don't know, man. These boys might try to push it, make me lose position.
So what? Get the next petition.
I realized I was muted, and y'all know I had to come in here. Someone didn't hit nobody with the Ayo.
Hey, yo.
I'm getting so pissed off with my Femex chart because it keeps I keep changing all this stuff and it's not saving it for some reason. It just reverts back to the way it was last night. It's pissing me off.
You reset the computer or restart it?
No. The only thing I'm doing that's different is like I've looked through different time frames and
Clear your cache, whatever.
What, on my computer?
Your browser.
How do I do that?
And your shit hasn't been right since you scanned that QR code. Keep it 100 with you, bro.
You don't know how to clear. Go to depends what browser you're on.
I'm
I
not
like
trying to
Brave
scare
browser.
you, but
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm more concerned with the fact that I haven't gotten my 2 Bitcoin yet.
yeah, you're beat
And
on
it's
those
been
2 Bitcoin, bro.
it's been a couple weeks at this point.
Hey, look at it like this. At least your loss is less now since Bitcoin's down a little off of ATH. So
Yeah, I think they're just waiting until Bitcoin gets cheaper, then they'll
that's
send me 2
that's
back.
that's what it is. They're trying to buy the dip. It makes sense, right? It's a business at the
Yeah.
end of the day.
I mean, they probably sold mine, and then they're probably gonna just wait until they can afford to. They probably sold the one I gave him. They're gonna wait and be like, okay, we'll buy the dip, we'll get him his 2 back, and then it will rip because we bought.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
I get it. So it's not that it's a scam. They're just really good traders.
Yeah.
And they just take your 1, flip it into 2, and then I got you.
Yeah, I mean that's the idea.
I wonder how some people think it works. Like obviously everybody knows it's a scam, but the people that actually fall for it, how do they think that works? Like why?
Some of them.
What's the excuse that they tell themselves for? Oh, well, of course I have to send 1, and then I'll
What?
get 2. He can't just send me 1.
I mean, it depends where they're seeing it from. If they're seeing it from like Obama's official Twitter, they're just like, maybe it's something special, stimulus thingy, who knows what. You know, people just don't think, but they're like, if they get it from a legit source, it's so easy. I mean, they'll just fall for it. Remember,
Yo,
Obama got hacked. Everyone's like,
yeah.
Twitter got hacked, and everyone fell for that.
Yo, high key is funny as shit. High key said rescan the QR code for deposit. Did you forget? You forget to scan it again, bro. It's
I have to scan it again.
that's the funniest shit.
Don't tell me I did it wrong.
Oh shit! When he said that, I had that image of when you're like, "Hey, what's that on your hand?" And when they look, you like smack it into their face. It just got like that gif ran through my head when he said that shit. That's hilarious. We laugh, but people fall for this type of shit all the time, man. Just let's not have any of them be here. We're all smarter than that. Nobody's giving you anything for free in crypto.
I mean, airdrops every now and then. You know,
Yeah, but even then, you're pushing social media metrics. You're doing some shit on the bait on the you're
True.
staking. And they get something for it, right? Even if it's not financial, they get something for it. And chances are they're getting more from you than you're giving back, which is true because you know how it is when airdrops. Their Twitter goes crazy. There's constant engagement. Everybody's reposting what they have to repost to get the little points, to get the little, you know what I mean? So it blows you up.
Yeah.
And then you get
Yeah,
people
it's
like,
literally paid advertising.
yeah, and then you get people like me that won't invest in something if your Twitter isn't popping. And then I'll go look and be like, oh, well, look at the engagement they have on their Twitter. But you can tell when you go in the comments, you can tell what's like, people do the bare minimum, right? So if like you get points for posting under a comment, people will be like, yo, or a rocket emoji, or you know what I mean? So you can see what's real and what's just paid for. I'm guilty of that shit. I used to just put a period, a dot, enter.
Yo, what's up, D?
What's going on, brother?
Oh, it is good. Trying to survive.
Like that could be a bearish 0.5 retest on Doge. If it doesn't put a higher high in, and if it's a lower low instead, then I think the price is going down. That's just an assumption, though.
Sorry, I might let you repeat yourself on the chart, but because I was not there earlier, so can you just brief me on what's gonna?
Oh
going
yeah,
to
it's
happen?
it's no big bottom of the range, right? Bottom of the weekend trap. We triple bottomed off of support, so I'm just shooting for top of the range. This was where the daily open was, but obviously we got a new daily open. But I think we'll hit support. I mean, supply. Take out these liquidations right here is sort of what I'm shooting for. And then my trade will be done for the day. It was just a trade from the bottom of the range to the top of the range for me. Taking a little bit longer than I would have liked, but it's the weekend, you know? So it goes.
Yeah.
Are you still in your trade from the low lows? From like that 102 range?
Yeah. The bottom, the cheap Bitcoin that I bought, that gets sent to cold storage. This is just the scalp bag. No daily scalpy, bring in the daily bread.
Have y'all
Didn't manage to trade well today, actually. Did one trade on XRP, and that's it. I was following news all day long.
I can imagine, bro.
I took a nice video. It's posted on trading floor too, if you want to watch it.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay,
great.
cool.
I went to an area where you can see the other side, the other country, from my country. So it's literally like 150-kilometer open space. You can see everything.
Oh shit.
Yeah, there is an image actually. No, I can share that image actually here because there is nothing on it
Is
other
there
than a
still
nice.
missiles flying about?
Yeah, go watch the video on is it on trading
You
two?
can you can post whatever you want on off topic chat.
Yeah, the bubble chat, right?
No. When you go to like
Off
it's
topic.
yeah, it's underneath
Yeah,
general chat. Yeah, you can post it there.
yeah.
That way people can look at it without having to leave the thing.
Okay, yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it here. I'll just post both of them.
I
Nah, I
really
was
can't
just talking
imagine it.
about you earlier because we were talking about it. I'm like, yo, you guys don't know how lucky you are that like we have the luxury
Yeah,
of going
to
outside, hearing an airplane, and not having to worry about looking up or what could that be or you know what I mean.
yeah, and the sirens, like the red silence. Oh my god, I cannot imagine what he's living in, going out with fear, stepping out.
Actually, today I felt the fear. Today I did feel it because it was literally on top of my head. So one got intercepted on top of my head, and I was like, "Where is going to hit now? Here or there?"
And where does that fall? Like when they do intercept these things, isn't it like there's got to be some fallout, right? Something hits the ground.
Yeah, like many did fall actually in the capital of Jordan. One actually literally around 2.5 kilometers away from my house. Yeah, and many in the desert, like because they start intercepting after exiting the Iraqi airspace,
That makes
entering the
sense.
Jordanian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you start seeing the Israelis start to intercept. You can literally see the rockets going behind the mountains, on the other side, and going all the way up to the Jordanian skies, intercepting on top of the Jordanian skies, so that they don't intercept. They start intercepting in Jordanian airspace,
It's
and
convenient.
then when those rockets cannot be intercepted, they initiated level 2 interceptors where it's too close to the land. If they did not manage to hit it, then it did hit the target.
Please
Crazy
be safe,
times, man.
bro.
Yeah, definitely stay safe, bro.
Check the video. It's already on off-topic
All
chat.
right.
You can see it.
Because staying home also isn't that safe, right? Am I right to say that?
No, it's
Better off
actually
inside.
the intercepted pieces actually they don't have that significant impact on the ground or on a building because there is no explosives anymore. It's just a piece of metal just fall from the sky, and it's not metal anyway. It's fiberglass and there's some other stuff.
Okay. Oh, that's really, really scary. I mean, I stay in Singapore. I really, really have not seen or heard
Wow.
anything like that.
Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, watch all of it. It's
That's wild.
it's unbelievable.
And I'm scared to
Where
walk
did
under
you
a
post
palm
it?
tree.
Off topic, chat.
I'm showing it on YouTube real quick. I just muted it so that there's no sound in case I don't know what's playing, but
There is no sound. I waved the sound
okay.
actually, yeah. Because there were some people cheering actually.
That's what I thought. That's what I was like,
I didn't want to make anyone feel
wow,
good
look
or
at this.
bad.
Imagine you're sitting on your balcony. Hold on. I gotta rewind
Oh,
that.
that's
'cause-
from your balcony.
so look, you're sitting on your
No,
balcony,
this
smoking
is
your
actually
hookah.
my friend rooftop.
I just want this to sink in for a second. Balcony, nice night. Maybe got your laptop out there.
Bombs.
Got your hookah right there, lit up. Looks like.
Yeah, it is a hookah. She's my friend
just,
actually sitting on the right side.
oh, that's nuts,
Just
bro.
free. It's like free fireworks.
That's nuts.
God bless the people.
That's the actual view, actually, if you can see the view. I took a
Right.
check the beginning of the video. It's crazy. The beginning of the video, you can see one got intercepted.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I was like, oh shit.
And check the image which I just posted. It's a very nice scene actually. The other side is Jerusalem.
It's very flat, huh? Yeah.
That's 200
Yeah.
kilometers away.
The first footage I saw yesterday on Twitter, I was like, man, this is like Fight Club fake AI generated, because there's some guy on a balcony just like where you're at, and he was a little bit closer, man, and I was like, man, this can't be real. And I
No.
looked, and
It
I was
just
like,
looks so
wow.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, check the last one I posted. That was exactly from Tel Aviv, inside Tel Aviv.
Can't imagine this is live, not movie anymore. Oh my god. But seriously, please be safe.
Yeah. I hope that they will stop soon. Both of them. They're doing stupid stuff. Both together.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. You had
Yeah,
first.
now I don't think it matters who's right and who's wrong. It's like just for the civilians' sake and people's sake, and everyone has to.
It's about to be 2026. We got to do better than just firing shit at each other. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
But it's not. And the thing is, it's not people. It's always these people are in power. It's government.
It's always the government, bro. It's never the people. It's always the government. Even if the people agree with what's going on, it's usually because of propaganda from the government. So it's like.
Yeah,
Iran got hit hard too, though. A lot of footage didn't come out what happened in Iran, so Iran got hit really bad. So it's bad on both sides. They just need to.
Both sides, yeah. Actually, there is a lot of images coming from there. But the problem is, it's the internet just whenever there's something, they just tell everyone not to post anything. But we managed to get some of those footages. Actually, today they just did strike the fuel storage, the main fuel storage in the capital. So you have to imagine the severe fire which they have, man. They cannot shut it down. But do you know where I'm really worried? If Israel today they did threaten to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, and if that happened, I think things will not go well at all, because they're already, without doing so, they're threatening to strike 2,000 rockets into Israel. And imagine if that happened, what will
You don't want to wake up, big brother, bro. You don't want to get the U.S. involved. What I'm hoping is that they keep it to the point where it's retaliation, but it's not escalation, and the U.S. doesn't. I'm hoping that they're smart enough to be like, let's not get the U.S. involved with this, because
or
it's not going to
Russia
end
too.
well.
They asked today. Netanyahu requested today from the US to help them in this war. And I'm hoping that the US will not say yes because China, for sure,
Will help Iran.
will not. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Even
definitely.
Russia might help Iran.
Even
too.
Russia.
Yep.
Yeah, and the funny thing, everyone think that it's Iran who shut down the three F-35. It's not Iran. Iran does not have the capability to shoot down F-35. They managed to shoot three F-35. So who's giving the technology?
Russia.
Not Russia, man. No, it's China.
Oh, better not get them into this, you know.
That's why these things usually scale down, right?
Yeah.
Because of what's at risk if they don't.
Exactly.
So usually cool heads prevail. But that's why I said that what we have to pay attention is that every attack after this on either side is de-escalation, right? A little bit less than the one before. We start to see escalation, then something's, and if it's something that causes a big loss of life,
And I believe there will be some sort of like de-escalation starting maybe tomorrow or after tomorrow.
Rockets, not drop it.
Yeah, hopefully it just simmers out, man. Conflict. What are they really achieving, you know?
crazy part is neither side really wants this. At the
No.
end of the day, they can't stand each other, but they don't want what happens if this gets bad, because the war will be fought there, not here, not in China, not in Russia. People that will suffer will be the
Retaliation.
people in the region, you know.
The thing that sort of inflamed it in modern times, like as in the last decade, I guess, was that whole you know, when that terrorist group kidnapped all those Israelis, and then it just became escalation, retaliation, bomb this,
Yeah,
strike
it
that,
goes
you
back.
know, and then
It
it
goes
just
back
turned out
so
of
old.
blood.
It goes back
Oh
so
yeah,
far that
you can
it's
trace
one of
it.
those things that it's
Yeah, yeah, man. Just like that region it's hundreds of years, man. It's wild.
Thousands of years, man.
yeah.
It goes
This
Yeah,
goes
back forever.
way further.
yeah, it's amazing.
Persians did
Yeah.
bad actually to everyone who was living here back then.
Yeah, that's what we call
You
an
probably even
old
trace
beef.
it back to like Roman Empire, like
All the way back to
when the
Absolutely can.
Romans dominating Europe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've been fighting since, I mean, the birth of humanity. Really, there's always been conflicts going on.
I have a theory that the point where we're gonna stop fighting each other, it's when aliens start invading the planets.
Ronald
We're gonna all
Reagan
unite
agrees
against
with you.
them.
Ronald Reagan said that at a UN meeting once.
Yeah.
He said it'd
Or
be
And they
interesting
play a
how
lot to
fast
prove that
everybody
there's aliens.
became.
where we can settle scores without loss of life, like settle, you know, but yeah, it's hard to. It's like, yeah, I guess it's the extreme, taking a disagreement or yeah, taking conflicts. The most extreme is
I
war.
like a lot of ancient origin type genetics. So, you know, like out of Africa theory, and then, you know, even the Neanderthal that they found. You know, they found several now that they genetically tested, and so I follow all of that stuff, and it pretty much shows that throughout our history there were migrations and total eliminations of populations over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a time, if you believe in how planets are formed, the whole Earth was once just a big molten rock. You know what I mean? So yeah, and then you had you know, oceans formed from the like whatever. I'm not a scientist, but then there was that
I
Pangea,
think our
like
water
when all the
mainly
landmass was one.
asteroids.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really going back.
Yeah, where did?
Yeah.
How do we like? It goes. It
Yeah.
doesn't go that far back. Okay, they haven't been fighting that long. We can go
No,
forward
no.
a little bit now. I think we
Yeah,
went.
that's right.
We went
Yeah.
too far
We'll
back.
pinpoint it.
Now, if you believe
We'll
in
pin.
the battle between good light and darkness, good evil, all of that, it was happening then.
And there's no
So
good and evil.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if there's
There's
balance,
right
I
and
mean,
wrong.
yeah,
That's it.
if everything is like a balance of, you know, good and evil, up and down, left and right, you know, a binary universe of just, yeah, this way, that way.
Come on, finish up, Bitcoin. You only got a little bit left to go.
And do you know the funny things? The warning alarms did hit in Jordan after
Right.
this strike.
Yeah. A
It
little
was
late
literally
there.
literally there was some kind of flag. Like Bitcoin now.
If the daily makes kind of like an M pattern, that would take us pretty far down, huh?
We don't want to go underneath that 50 on the daily. Down here, zigzagging around and doing all of this shit is like cool, but this is all that matters here on the daily. Literally the only chart that matters right now.
Is that the SMA or the EMA?
The EMA. Hold on, let me This is all that matters here. That we don't close a daily candle underneath 125, and we don't close a weekly candle underneath 145. Things change at that point. Structure changes, the macro changes.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay out of position tonight. See what happens in the morning. I hear IBM's bringing out a little bit of FUD, or I mean, it's not their FUD, but people are talking about their new quantum roadmap. And a lot of people are saying if IBM, their quantum roadmap becomes a real thing and they actually stick to their timeline, a lot of people are saying within 6 years that some of these encryption methods might be able to be busted.
Michael Saylor will come back from the future like John Connor and take them out.
I mean,
You know
he's
he's
got
gonna
what,
be
5
the.
or 6 years.
You know he's gonna be, yeah, but in the future, 20 years. First of all, he'll make enough money to acquire immortality, and then he'll discover time travel, come back, keep that from ever happening. We're good.
See, I'm just thinking, I don't know too much about computers, but I'm sure like Fly was on here, he might be able to back me up on this. But I think defense mechanisms are easier than offensive mechanisms. So if you have quantum computing on the offense, to have a defensive mechanism, I think is simpler than have an offensive. Because from what I understand with quantum mechanics is like if you have a system that reads signals, once there's any abnormality in the signal, it can shut everything off and like shut off communication. And there's no way that even if it's quantum, they're saying that once you have quantum versus quantum, the defensive would always win because it knows when the offensive is trying to maneuver something for some reason. So it's like whatever the hackers got quantum computers, then the defense has hackers or computers too.
Just watch the banks. Like I said, the encryption that banks use are so much less strict than what we use in crypto. That if quantum ever gets to that point, they're gonna drain the banks before they come for the Bitcoin.
Yeah, this is what you said before.
Yeah, it'll be all over the news. The banks, one bank after another getting hit.
Dbloc, do you have a point in which you're ready to cut if it doesn't hit your target?
What happened?
Do you have a point in which you're ready to cut if it doesn't hit your target?
Yeah, I mean, if we put in a lower high here and we start breaking, possible I'll cut it. At this point, really, the 800 EMA is sort of what I'm shooting for. The vector gap will give us something to get up, but I'll
Wouldn't it be
start taking
safer
a
to
little
go
bit.
to a person's personal wallet than to try to get like a government-backed bank or something?
Personal
like just
wallet still
fallback?
has better encryption than your bank does, than your local bank does. Right? Crypto uses SHA-256. Your bank is nowhere near that.
You'd have to have the wallet and the key.
The bank is
Right,
the
but what if
the
the whole
bank
point is the
is
bank
the soft point.
doesn't need that? Because just the beef that comes with the bank, you know, it's just, I'm
How
just
are they
saying,
gonna
it's like there's
stop you?
less beef.
What are you gonna do to Lazarus Group? They're gonna go get them or something? Like, it'll probably be one of those groups that does it, right? State
I mean,
sanctioned, a state sanctioned actor. What, maybe a war or something? I don't know.
I mean, they got hackers, but I don't think they got the tech for
My
that right
point
now.
is that
China or US.
quantum computing will get to the point that it can crack your local bank before it gets to the point that it can crack Bitcoin. So we'd have to assume that they're going to have the power to crack the banks and not do it, and then eventually get enough power to actually crack 256. I think somebody will do
But
it.
even if you crack the bank and there's nothing there, it's IOUs. You don't get anything. That's what I'm saying. Like Bitcoin, you get something. You crack the bank, you get nothing. You get a bunch of IOUs.
Nah, you can make the bank do whatever it wants. You can have that
What's it gonna
shit
spit
spit
out? It's
out.
not gonna spit out cash.
Now you're just transferring digits.
Yeah, it's just numbers, bro. You just get the bank to send the
Yeah, but then,
numbers.
but those are reversible, and those things are double. You can double spend. You know, it's the thing with crypto. It's not like there's a lot of things. Yeah, it can be done, but it's not them getting actual access to buying power at that time. Even if they're
Way
cracking the bank.
easier to hit the banks. Way easier to hit the banks. Way easier to hit funds. Way easier to hit any financial instrument.
It's like even if you hit a bank, it's going to take 2.5 days for whatever just to clear, just by the mechanism how it works. You know, for real funds to get into. It's just, I don't think it would be feasible.
Bro, they
It'd still go
could
for
bleed
crypto.
the bank for years before they noticed.
It's like,
You
what would I get?
transfer
You know?
digits out and send them all over the world. How do you make it impossible for
What are you not sending
them to
anything to
track
the
it
bank?
down?
It's like you have to get
The
2
bank
point
doesn't
confirmation.
send anything either. What the digits do is give you the right to pull a certain amount of money from an account. As long as the numbers are right, that's all that matters. That's all that any bank around the world is going to care about. It's not like they're going
No,
to pull all the
would get
money at
one.
once and put it in a
It
bag
wouldn't work.
and run away.
It wouldn't work the same way just in crypto wallets. What I'm saying, like, there's too many different buffers you'd have to go
Look
through.
into encryption and how much harder it is, because it all comes down to how many, I can't remember what they call it, if it's qubits or whatever, but how powerful the quantum computer has to be able to crack SHA-256. The jump between how powerful it would have to be to take care of a bank, to get, to affect a bank or to affect any other encryption at all on the planet, except for, 256 and above level, would be years and years and years before. Right? Even if you're going by an accelerated sort of Moore's law. My point is, if they ever get to the point where they can crack crypto and create any sort of double spend issue, there will be signs in the world. And that would cause crypto to start toughening up to what your point was. Right? So you would have signs that, okay, it's coming, we need to get quantum defenses up.
Or start storing up the bottle caps.
Back to burying gold in the backyard.
I mean, y'all can sell your Bitcoin if you want to. Could use some more cheap Bitcoin.
I mean, I don't know. Michael Saylor, like, he kind of saying that too. You know, I saw the article and he's just like, quantum attacks will destroy Google, Microsoft, government, banking system before they even attempt to steal Bitcoin. I don't think that's true. Like, why would you know that decision? Why would you even guess that if someone had a, like a top secret thing? Like, why would they want to go after that when it's so much more streamlined to get Bitcoin? Like, what would be the point of going after Google? What would be the point of going after Microsoft? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Virus, that's the sort of word that Satoshi left behind as well. If technology ever gets to the point where it's in danger, they would immediately scale up. I mean, whether they listen to it or not, but
like Sailor has to say stuff like that to make his people feel safe, but it's kind of idiotic to think that someone's not going to go after a Bitcoin wallet before they try to go destroy Google. It's like, well, you're not going to go like, let me go destroy
I've never
Google.
heard
I'm
Sailor
not
make
gonna
that
go
point. I
destroy
thought that
Google.
was just my point. I've never heard Sailor make that argument.
No, it's Sailor. Sailor said that, man. He's like, it's gonna. You
I
said
think-
banks. I think it's not idiotic to say banks, but what would be the scope for someone to go up and be like, yo, I'm just gonna hack Microsoft, hack Google, destroy the government, destroy the banking system. It's like, nah, man, I'm gonna
Why
go
are
straight
there
for the.
why are there any hacks now though?
I mean, to get money.
Okay. So
What if
why would
AI
that
itself
why would
does
that stop? Like, I don't understand. Google gets hacked
Right,
all the
but
time.
right now, but at the moment when there's like, let's say a hacker has a quantum mechanism that can break the BIP20 or whatever, that can do the encryption that's needed to break it, then they're not gonna like the goal would be getting these wallets. I think like that would be such a quicker avenue than to like go around and try to get money.
Yeah,
from
but you don't
banks.
get to that point overnight is what I'm saying. So what you're saying is that they'll have what you're saying is that they're gonna have the technology to do everything else, and then they're gonna decide, and
overnight.
it's not gonna be. That's not how it works.
First
It's not gonna be overnight.
Yeah, no, but the first
you
person,
think
the moment they're prototype, yes, there's always day one.
You're not understanding my argument. You're not understanding my argument. My argument is that they're gonna have the power to crack everything else first. They're gonna have the power to, like Virus was saying, brute force everything else first. So what you're saying is from the time that they're able to do that. Let me finish. From the time that they're able to do that to the time that somebody does, that to get to the point where they can affect 256, nobody's gonna do anything. Nobody will do anything obvious in that time that tells us, uh-oh.
Well, if it's not multiple people having it, it's going to be the first person or the first company or the first group that has that mechanism. They're going to be quiet about it. They're not going to go gung ho. They're going to figure out what's our best plan of attack to get the most bang for our buck right now on our first hack. Are we going to go and try to get ransom? Are we going to ransom Google? Are we going to ransom the banks? Are we going to ransom these
They're
guys?
gonna go for soft targets. Criminals go for soft targets. That's never changed. Criminals will go for soft targets before they go for hard targets.
Wallet's not a target. Yeah, wallet's the softest target available if you got the encryption for it.
Do you think the people developing AI and like these supercomputers, they realize how destructive and how powerful these things are? I think it's similar to the people that were developing anything nuclear related. It's something that's highly protected and guarded and oversighted, right? I don't think that it would just get into the hands of like,
Because we don't just have one. We don't just have
public.
one person working on quantum computing right now, bro. There's thousands. There's many people that are working on, and as one makes some sort of progress, they all jump on board. It's not just going to be like one person in charge of this. Quantum computing will be out of the closet. It will be a thing. It will be out. My argument is from the time that it gets out to where it can actually cause havoc, to the time where it's strong enough to brute force something like 256 or force them to move up the encryption. There's going to be other signs that we've crossed that line, right? There's going to be other signs that we've crossed that singularity where, okay, Bitcoin needs to protect himself.
We
There's no way
also
greedy
already
people are going to
have
wait long enough.
we already have stronger encryption and encryption and security protocols than just 256.
Yeah,
and
you would
that's
just
assuming
scale up
we
to
don't
it. That's
combine
it.
those protocols together.
Mm-hmm.
Like that exists already. The U.S. government still uses 256, right? Like that's how confident they are in it. But I guarantee you, these governments are already planning their scaling accordingly.
Yep.
And if they're doing it, there are banks that are doing it. And if banks are doing it, there's somebody figuring it out for crypto too.
Banks will probably move to 256 when 256 moves out. Like they'll always be behind because they're gonna go with the most.
Yeah. So with quantum attacks comes quantum defense as well.
Yeah, that's how we started the argument. We were saying there will be signs that quantum defenses are needed before the quantum offense is strong enough to do damage to crypto. Right? There'll be signs that quantum defense needs to be put in place here.
Yeah. Reminds me of the early 2000s, the late 90s, like when computer viruses and hacking was a thing.
It was
You
like
had,
magic, bro.
Norton or
McAfee.
But I
Like
think
these people, the people that had the or the know-how to hack were
gods.
employed to defend. Like, yeah.
But there was a time where if you were a coder, you were basically God on the internet.
Yeah.
Because the separation between people who actually knew how shit worked and could actually code and figure that out versus everybody else that was just hitting refresh trying to make the damn virus go away.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember
It's their
Y2K?
domain. Yes.
I feel like
Yeah.
this is like Y2K 2.0. Like the quantum fear thing is like, it very much reminds me of that. Although we haven't like, this is like early when we were just kind of formulating these ideas and we didn't really have like the big panic yet. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're saying like according to this article right now, and they're saying with IBM's new quantum roadmap, they're saying by 2029, if the roadmap succeeds, they will have enough power to be able to break those kinds of encryptions. And it wouldn't be a sudden thing. And Dbloc's right; it's not just going to happen like that. So there's going to be time for a heads up. But if it is a nefarious group while that's happening, if it was me being that group and I suddenly had something close to that, I would be going straight for the wallets first.
Think about it. Think
You know,
about it like
this
this.
this
Though.
is really
If you
Yeah.
dedicate if you dedicate yourself to like breaking crypto, right? Imagine the amount of like the target that you just put on yourself. Like, think about how many upset people there are going to be.
Yeah,
how
that's
many
much less.
whales that
Yeah.
are
Who
upset,
cares about
right?
that?
And
think about
I'm
this.
more
What
worried about
if you go in a bank? If you go rob a bank, that's much worse than robbing a wallet. It's like the blowback from robbing a bank and the blowback from getting a private wallet that you don't even know whose it was is going to be much less.
A state-sponsored actor like Lazarus Group, right? A group that's backed up by their country. That's basically like a department of their country.
To them, it's the same. You're right.
They can do whatever they want because there's no retribution. Like you're not gonna go to war with North Korea because of Lazarus Group.
The success.
They don't have.
I feel like the success of a country is its redundancy. Like if your country can get, to get by and successfully live without, the internet or without electronics or without any systems, if you have the way to continue on offline, that's very powerful. You know what I mean? Because like if things become a problem, you can just shut off and go back to
Listen to me.
manual.
You think quantum is a problem? You think that nuclear war is a problem? You cut off the internet and you're going to have 14, 15, 16-year-old girls terrorizing the streets on all major cities. We're going to have a way worse problem than anything. You haven't seen terrorism. Take away TikTok. Watch what happens.
Oh man.
They'll have no fury like Instagram models snoring, bro.
Oh my god, bro. Nah, it'll be
It is
a
wild,
whole
like-
generation of protesters.
The world really has put its all like operational things. Everything relies on internet now and connection, and it's they got us, like, pardon the terminology, they got us by the balls, man.
By the
You
way,
know,
if
everything's
somebody-
up on there.
Sorry, Rick.
Yeah, that's all.
If somebody was going to break into a wallet, I don't think they would stop at the wallet. They wouldn't pull anything off it. They would break into an exchange. Like if you have the case study, right, on the first wallet, why would you expose yourself? You would break as much as
You go after
possible
projects. You go after Ethereum Foundation. You go after Solana Foundation. You go after the treasuries.
Well, it's pretty easy. You just go to the blockchain scanner and see who's number one. Just grab it.
Well, but if you sold it all, if you stole all of it, what would it then be worth?
Well, you got to be quick with it. You got to flip. You got to grab it and non-financial advice. Because we're not telling people what to do illegal things here, but you would have to grab it and sell it like within the first minute. Like you have to dump it, OTC, have it set up, ready, whatever. But you got about a minute and a half to sell. After that, you're going to get about 70% less than what you. Once you figure it out,
turning it back into money. So then the question for me again would be, why not just rob the bank? It's easier.
Or they use it as a way to generate panic to then create better entry
I'll
positions.
be real with you. I
Like,
mean, he's not wrong, bro. There's funds out there that have more money than we're only talking $3 trillion right now as a whole, right? 13 trillion goes through forex on a daily. Not a very
Yeah,
big target, and we're a
there's big-
relatively hard target for a small payback.
Yeah, but forex doesn't have real liquid. You can just suck like that. And there's a few
They
steps.
could
to
go
that
after
liquid
they could go after
contract.
they could go after gold. Remember, this shit isn't, well, it depends, but you can go after something like, there's a lot of damage they could do, bro. There's a lot of damage they could do. They
I'd
can
be more
bigger,
concerned
bigger
about.
fish with
Sorry.
bigger
And-
fish with lower defenses.
And
out there.
the money is, for me, honestly, the money when it comes to quantum, for the most part, is going to be in the ransoms. Right? It's not,
Yeah,
we're going to take all your shit. It's, you're going to give me what I want, or this is going to get worse. And then they'll move on, and then they'll move on, and then they'll move on.
That's
There
more
is-
my concern is
dude.
them breaking
The
protocols
information's worth
to
more than
take
anything.
over levers of power, right? If they can leverage you against you or a nation state against itself, that's a lot more of a concern. And I
There-
think even just the panic itself that would generate could be detrimental to the market, right?
This is why anonymity adds fuel to like the dangers. Like, so if there's anonymity, that means that whoever steals it can take it off the radar and you can never find them. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So there's incentive to be able to carry that function. So there is security with it being transparent and public. That's the security. That's the inherent security of Bitcoin, is that, or like any coin that's able to be tracked and traced, we can follow it along the line and see where it went, and then bring
Well,
it
that's
to
not
justice
luckily,
or
most of this
whatever.
is 15, 20 years out anyways. We've got a couple of good bull
Yeah,
runs
there's nothing
between here and there.
See, that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna
It
go
is-
stealing, you're basically showing the world that there is no security. Like, it's open, it's up for grabs. No one benefits from that. Not even the people that are stealing it. It's like, okay, well then, if you've stolen it, now you have to protect it yourself. Like,
No,
the
they
thief has
benefit
to
from it.
protect what he stole.
They benefit if
It's
you steal
also-
it, and then you get the weapons you want with it, and whatever you wanted, you benefit. You know, it's
We're
it's
also-
Hey,
really
well,
not-
look at it like this: if you hack an exchange, you get the Bitcoin. If you hack the people that hack the exchange, you get the Bitcoin. If you hack the people that hack the people that hack the exchange, you get the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Exactly.
it's gonna
No
get to the
security
point.
anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's like everybody's food at that point.
We
Well,
all want security at the
we're
end of the day,
through-
whether you're criminal or not. Everyone needs security, because it's like you want to keep what you have, right? Whether
Well,
you got it like
that
fair
was- that
or
was-
unfair. Like,
That's
everyone wants
sort of-
security.
That's sort of a point that I was going to make too. Is we're kind of imagining like the worst scenario where the bad guys win first. There's also a very plausible scenario that we already have people developing teams that are going to pen test how to how to figure out how to break it themselves as white hat quantum hackers.
Of course,
right?
hackathons. Yeah, they got
So,
that. They're doing that right now. Hackathons for quantum defense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And so it's very plausible, because if they can keep it under wraps how they break into it, right? They have a reaction and they can set up a trap for these guys, right? And I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean there won't be a bad event. It just like I don't want to just assume, like, we should understand that there's a range just like anything else, right? There could be a range between absolute destruction and loss
Yeah.
of value, and also a fortunate event and fortunate timing as well.
You know
All
what
I
that
know-
gets us as traders, though? That gets us a guaranteed quantum resistant narrative in one of these
I was
bull
just going to
markets.
say that. I was going to say
They're
that
gonna
because
slap quantum resistant on everything, and everybody's gonna buy it. It's gonna be just like metaverse. It's gonna be just like AI. Yep.
And we were breaking
Yeah,
up all
dude. At
And
the end
we're
of the
gonna
day,
make all the
boils-
monies.
It boils down to functionality. At the end of the day, like, if all the world's just hacking everything, everything's just going to turn into chaos, and there's no like ultimate benefit to that. So yeah, like the greater good, man, will prevail. I think.
Cyber
like,
Wars
lame, but
2030.
Yeah, man. Like,
I think it's going to be a balance between good and evil all the time, and no one's going to win. It's just going to be everlasting evil versus good.
There's always an effort. There's always a battle. Yeah, it's always a battle.
I think we're going to be paying for quantum resistant VPNs with Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, I think the majority of the world is harmless, wants prosperity, wants growth and good, right? The majority of the world doesn't want chaos and death and destruction and stealing. It's the little, like, there's way more effort into protection and keeping things like functional and positive, right? So yeah, there is a minority that will go out and try to exploit and steal and hack and whatever. But yeah, man, the greater good always prevails. Like, look at the internet. Hackers used to have the upper hand because it was like, but now, like, everyone's got the protection's way bigger than what they're able to crack into systems, you know?
Yeah, it's cat and mouse.
I would counter your argument by saying
way more sophisticated.
That the world fights over resources vigorously, and that's what most of the strife in the world is about: resources.
Yep. When a disaster happens, we come up with a solution. We engineer a solution. So yes, there will be an event like a hack or something, but the effort that goes into fixing that problem that caused that's where ingenuity comes. That's where design and technology comes from, is the necessity for something to fix
And
a
that'll
problem.
be that'll be a heck of a dip to buy, right? And then
Yeah.
I do see it very plausible to see that, like, you know, with all these reserves that nation states and different, you know, places are putting together, that those will more likely to be targeted than individual wallets, right? Because we already know, like, China has their little hacker core, Russia has their, you know what I mean? North Korea has, so like that will be a target for sure.
Hey, what about Satoshi? I keep hearing targets, and I never hear anybody say Satoshi.
Satoshi Nakamoto.
It kind of comes down to that mutually assured destruction thing. Like, if you have the power to hack the world and steal everything, what kind of world are you going to be living in now? You know what I mean? Like,
Pandora's
you're
box.
just going to ruin everything. You're just going to upset everything.
You do a quick click, man. If you got it, you do a quick click and you move on. I mean, it's not going to be a domino effect, you know? But guys, I just got a $5,000 offer from Coinbase for me to start futures. Should I start futures?
Oh my god!
Isn't that crazy?
Take the $5,000 and change your mind.
They just told me they'll give me $5,000 in commission rebates if all I have to do.
In commission rebates? Get out of here! That's not $5,000.
Carrot.
What is
usually when
that just means they're gonna take it off your fees.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well,
It's when you refer.
So they're basically saying, so
$50 per trade. They've been giving me rebates right now, which is crazy.
After you get completely wrecked, we'll waive the fees.
Hey, they must have seen your P&L.
What's that?
Yeah, you.
I was making a joke. I said they must have seen your P&L.
Maybe.
Well, dude. When they offer something, it's always because they're winning bigger than you. You know what I mean? Like, they won't offer something where they come off worse than you or like less. Like, they're always they'll offer something where they get the better outcome of it.
75%.
Dry powder on deck, and they want that.
75% of all leverage contracts, options contracts, any sort of leverage, whether it's perps, whatever, expire worthless. 75%. And that's just a fact. And that's the only reason. And that's not a bug, it's a feature. That's why they offer it.
Yeah. It's kind of like a blind deal, isn't it? Like, you don't know actually what they're getting out of it. Like, all you see is what you're going to get. But then, yeah. Because they know that liquidity is coming back to them.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who pays them. They just know 25 of you are going to do all right. 75% of you are going to pay us.
Yeah.
So let's get as many people. It's a numbers game, right? Let's pack the boards. Let's get as many people here as possible.
It's like the casino. Yeah.
If you had a game at the
Stacked in
casino,
their favor.
if you had a game in the casino that played those odds, they gave you those odds, you would sit in that chair all night and shovel as much money as you possibly could onto that table.
Coinbase, I will not do it. I closed that window quick. I'm not trying it.
Well, get thee behind me, Satan.
Yeah, be gone, Satan, be gone.
The power of Michael Saylor compels you.
Man.
Yeah, keep being a spot bandit, man. Spot is good.
Think Michael
Spot
Saylor
is
sits
great.
around the house and watches Netflix series, or you think, like, you ever wonder? Maybe it's just me. I'm type obsessed with this dude for some reason. Pause.
I could tell.
But just the fact that, like, you know how hard it is to keep your public life, and I admire it because I'm like that too, bro. I'm very private. You know how hard it is to keep your public life, like, out of your private life out of the public eye, with as many eyes as there is on him.
Well, not if you're in the middle of, like, where's he at, Virginia or somewhere? Like, where's
Yeah,
he
but
even at?
still, he's like in the high. It doesn't matter where he's at. He's in the spotlight.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't. All he posts is like memes with
That's
Bitcoin, and
what I mean. Like, you have to. It takes effort to keep it like that.
yeah, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like, you let.
He keeps it narrow and straight, so you don't
Yeah, like, look. I just focus on the Bitcoin. This is what you need to worry about over
He
here.
doesn't talk about any politics. He doesn't talk about who's bombing who.
I don't know what he feels on any subject.
That's good. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, I know that every new week's a big week, but this one's kind of big. We got FOMC. We got Monday. We got the XRP spot ETF. I know I've said this many times over, but the Franklin Templeton spot XRP ETF it's decision day. You know, SEC, yay or nay.
Interesting.
It's an awkward time to have an ETF go through, but I mean, that's just the way a cookie crumbles, you know.
Is that Monday or Tuesday?
Monday the 16th of June.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The way the
yeah.
SEC's been moving lately, I don't doubt it, but they literally dropped every single crypto case on their dockets. All of them, from the meme coins to the exchange ones, all of them. So this might be their chance that they're not like, look, things are different now. You know, we'll see.
But at the same token, not to.
I would kind of be surprised if they did decline it. I'd be surprised if they deny this one.
Not to be devil's advocate, they had to, but they kind of right now they know. Like even Atkins, who's like everything that happened before us getting in here is we have to erase and rewind. So all the cases, even if they were good cases, bad cases, if they felt they were right or wrong, I think they would have erased the cases anyway, so they can reset.
Yeah, they literally did. They said it during the conference. They said that they sent notice that all departments are to ignore any of the forward guidance that they had received before while that commission was going on, because that's the whole point, to come up with the new guidance. But till that happens, they were to ignore all previous, which means there really is no reason to deny. Like, I can't think of a good reason for them to deny it.
And usually when they do, like, well, not deny it, but they delay it, it's because
I do expect a delay, though. No,
with the application, right?
Okay, look, I won't be surprised if it's not delayed, but if they have a delay available, because they always have a couple pushes before they're forced, I think they'll take it.
Yes, that's right.
If they don't take it, that is a huge nod to crypto. That is like them tipping their hat to us, like, we got you. Because typically they'll take every possible extension.
Yeah,
but,
XRP, this is a deadline, though.
XRP, if it does pump from here, I mean, this is a stairway to heaven. Like, it's on a giant bull flag. I haven't looked at XRP for a while, but this thing is like, it's kind of impressive.
Above $2.
But just
market cap is an issue for me.
Like the 50 cents to 350 like that, like That's impressive.
Yeah,
So
that's
right
pretty
now,
wild.
it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. There might be the news that you got to be careful. But if it does light up and you get back up toward those all-time highs, it could be the stairway to heaven. But it's I don't know, man. That's a chart that I would be scared to really do anything crazy with right now. But the news, would you say the news could be a make it or break it? Like, would you think it's either like it's not going to be just sideways and like no big noise?
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
going to be a lot of
well,
noise.
if you think back to the Ethereum spot ETF approval, what happened there? Like, it was kind of a nothing burger. Like, there was no mass inflows like the Bitcoin one saw.
Was it
It
already
came
accounted
later. The
for?
inflows came. Yeah, I
Guys,
don't know.
just
Like, it didn't draw the attraction
this
that Bitcoin
this
did.
right here
Most of this
is
stuff, it's
my
already
issue with XRP.
The market cap, yeah. It is a big.
$126 billion market cap, guys.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
pretty
saying
massive.
it can't go up, but let's daydream for a minute. Think that's gonna 5x?
Man, I'd be happy for a 2.
not
2x would be pretty
overnight,
cool.
that's for sure.
I'm talking in the next 5 months till the end of the top of the bull market, where we have a bear market, and we can then talk about higher numbers. In the next
This
5
thing-
months,
5x, you're talking $1 trillion.
this thing
then,
is
right?
that's my point. Like, we
It's
got a
hot.
3
Yeah.
trillion market cap. You think this is where's it gonna come from? Like, what, everybody's just gonna sell everything?
Yeah, total would have to expand to 10 trill or something, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Total would have to go way
Like, I
up.
hate to be the market cap fucking like rain on the
Like
parade guy.
the devil's advocate guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's just math. I hate to oversimplify
Yeah.
it, but at some point it's just math. We're not big enough yet. There's only so much
Yeah.
money to play with. Retail will come in. They will not come in at those rates. At that level, that takes years of retail coming on and us keeping them, getting more retail, getting more, blowing that market cap up. Maybe at a 20 trillion market cap, we can talk about something like that being possible.
The other
Yeah,
sale
and a
for
lot of
XRP
retail goes away after they get wrecked. Like, they have to come in and buy the tops, and then if they get wrecked and sell for a loss, like, a lot of them don't come back. So you have to get a whole new crowd that has never done it before.
Yeah.
The other sale for
Yeah.
XRP is the adoption of the cross-border payments, but I'm not sure how that would even affect price.
All right, my Coinbase is down. They
So-
didn't like that I rejected their futures, and now they just like Coinbase is down for me. Thanks, guys.
So now they took it offline for you. Oh,
We can
man.
start talking about those numbers, in my opinion, when we get up here, second place. Gold's at 23 trillion
Oh, hell yeah,
market
dude.
cap. Right, but look at how close we are to everything. Like, out of 4 trillion market cap, we're in second place. I don't even, it's kind of, at this point, what's crazy is it's embarrassing to have Google above Bitcoin. But Google, Amazon get taken out right away on the next move up on Bitcoin. And then it's just Apple and Nvidia. Apple will be next. And then it'll be Bitcoin, Nvidia, Microsoft, and gold for a while. But eventually, mark my words, screenshot it, clip it, Bitcoin will pass the market cap of gold. And we'll be right here at the Crypto Cypher Network. Which, oh, my bad, foreshadowing. Sorry about that. I was future tripping a little bit. Crypto Cypher channel. And yeah. We'll hit some of those as soon as we pass that number.
I'd love to still be talking to y'all, but I'd be so rich that y'all just have to talk to my butler.
Y'all will be talking my AI agent. But she's gonna have a sexy voice. And she's gonna pronounce aluminum aluminium.
Aluminium. Yeah, as far as like, pie in the sky, pipe dream targets, let's just deal with all-time highs to begin with,
Yeah.
When we get into price discovery, then we can start talking targets, but yeah. I mean, people saying XRP to $10, dude, let's just get to 3. Let's try and get back to 3 or 4. And then we can talk about other ones, but yeah, man. There's more immediate local battles to win before we even talk about the crazy numbers.
I want Ripple to go public because I'll buy that.
There you go.
Anybody else having problems with Coinbase?
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't tried today, but it's because I don't want to look at my portfolio.
It's a bit ugly. Dude, don't worry. Mine too. Mine's been through the wars lately, my portfolio.
Yeah,
I
mine's
think
been
that's
through the freaking
probably a
ringer,
common
dude.
story at the moment for people. Yeah. It's been a brutal couple of months. If you're a Bitcoiner, it's been great. Bitcoin's been getting a lot of positive activity. Who would have thunk it?
I mean, if you stack up all the bullish Bitcoin news that there's been, it may be a little bit easier to say it in hindsight, but I mean, shit, the president of the United States stood on stage and said, "Never sell your Bitcoin."
Yeah.
Take away who it is, take away how you feel, just to be able to say that statement and have it be factual.
Wait, he said this? Trump said that?
Yeah, that's Michael Saylor's line. Never sell your Bitcoin. So he was like, never, and the crowd, he was going for applause in the Bitcoin conference. So he hit him with the Michael Saylor line, never sell your Bitcoin. He said, I think what he said exactly was, a lot of beautiful people in the building, never sell your Bitcoin, am I right? And then the crowd, and then he was like, no, we're going to get rid of Gary Gensler. And the crowd went crazy. Like, oh, you guys like that one, huh? I will fire Gary Gensler. He repeated it and shit. That's great.
It's funny
I
that
think
he just said that part, because when he was doing the crypto summit or whatever was going on at the White House with all his people, he was like, well, I don't know if they say it's good to sell it, to buy it, to not to hold it, to sell it. Like, he was really wishy-washy there. I was like, why did he do that? Why did he say that? It was weird. Did you catch that?
I think his sons are more dialed into crypto and Bitcoin than he is, and he's just saying, "Oh, look, I get a good reaction, a good response if I'm pro Bitcoin."
Yeah.
But he's not at the level of passion for it as I think his sons are.
Nobody caught that when he was
Bitcoin,
talking to the press, though. When he said that, he's like, some people say it's good to sell, some people say it's good to hold, some people say it's not good to hold. I don't know. And that was like, he shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah,
So he kept it neutral. He kept it very neutral.
Yeah.
He's got smart people around him that knows it's the future. I mean,
Yeah.
He's a
sort of
70-odd-year-old man. The technology, to a certain degree, I would assume, is beyond him.
Right.
Yeah, what if they're just out for his back, though? What if they want to dump on his head? Like, nah.
I guess the best thing that any kind of political situation can do is just get out of the way. Don't put up red tape. Just let things, let the space be this, grow and do what it needs to do. Yeah, if they can if they stop people exploiting and stealing, great. But otherwise, yeah, don't block the public from access to, holding assets, that kind of stuff. That doesn't help anything really. I don't know. All the consumer protection crap that the old SEC was on about. It's like they don't even put that much effort into to make people save money and do like financial goods. You know what I mean? But don't invest in the wrong thing. Like, but meanwhile, you can legally go to Vegas and gamble your life savings away for like no problems. It's so weird.
It's about
How that
governmental
you have the
control of
freedom to
money,
do
man.
that. You have the freedom to go sell your house, liquidate all your assets, go to Vegas, and put it all on roulette.
Yeah, but
You know, you have the freedom to
really
do
about.
that.
But it's not really about the client. It's actually more about the person providing the service that has to be
Yeah.
regulated. So they're like, yeah, every man's free to make his own choice. If he wants to lose his money, well, let him lose his money. But the things has to be under a
Yeah.
regulated platform where everyone's playing by the rules. Like we don't want anyone cheating, even if it's a game. This game has to be played by the rules, so no one has an unfair advantage in this game.
I think of a lot of it's fear that in our country, in America, that it's fear that it'll take over. We'll lose our dollar dominance.
Right. Like it undermines the fiat. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it kind of does. Well, there's a mechanism like with the stable coins where it does actually shore up and give fiat a purpose to still be around, It I guess for lack of a better word, it guarantees the survival of fiat
I think it's a tide they can
with
slow
having
down, but
the
there's no way to
digital.
stop it.
Yeah. Well, the future is the young people of today, the people that are all into crypto and God forbid TikTok and YouTube and whatnot. Like the future is very technological and technology and stuff. Like the old dinosaurs, they ain't gonna be calling the shots anymore because they won't be here, They're hanging on to like the last of what was the legacy world of, banking and finance but that's all gonna get revolutionized and changed. And it is. It already is, right?
It boils down to
Just a matter of
efficiency,
time, man.
efficiency and
Yeah.
liquidity. I mean, and
Yeah.
the old banking system just can't compete with that. So it's got to go.
Yeah.
Inevitably, it's just the nature of things. But
Yeah.
just like any type of change, you're going to have resistance.
Yeah. Yep.
So I still
These
think the
people.
philosophy of banking is still gonna have to kind of stay because people aren't gonna feel that secure having their life savings just stashed around with 12 words, and some
That's
people might, some
man.
people won't, so they're gonna want to
The
bank
the
their crypto.
banking service has a lot of merit, like great, like it's good. You've got security, like it's a lot of it's insured, right? You can borrow, you can set up mortgages if you don't have the cash to buy a house now. You can mortgage through a bank, like you can,
DeFi.
there's all sorts of great services through banks. Like they got customer support, they got branches that you can physically go visit. Yeah, there's good things to a bank. It's just the fractional reserve aspect, like and credit. It's preying upon everyday people that don't understand or can't control debt. That's the predatory banking that is the bad side. The
The
evil side.
central banking.
Yeah, it's predatory. Yeah, and we are exploited on every day, man. We've been exploited ever since all that came in. That banking, fractional reserve, Federal Reserve. We'll just print the answers. That world we live in.
Actually, in America, the central bank is against our constitution, but somehow it got through anyway.
Jekyll Island.
And it's a private organization too.
Do you know how
It's
many
not even
people
that
I
public.
say, do you know what the federal bank is? And they're like, well, it's the government bank. And I'm like, it's a private bank.
No.
And they don't know it. I'm talking in America. I do this to people every day, and they don't know that the federal bank is a private bank.
Have you heard of Jekyll Island?
Yeah, man.
I mean,
The Creature of Jekyll Island.
Have you heard
Good
of Jekyll
book.
Island? To the guy that's telling everyone about the banks, check out Jekyll Island. You'll see it's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, if you watch any documentary about how the Federal Reserve was birthed and born and the whole credit and debt system, man, it's all rigged.
It's literally modern day
rigged.
slavery, in my opinion.
Yeah, it serves the people that created it, and we are the commodity. Like we are the gears that drive the machine. They're just up there, skimming the cream off the top and living easy. While we, you know, do all the grunt work down the bottom. It's pyramid scheme, man.
It's terrible. And
Yeah.
they knew it long ago. That's why it was in our constitution. But you pay enough politicians off and make the pot sweet enough, they'll sell you out for anything.
Mm-hmm. The and you know they hide in complexity. Like if you make a system complex, most people won't bother or understand, comprehend how to even see whether it's fair or not. They just trust that it is. You know what I mean?
Well, and they have to
Like
pay
we just put
attention
our
long enough
trust in it.
and have enough
Yeah.
time where they're not working to be able to understand those things. Most
Hmm.
people are trying to feed their families and, you know,
Yeah,
live their
yeah.
life, and
That's it. We're
we
too
spend so much
busy.
time working that we don't get.
Yeah, but
It's
no
like
one
I
can
see these
afford
people
to look
protest.
into it.
I'm like, how do you
Exactly.
have time to go protest every day? I got a damn.
Too, yeah, I gotta pay the bills, man. It's too. Yeah, we are. We're very distracted and occupied, man. We are very occupied. We don't. No one has the time to go dig, and yeah, to dig into it. I mean, even when you do dig into it and you have the big epiphany, what are you gonna do about it? You can't do anything about it. You know what I mean?
Get
You
up and
don't
go to
have the
work. That's what I
means to
do.
do anything. Well, yeah, I mean, crypto is like that's why crypto is kind of cool because it's like you can now be a part of like something outside of their control, you know? That's what it originally was. It was the like you've heard Dbloc talk about like the cyberpunk movement, like the, you know, it was like a way to escape the system, a way out.
I'm sure that's why most people are here.
Well, yeah, we're all just trying to get by at the end of the day. At least I am, man. I just want to have my place in the world and live my life. And money's just a tool. It'd be nice to just like have my time back and not have to give it to a job, you know, 9 to 5.
Well, yeah,
grinding out.
That's the problem with the money being a tool. It's just that you're selling your time for the money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally you're
That's
trading your
right.
life for that money, and
Yeah. And
it's
time is so precious.
you only got so
'Cause
much
you-
of it. It's
Yeah,
not
you
infinite.
can't buy more. You can try and extend it by like, you know, let's say you get sick, you can buy the help, like, you know, the procedures and whatnot to live longer or but yeah, time. You can't go back either. Like you can't go back in time. No amount of money. Like I mean, look at poor old Steve Jobs. He had all the money in the world, and you know, he was still subject to his health and the time that he had left. You know. So yeah, it's precious.
Yep,
Time.
and that's coming for all of us, one day or another.
Yeah. Time. I don't fear it. I don't fear that stuff.
I don't fear it. I
There's
just
no escaping it.
looking at it in those terms, regret how I've spent a lot of it.
Yeah, you look back and you go, man, I could have done my 20s a bit better.
Sounds like you guys are trying to do a lot of push-ups.
Yeah.
But if you don't do
No
the
regrets.
push-ups, if you don't do the push-ups, you might not grasp onto the lessons to propel you forward with less push-ups in the future.
Do you ever
No regret.
grieve your 20s? Like if you're at least 30, do you ever look back and go, "Oh, the 20s, it's gone. That time of my life."
all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
probably
You grieve 'em?
every day.
Yeah. It's like, "Oh, my 20s, like the good old carefree, you know, good times." Or even like people might look back on high school. I mean, I couldn't care for high school.
I tell my kid what I did and what I should have done in hopes that they don't make the same mistake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to figure out if my 20s or 30s were better.
I know that as I've gotten a little
30s.
older, that I have a lot more peace in my life, which I enjoy greatly.
30s is like your 20s, but with an earlier bedtime. That's how I see it. You go to bed earlier, unless you're in crypto.
Exactly, huh?
I'm kind of grateful that my 20s was in the or the time that it was, because trying to go out now, it's so expensive, man, in Australia. Like the cost of alcohol is just insane. Like the taxes they put on that.
Anymore, you'd
Like
be
these
afraid
kids.
to drink anything because somebody might have put a grain of fentanyl
Oh,
in it.
right. Jeez. Yeah, no.
I mean, if you're by the beach, just grab a few bottles and go by the beach. That's going out.
Yeah. Pre-drink before going out. Yeah, that's what we used to do anyway.
Or pre-drink the whole night.
And then you could buy like 1 or 2 top-ups when you're out, and that would cost you like, $50 or something, or whatever.
No, not even go out. Just pre-drink the whole night and just have fun with that.
Yeah, but it's hard to meet the ladies if you don't go out. That's the problem in your 20s.
No, you got to go a spot that's kind of close to out, pre-drink and just lurk around.
Yeah. Nah, good times are always ahead, I think. I'm still optimistic for the future. Still a lot of opportunity and things like that. Things of that nature. What's that saying? Life begins at 40. Is that just
I don't
like
know. All I know
coping?
is
Is
we
that
all need to
coping?
get rich. We all need to get rich, dude. That's the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but rich is relative, man. Some people might think rich is one level, other people think rich is another level. You may be already
All
rich
right.
and you don't know it.
Well, whatever rich is to you, you need to get that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, what did you guys say?
Level up.
The Jekyll Island, is it a meeting, or I'm trying to look it up, and I'm coming up with hotels in Georgia.
Yeah. Look
It's
look up the creature of Jekyll Island. Look up
or
that.
look up Jekyll Island Federal Reserve or Jekyll Island U.S. banking system.
If you can find an audio book on YouTube for the creature of Jekyll Island, it's worth listening to that book.
I got that book right there beside my bed.
By Edward somebody.
Yeah, by let's see, or the creature from Jekyll Island, I should say.
But if you want to synopsis,
Edward
just ask
Edward
Google what
Griffin.
happened.
Edward Griffin. Yep.
You could just go on Google and be like, what
Yeah,
happened in Jekyll
AI.
Island with the Federal Reserve?
Get like a condensed version in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I knew the dates because it was right before World War One, and I was kind of taught that that's how they got it through, is because they knew that the trouble in Europe was brewing, and they were able to slip it in. And that's when they started federal income tax in America, is right with all of this change in the banking system. So they started taxing us right at this point too.
Oh, there's like 4-minute book review, and like people put up like book summaries on YouTube. Like they'll just condense it down and say what the plot was, what the conclusion, all that kind of stuff. On cover.
I'm gonna have to read more into that.
Oh, here's a good one. 10 minutes, because there's a lot to it. I'll put it in general chat if anyone's interested in that. The creature from Jekyll Island.
A little bit of interesting buys coming in right now. Nothing crazy though. Thinking of jumping in a quick ETH position. If I see this order book pick up a little bit.
The Federal Reserve System is a cartel of American banks that work together to control the American economy. Wow, that's a big line.
And people, they forget to add that in there.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you control the money, you control the people. Money is the ultimate tool on this planet. Try getting anywhere when you're broke, or try doing anything. So the country that's the richest usually has the most power.
Where did Eric Trump say there was a good buy on Ethereum? Like 2,800 or something like that?
I think it was around 3,200.
32?
Maybe I'm a little less than that. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but it was somewhere. It was between 28 and 32.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's wild.
I think it was at 32 and it had dropped, and then maybe it was 28 when he come out with that, and then it just bombed. So, well, look at the huge dip. It was shortly right after that. It was shortly not the same damn day.
I think that last push was market maker trying to see if anyone wants to come in the party, but nobody really wants to do anything. And now market maker's going to realize that he might as well sell it and then make more money back on the way up. Dump it. I used to have a lot of back pain too, and stand-up desk has been a godsend. Seems weird to stand up all day and night, but I do it, and it feels good. You move around, stretch, you can squat, you can kind of flex. It's not good to stand still, even if you're standing. But a stand-up desk, I'm telling you that, and an ergonomic stand-up upright mouse, those two things together, so much. It's like butter right now. My back is so good. It used to be terrible. I had a BMX accident back in the day when I was doing this race. Couldn't even walk for a while. Definitely recommend stand-up desks.
Dude, I'm looking at pictures of this mouse now. It's goofy as shit. How does this help?
What are you looking at?
These stand-up mouses.
Oh, upright mouses?
Upright mouse, yeah.
Yeah, they I mean it's only if your wrist hurts after being on your mouse too long and you got like metacarpal or wrist problems. It keeps your wrist in its natural pronated position, like the handshake position, while you're moving the mouse instead of keeping it flat, which is kind of a little bit of stress on your radius bone.
Okay.
It's weird using it at first. It took me about a week and a half to get used to. It's like writing with your left hand almost. That's like how awkward it is trying to use it. But then after you get the feel of it, it's like second nature. And it's my wrist problems. Because I had a broken wrist too. One time I tripped out on some mushrooms and I thought I could fly. And I broke both of my wrists, broke my right arm, my right shoulder. My tooth went through my lip, dude. It was crazy. Yeah, I was in a puddle of blood, squirming like a fish. It was bad. They thought I broke my neck. But ever since then, my wrist was really bad. And when I got the upright mouse, everything got a lot better.
Damn.
Yeah, straight up, man. I dove, dude. I thought, like, I just like the people that saw me jump. They said I jumped. It was about a 20-foot drop in a hardwood floor, basically, like head dive. They said I did
a
the
video
leap.
of that?
They said I did the leap of faith, man. They were like, dude, you did the leap of faith, and you just dove like it was water into a hardwood floor. I don't even remember, dude. In my mind, I was like in the forest looking for my homies, and I woke up in the hospital with IV stuck in my arm, and like it was crazy, dude. It was nuts.
Wait, what were you on?
Dude, so I was on Hawaiian mushrooms. Like I was used to like weaker mushrooms, and I took about an eighth of them, and it was just like I was out with my boys. This was in Groningen in Holland. It's like this little city in Holland, and all of a sudden I just start stripping balls, and I was feeling it. And they're Hawaiian. They're these Hawaiian red ones. They're Hawaiian red ones, too. But they told me, the guy at the store is like, dude, be careful with these. I was like trying to act like a big shot. I was like, yeah, right. Be careful with these. I was like, I know what to do. You know, I'm a big shot. I take these all the time. So, but anyways, long story short, like my homie said, I was like listening to this Bob Marley tape, and the batteries went dead. Like it was a cassette, like a radio cassette boombox, and it was like, get up, stand up. And they said I entered some kind of trance. They said I threw the boombox. I threw the boombox against the wall. I went into this other room where they were raving. It was in a gym, basically. It was in like this makeshift, like a half court basketball gym in Groningen. They said I climbed up the post and I was like dancing. Everyone was looking at me. They're like, "Oh yeah, you know," and they did not know I was gonna just turn around and dive into the floor. And they had to stop the party. They had to call an ambulance. There was blood everywhere. It was terrible.
Man, when I did
Damn,
mushrooms,
man.
I blacked out, like, because I had never done them before, and I think I had too much for a first timer, and I blacked out. I like literally passed out. That's crazy. Woke up, couldn't recognize my friends. It was that much disassociation. I didn't even know who they were, and I picked up all of the pool balls from my friend's pool table, and took them out to the street and threw them down the hill. I had no idea what I was doing, man.
That sounds like you were having some fun.
Yeah.
Reenacting Newton's experiment with the apple.
I remember standing up and going, how am I standing up? Like, and I couldn't understand what my legs were, and it was very foreign. I was like, what is going on? Like, how am I walking? It was very weird. Very weird.
Literally like a in-body experience for your soul that's used to being out of body, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Well, and tell you what, the common thread with all these psychedelics is you have an ego death. So like it dissolves your ego, apparently. Chills you out. I know there's many people that need an ego death.
Probably all of us, if you're being truthful.
Yeah. Or true. Yeah. It's like I don't know, if you have the intent as well, and you have the realization of it, and the like the what do you call it, the conscious thought about it, to let that part of your psyche go, because it doesn't serve, like, the arrogance about you,
It's the self.
kind of, yeah, like you, yeah.
Yeah, I've looked at a lot of the DMT and the ayahuasca and that stuff, and got into that for a while. I've never had it, but I'm like, I would do it if I had the opportunity. Obviously, it's illegal, and I wouldn't know where to get it here. But for those
Yeah,
reasons, the death of the ego, and all of those things. So
yeah.
kind of a
You
spiritual
definitely,
thing.
you definitely want to surround yourself with people you trust, and like people that know what they're doing as well, and yeah, someone to look after you if you're
Yeah, I don't
gonna
want to
do.
wake up with broken arms.
Yeah. Yeah, you want a trip sitter, is what they say. Yeah. Someone to look after you and look out for you while you're on your journey.
So did you see Creatures?
I just bought some ETH. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. I'm all in on Ethereum. Let's go, baby. I'm going to give it a shot. All right, go ahead. Back to the win.
Ethereum had an ego death this year. It went down. It went deep. What was your question? Did I see anything?
Yeah, because a lot of people
Yeah.
say they see like entities
Yes.
or beings
Yep.
or.
I was looking at, like fruit boxes. Like if you go to a fruit shop and they have like the boxes they carry all the fruit in.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was this
Or...
box. Yeah, my friend had like a banana box, and it had like the name of the place where it was grown and all that, and it had like a scene painted onto the box, like the hills and all the plantation and everything. And I was like, I just got lost in that world. Like I was in there, like I was at the plantation, and it was really like you just get absorbed into what you're looking at. And then I also looked at the mountain range at the back of my friend's property, and I could see like writing in the mountains. Like I was like looking at that, and I couldn't read it. It was like a foreign language or something, but there was all this like scripture, like this writing in the mountains. It was really weird. Yeah. But that's all I can really remember. Oh yeah, and then I went inside and my friends were playing Call of Duty on PlayStation, and I remember seeing like, them shooting the enemies and stuff in the game, and I was like, I had this really big epiphany, like this is so wrong. Like you're killing people in this game. Like it's wild, man. And I was like, yeah, I had this it was like I was really sensitive to it. Like I was extremely, like all of my desensitization to violence went out the window, and I was like really in tune and in touch with all of my sensitivity. It was really weird, man.
Yeah, a lot of.
And then I blacked out.
Yeah, I blacked out. You probably got shot in the game, man.
Dude, I mean, this is embarrassing, but I woke up from being blacked out, and I had pissed my pants, like literally. It was really bad. It was not good.
You
Like
should
I
wear
lost.
those astronaut diapers.
Yeah, that is losing your faculties, man. That's like losing control. Yeah. I mean,
All
you can
right.
achieve that level of losing control on alcohol. You can drink to that point.
I
Blackout
have. That's why I'm not judging you.
Yeah.
Man, I've pissed my pants even when I wasn't drunk.
Yeah, if Bitcoin doesn't hold here, I'm about to piss in my pants. Yeah,
I
quiet.
don't know,
I got
man.
back in a position. I just jumped in some ETH right here just to see what happens. I mean, my play here is to if 2,520 area holds, I'll stay in position. If not, I'll take the L. But I'm looking at almost like an inverse head and shoulders on the smaller time frames that's trying to do something like that. Off of a bear flag though, which is kind of sketchy to try to look for head and shoulders off a bear flag. But hey, let's see.
Or one other thing, man, the sense of scale. When you lose your sense of scale, like size, that's weird, man. Have you ever had a dream like that, where everything feels like really mega and big, like just everything? Like it's a really weird sensation, but yeah, like tripping
I can't
out
say I've
on.
ever had that dream. The one I
Yeah.
always have is where like some kind of weird creature's chasing me and I can't run very fast. It's like slow motion.
That's pretty. Yeah, man, that's a common one. That one. Yeah.
Are you trying to punch somebody and your punches
Exactly. Yeah, I've had
it's
that
like
Yeah.
you're punching through water and like they have no power. Like your punches have
Or
no power.
Yes,
or
I've
your
had that with
the
multiple.
dream, the kind of dream. I don't know if you've had this dream, but your trade is in massive profit, but you keep clicking the button, but it won't take profit. It's like, oh, it's not working. The take profit button, it's not working. I can't. You
No,
know.
but I've had nightmares that
I've had that happen on Coinbase a few times for real.
For real.
I've had nightmares that like I was freaking about to lose my account and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, true. I don't know, but I mean, it did put in a high or low earlier. The thing is, I don't know. Nothing looks really strong right now.
I
And I
know.
feel like
I know.
he's
This is just like I think I'm just swinging here more out of boredom than anything, and trying to press my luck right now. But just in case, if we do make a move right now, if not, I'm going to lose a little bit of positioning.
You're needing that
You know,
dopamine,
you know
man.
what's really powerful about this market is that you can literally go from zero to hero with an account. You know, people have swung up from really humble beginnings. Like it's possible. You can start with $100, man. If you know what you're doing, like if you learn the skills, you learn the
Dude,
tools.
I took 7K up to 480K.
There you go. Yeah, stuff like that. Yep. You can
I mean,
start
it took a long
humble.
time. It took a long time, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I started with. And I'd say I also fed it a lot though. At that time was like, I'd probably fed it another maximum 80, 70, 80K. So I'd say, 75, 80K total put in to get out 480, 500K almost.
Do you know how many hours you would have to work to make 350K?
Oh, so much.
For most people, I mean, for the average middle
But
class
then I
person,
lost it.
that's
Then I lost it
years.
all in like two
Yeah.
trades after that. And then, got it back and then lost it all. And then got, then you start building your callus.
Yep.
You straight up lost it all in a few trades. I was like, I just got too cocky. And I was like, man, I'm unstoppable. I had this terrible trade with brain trust, and I got so wrecked.
Yeah, man. If you went to Wall Street and hit up any of the most successful traders, they would all, I bet, talk about their humble beginnings of how much they sucked at the start and how many accounts they blew up to begin with as they were learning, you know?
I got wrecked so hard, man.
It's like a rite of passage.
Totally got to pay that tuition.
If you ever lose it all and you're down, that's your origin story. Like, get back up, dust yourself off. Dust yourself off and try again. Whatever.
Yeah,
that song.
exactly. Especially these days, it's not that hard to double up, and if you just like patiently just try to double up. And once you double up, take a step, take a breather, and be like, just have, I think, consecutive, real kind of, possible goals. Nothing crazy. That's why I say 10x. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe think about that in the late future, but don't think about past doubling up. Once you double up, relax a little bit, come up with some new strategy, then double up again.
Yeah.
That's how I look
No,
at it.
and I tell you what, man, no one ever got rich working a 9 to 5, earning 80K, 60K a year. That's not how you get rich. Like, yeah, you can save, be frugal, and get by, and probably get a more live. That's cool, but you're not going to get rich. Investing is the key to expanding your wealth and growing. Like that is, you can't get there
Or
working.
starting a really successful business.
Oh yeah, but that's not a job. That becomes like I mean, that's an investment. You invest in your business,
Yeah.
But if you're earning an income, like a fixed income, you know what you're getting, you know your trajectory, you've got no investments. It's all just like living for life. Spending. You end up
You can
spending
literally
the
put
most.
a calculator to it and know exactly what you're going to make in your
Yeah,
lifetime. I mean,
that's right. You know your trajectory, like your future financially. There's at least a cap to it. It's like, but that's the beauty. The real value out of this market is not what you're going to make this bull run. It's about the skills that you're picking up that you can take into the next 6 bull markets. You know what I mean? And know what to do in a bear market, and know how to. And I'm not just talking about crypto. I'm talking about any market, real estate, stock market, forex, like whatever the market is, like.
Dude,
Just
I wish I got
understand
into crypto just one cycle earlier. Like,
Yeah,
I would
that'd be
already
nice.
be there.
I still think one of the most impressive cycles would have to be the 16, 17 bull run with the ICO, like the ICO, the first alt season. That would have been amazing to be part of that. That was actually a really easy bull run too, because it just went up, and any kind of retracement was kind of overcome in a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks at most. Like,
Well, that's when I started getting cocky, and I was buying the whole way up there.
yeah.
And I got hit with the crypto winter in the head. Bang.
Oh, yeah, man. My first bear market, well, I came in at the top of the bull of 2017, 2018, and only being able to go long in a crashing market makes it very hard to learn. You get crushed. I got crushed. And when the bear happened, like when the bottom came in, I was already out of it. I was turned my back on it, frustrated, disillusioned, angry, all that. I didn't know any different. I didn't know any better, being a beginner retail, liquidity. But yeah, you look back on it, and then you see what could have been when you had your back turned. And that's what I mean by the bear market is the most valuable part of the cycle, to be honest. That's when you have to pay attention the most, man. When it's a bear, like when it's down on the floor, you have to be there for it, because if you're not around, you're coming in late and you're not making the money you could have. So pay attention. Like, and you can see it. It's the same trap, the same thing. When everything's blue sky, all-time high, that's when most people are looking at the space, and it's drawing in new money. But it's like the opposite. It's like, people should be
they're
paying attention.
exit liquidity for the people that were there during the bear market.
That's right. That's right. And you know what? I want that to continue to be the case, like where the bulk of the crowd's only interested at the top, because I want to be there with the smart money, like all of us listening to this right now. Be around in the bear. Like, that is the time. If you're gonna walk away or spend any time away from crypto, let it be when you're riding your positions up that you built in the bear. Let it be like the mid-cycle, grind. like, which was kind of like 2024, 2023. Yeah, everything was just on its way up, like it was marking up, and there was consolidations along the way. Like that's the time that you can sort of chill. But yeah, you want to lock in at the bottom and lock in at the top, and pay attention, focus. Be real dialed into the market, into the charts and all that. So that's been like probably the best bit of advice that I could come up with from being in crypto since 2018, however many years that is. What's that, 7 years? 6 years? Yeah. So yeah, man, like, and like it's a game of what do you call it? Endurance. If you can endure, you will win. Like it's endurance. It's not a sprint. People come in to the leverage space and think that they treat it as like a sprint, like I'm going to make it real fast, this money. But if you want a more secure way to do it, you got to be prepared to endure like at least, a few years, and it will come. Like, but you have to grind, you have to be there, you have to like, let it mature your positions.
Totally agree.
Yeah, it's not easy. It doesn't come easy. It seems easy on paper.
That's where you lose your bag.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy come, easy go. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, if you stick around and you play it slow, everything just takes care of itself.
Yep. But like you were saying earlier, you develop those calluses. So
yeah, Drew was saying that. Yeah,
you got to be able to hurt a little bit to make it. Definitely.
Yes. Yep. It's like touching the stove when you're a kid. You don't really appreciate or respect what the stove does or how dangerous it is until you get burned. A couple of times.
Exactly.
Yeah. You just hope that you're not the fool that touches the stove every morning and gets burned every day.
Exactly.
You hope to learn from it.
I hear you, man.
Yeah. But yeah, leverage is it's evil, man. You find out pretty quick if you've got the knack for it or the personality type.
Right.
Because even when you're good at it, that's bad, because it lulls you into this false sense of security that you know what you're doing, and then you start getting a bit more risky, and
Exactly.
before you know
But
like they'll do
where I actually started making money was when I made rules and I followed them to the friggin' T.
Yes.
And it sucked. That's where I was bleeding. I'm like, this really sucks. But I mean, I could take friggin' $7 and turn it into $1,000 in 2 weeks. If I was disciplined, the market was moving right. So
yeah.
But I could lose friggin' 10,000 in like 30 minutes if I was just being stupid.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you can spend months grinding an account to some pretty level, right? But you can undo it all in one bad day, or like even just a few bad hours. If you don't have a system to protect what you have and the risk management, and yeah. It's one thing to know it all, like to know all these mantras and all the psychology and the logic, but it's another thing to put it into practice and actually live it. Because when it comes to it, man, like, yeah, the market, it really tests your psychology.
It does. It does.
Like,
and you
we
go
all
through
know
like channels. I went through a channel where it's like, I mean, I turned like $4,000 into $50,000, and I was like, I felt bulletproof. And I took most of it out, but I gave back like $8,000 just being a dumbass.
Yeah.
Just thinking, okay, yeah, it's gonna turn around.
I don't need no friggin' stop loss. And then like 3 days later, it's like, fuck, man, I just lost $8,000.
Yeah. Yep. 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 The market can be pretty unforgiving.
But I mean, I try to honestly trade mostly with spot. I use a little bit of money, and I mean, if I completely, screw up, and I've done it a few times lately, I've been pretty lucky, but I'll put, $50 back into it, and then I'll build it from that. And I just don't
And
go
rotate
crazy
it.
and,
Yeah,
put the mortgage.
man. That's a good way to go about it. Yep. Yep. Futures and leverage is a battleground. And it's like, if you can extract profits from, like, the money that you're prepared to liquidate, like $50, $100, whatever that value is to you, whatever that amount is.
Yeah,
But
and
if
it's
you
like,
can pull
okay,
out
I want to go
profit,
out to eat a couple times. I mean, it's not
yeah.
a big deal. But
Yep.
I won't put, like I said, the mortgage into it.
Oh no, man, that's crazy. That's wild.
Yeah.
No one can
A lot
afford
of
to
people
lose
do though.
that. Oh, yeah.
So I mean, honestly, I did the math, and I mean, most of the money that I've lost, it was house money. So I've been
Right,
lucky.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Man, there's
But
a lot
if
of
I handed you $1,000 and tomorrow you lost it, you'd be like, "Fuck, dude, I just lost $1,000."
yeah, it's
It was
definitely
yours.
it's brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you won it or friggin' earned it,
Yeah.
whatever, man. Once
I
it's
know.
gone, you're like, shit, that was mine.
Yep. Yeah, man, like it's weird because like on a position, I'm prepared to lose like, 80 or $100 on a stop out, like if I stop out on a trade. But then I'll see myself when I'm out at the grocery store buying something, and it's like, oh, it's not on special. Like it's $2 more expensive than what I bought, and I won't buy it. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you
I'm
gotta
like
set your
battling.
priorities, man.
Yeah,
Crypto
I'm like,
over food.
I'm like battling for a couple of bucks saving, or like
Yeah,
stressing over saving $2 or something. But I'm
yeah.
prepared to lose $100 on a stop out.
Here lies Joe. He died
Mm.
early because he spent more on crypto and less on food.
Oh, dang. Yeah.
Actually, how I actually got into crypto was I'd be like, I would put $5 on Doge because I was going to buy a coffee. I'd put 10 on, because I was going to do this. For
Oh,
like
yeah.
5 years, I cut my hair, and every friggin' month I would give myself $30 and
Ah.
I buy crypto. I took $400 in friggin' Doge and turned it into 20 grand. And honestly,
Yeah.
it was like smoking crack, man. I was hooked. I was like, oh my God,
You know,
this is like this is insane. Because
I do
I mean,
similar
honestly,
things.
I forgot about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, I was just saying yeah, I do similar things, man. Yeah, and what were we saying? You forgot about it?
I forgot about it, and then then I was like, okay, and I went back, and I was up like 10 grand or something. And I was like, crap, man. Then I
Wow.
started paying attention, and I still sold early because I mean, I sold it like 40 cents, and if I'd have waited until it was at 50 or 60, it was like, damn.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Man, altcoins are a bit of yeah, it's trippy because I remember looking at Bonk before it went up 20,000%. Like, and just to think, wow, that's possible. Like in this space, there's things that really do see those kind of expansions. And it's
Oh
like you
yeah.
kind of just you watch them go by and you're like, damn.
Literally, I was just
Yeah.
trading. I mean, we were like semi-retired, sold our house, moved to Florida, bought a smaller house, all that kind of stuff. And I had these. I'd put $100 into new coins, and I kept them. And then my wife's like, well, we got these bills, and I need you to like send over like $1,000. And I'm like, well, I already sent over, some. And she's like, well, I need another 1,000. Fuck. So I went through and I sold, some of that, blah, 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 because I wasn't working. I was just trading. And literally 2 weeks later, one of them I sold went up 1,000%. And I was like, what the fuck?
Whoa. Yeah.
And I started actually working after that. And I'm doing both, because I'm like, you know what? I'm never going to do that.
Language.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it.
I'll tell you what, I do something like I work a job, right? I have an income, but I still do something that seems, dude, that's a lot of effort for nothing. But I collect bottles, like, because I work in a bottle shop, right? A liquor store. I like, yeah, man, there's bottles everywhere. I see a lot of bottles come and go. Like, we recycle a lot, but I'll collect them up, and that's 10 cents for a container. Like, that's 10 cents, and I can refund that, and when I save up like I don't know, like a month's worth of doing that, I'll get like 50, $60. Just, just from the little action of just collecting them up and then
It's a
taking
side
them
hustle,
in.
man.
Yeah,
You're
just like a
still
little
doing your
thing.
same shit. You're just changing
Yeah,
your
yeah.
behavior a little bit.
Yeah, it's just some little extra. Like, it doesn't
Yeah.
mean much. It's not like I'm making a fortune. It's just, yeah. It's like, why wouldn't I do that? I can do that easily. Like, it's no extra effort. It's, the refund place is near where I live, so it's no stress. Doesn't take much time. It's just, yeah, it's another little habit. And that's akin to, oh, I will not buy my coffee from the cafe today. I'll make it at home. Like, just little things like that. And then, yeah, little behaviors that save money.
I bought a machine. Honestly, I'll make it at home now because I can make it. Not always good. I mean, some of them are better than others, but I can get really freaking close, and I know what I like. So
yeah, I've become accustomed. Like, I'll drink instant coffee not for the enjoyment, but for the function of what it does. Like, I need caffeine. Like, I want, want my coffee. I'll get a headache if I don't have a coffee. You know what I mean? Because I'm,
I like drinking good coffee. I'll spend like I buy 5 pounds at a time on Amazon, and I'll get them from New York. I mean, different places, but you get 5 pounds for about $50-$55 even right now. And I mean, it lasts forever.
Yeah. Do you buy like the whole beans, or do you buy it ground?
I do.
Do you buy your coffee like already ground up, or do you?
No, it's beans.
You grind
The,
yeah.
The machine that we have, you just push a button, and I mean, you got to clean stuff, but it pretty much, you can do like double shots, whatever into it. It's got the whisk and all that kind of stuff, and it's not that hard once my daughter showed me how to do it.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they have the grinder built in. You just got to fill the hopper up with all the beans.
Yeah, and then I pour the ground coffee in my plants and stuff outside, and they love it.
Oh yeah, like the spent.
Bugs,
Yep.
bugs don't like coffee.
Yep, and a lot of like pests and insects don't like the coffee grounds. Like, if you get snails or whatever, they avoid it. They avoid it if it's on the soil.
Yeah, it's supposed to like sway away like friggin' mosquitoes and stuff too, though. You can actually take your coffee grounds after you've already made it, and you dry them out, and you burn it like a friggin' incense, and the smoke like it. You won't have bugs around you at all.
Well, that's cool.
Yep.
Bug repellent.
Wait,
after you make the coffee, the size of friggin' cars.
After you make the coffee, you take the coffee grinds and you do what with it? Like, you dry it out.
You
and then
dry them out. You dry them out, and you put them in like a cone, and you light them, and then like you get them to where they start burning, and they'll go down just like an incense. And the smoke, the bugs friggin' hate it.
Huh. Interesting.
It doesn't smell that bad, so.
Oh, yep.
There's YouTube videos. Honestly, just YouTube it, or friggin' use AI or whatever, and it'll tell you a lot better than I just did.
Yeah, I think I saw a video one time of this guy who made like a coffee candle. Like he put his used coffee grounds in like he made a candle out of it or something, and he lit it
Coffee
to
is
keep the
friggin'
bugs
awesome.
away.
I mean, put it on
Yeah, I
meat
love coffee.
when you cook it and stuff, and the friggin' the taste from the coffee, just the raw coffee on there. Oh my god, it totally changes. Like a cheap type of steak or something.
Put coffee on your steak?
Hell yeah. Just sprinkle some. Look. I mean, there's ingredients. There's recipes and stuff that you use coffee, but you
Yo, I
put
boof.
some freaking coffee on it, and it like I'm talking. Not a filet mignon or anything like that. Just like cheap steak, and you marinate it
Yo,
overnight with a little beer and some other spices and stuff. And yeah, the taste of it is it gives it a richer taste. It's
did you ever snort
uh,
coffee?
what's that?
Did you ever snort coffee?
No.
Did you?
I didn't inhale.
I do
I
it,
did
dude. I do it all the time. I boof coffee too, man.
not.
What the hell, bro?
I need a snort. I've never snorted coffee, man. No.
It's like, nah, I don't do coffee, man. It gives me the jitters. I can't even do coffee straight up.
I need to snort more coffee so I can work harder, so I can snort more coffee.
I've snorted tobacco. A lot of my friends do that.
Snuff. I have snuff.
Yeah.
It'll clear your sinuses up, but honestly,
Oh
the
yeah.
best thing I think for your sinuses are like friggin' if you have a cold, hot sake, and you don't even have to drink it. You just friggin' inhale the fumes, and it just clears you completely up. I think the enzymes or something in it. Crickets.
I'm just cutting some watermelon now, so that's all I got.
The crickets are gone because of all the coffee.
Exactly.
Somebody snorting crickets?
Chocolate covered. Have any of you guys actually traded ZBCN?
No.
No, I've heard about it though.
Oh, dude, like I think it was about 6 to 8 weeks ago. I put $100 into it, and like 4 days later, sold actually most of it and made like a 60% return. And then I started playing with it with leverage. It's very volatile, but I'm not going over 5x, and it literally bounces all over the damn place. But
Nice.
it is nice. I made some good money. But like I said, do not go over 5x. Just don't do it unless you've got a big bag and you're just going in with like 1%.
Sometimes you'll find altcoins where their chart is the thing just kicks along on the floor, like it's just this basement price. But every other couple of weeks, you see this just big spike out of nowhere, and then it goes right back down to the basement. So it's
Exactly.
like, yeah, and it's like maybe like once a month, once every 2 months, there's this pump that comes out of it, and it's like, well, if you can catch one of them, then damn, it's kind of cool.
But it's one of those too that you can get stuck in a trade for like friggin' 3 or 4 or 5 days, and you're like thinking, damn, this is never going to do anything, and then all of a sudden you've like tripled your money.
Yeah.
And
And
then the
yes,
spot that you own, because honestly, every time I win, I'll put so much into spot, and I just keep buying the same thing, and then obviously when it's up and down and stuff, and
catching up with the YouTube chat. Yes, drugs are bad. Okay, and also, no financial advice. You will never find financial advice on this channel. That's not what it's about. And if
yeah,
you
we don't
hear
even know
anything
what
that
we're
sounds
talking
like
about.
advice, it's not advice. It's like experiences. People is sharing experiences and opinion as well. Like people just speculating. So none of this is like do this, guarantee anything like that. Nothing like that.
Don't smoke hemp out of an aluminum can because
Yeah. Go seek out a financial advisor. If you're looking for financial advice, don't find it on YouTube for free. Like if you want advice, go hire an advisor,
Exactly.
That probably say don't touch crypto, to be honest.
But if you don't want to, my Cash App number is blah 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 blah. I just got married, guys. Send me some money, please.
But yeah, just to reiterate what I'm pretty sure Dbloc's message is with this channel, it's not about giving you answers about where to do what. It's about how to approach the art form of investing and trading, right? Like how do you use the tools, like how to read the chart. That's pretty much it. That's powerful. Like if you can at least know where to start with that's really good value out of this channel to learn, or at least know where to look to learn. But yeah, Dbloc's got a really good grasp on like the dynamics of the market, why things move into the places they do. Yeah.
Your non-financial advice, Ethereum's going to $10,000, guys. But there are some people that have a 10K target. I would say maybe 7K, 6K max this run. Max. What's the all-time high?
Yeah, what is the Ethereum all-time high? Is it
4,850-ish, 4,830-ish, depending on what exchange.
Oh yeah. What, Ethereum's all-time high?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4868 is what I got on Binance. ETH Tether Binance.
Yeah, Coinbase 4880.
Yeah, nice. What about Doge? That's like what, 73, 74 cents?
Yeah,
something like
73, 74, yeah.
Yeah.
Both, all of everything has some pretty good headroom. Every alt right now, if you look at it, it's like the headroom it has to its all-time high. A lot of them were, past 2x.
Yeah.
Some 3, even 4. You get a nice 3x out of it, just going all-time high, almost around there. As long as Bitcoin just hangs out here a little bit longer, I think alts are going to start running. And if not, I think that means the bear season's coming sooner than expected.
Man, if anyone's looking for a person to chill or hang, like just be like someone that'll be around in the bear market, I'll be around. I'm always kicking around the Discord, so. But yeah, you need people to talk you away from all the FUD that will come out, like because there's so much negativity in the space when that happens, and it's by design. All of the FUD stuff, all the fear that gets peddled, I feel like it's all by design. Like they want to capitulate the market out. They want you to part with your crypto, pretty much. They're trying to get it as low as possible. You got to kind of like learn how to see through it, read between the lines.
Oh yeah, everyone that's in crypto, when they're flooding something, including myself, it's because they want to get a better price. It's not like they really think it's gonna, you know. I mean, I think there are some people that really hate some projects and they genuinely feel like they're gonna go to zero or something. But a lot of the times, especially of course, if it's right after somebody exited a position, they're probably gonna end up trying to get back in it, even if they're trash talking it. Most of the time, that's why they do trash talk it.
I
Thinking
feel
they
there's some of these there's some of these YouTubers too that pump stuff up because they own it and they dump on the people that watch their YouTube channels. Notice that on I won't name any names, but I suspect that happens.
Well, yeah, and they also get free allocations. A lot of these KOLs and YouTubers, they'll get allocation from projects, especially micro cap projects, and they'll give them the coin for them to talk about it. And they didn't pay for the coin. The people that developed it didn't pay for the coin. So what happens? Those coins just get dumped on whoever buys them. So it happens, but you just got to kind of smell it out. That's why right now it's like I don't know. I think people that are new to this game should stay away from low caps. Maybe just to play with if you have a few bucks you want to mess around with, but really stick with the top cryptos, the one that have some history, the ones that have good market cap, good liquidity. Those are the ones to really mess around with, I think. Especially the beginners. Once you want to get risky, yeah, the lower you go in market cap, the riskier it gets, but the higher the reward too, as in percentage wise. I'll be right back.
All right, let's look at the charts, y'all. What is this Sunday candle doing? Wait, is it? It's still the Saturday candle, isn't it? Because I'm in Australia, so. Oh no, it is the Sunday candle. There you go. You know what was deceptive is that on the daily chart, Bitcoin gave us a Friday hammer. Like that candle's no doubt. That is a hammer. And here we are below the hammer. Like we're, we haven't taken off. So this is kind of testament to the fact that candlestick patterns aren't bulletproof. Like they don't always have the answer. Well, I'm guessing it's like 12:25 p.m. or a.m. New York time right now. You guys are like midnight. Most of you would be asleep in bed. That's good. You need your brain power for the days that matter. The weekend, everything slips into a coma over the weekend with markets. You need to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for Monday, Tuesday, the weekdays, the market days. I'm just looking at the YouTube chat. There's 138 people with the YouTube open. That's cool. I'm gonna pop a little kangaroo in the chat. A little shout out from down under. Let's see if it'll come in. What's up, butthead? You're a bunghole. RNR. Rest and recovery. For a little while before I jumped into the Discord, I was a YouTube commenter. Like I just lived on the comments, man. That's where I was. Oh, thick Aussie accent. RNR. Yeah, sorry about that. My bad. The indicator name for the candles, like that have different colors, I believe it's called TR main. I'll type it out. I'll type it into the chat here. It's called TR main. And it's by Traders Reality. That's why it's called TR main. You're welcome. What's up? Go to the gym, bro. I need to go to the gym, bro. I'm a weakling. Yeah, that's probably it. 8.2 thousand users. Yep. When you apply it to your chart, you'll see that it's a little bit different looking than what Dbloc has on his. I think Dbloc has adjusted it, and he's excluded some bits and pieces and just cleaned it up a bit. I'm doing great, man. Finished work for the day. It's now Sunday afternoon, 2:30 p.m. I'm sitting down having a beer.
Sweet.
Sui. Is it on the move, is it?
Yeah, a bunch of short liquidity getting squeezed out.
Shortly.
Good morning, family. It's early morning here on the East Coast.
Yo, it's only
Oh,
like 11
sorry.
past 3 in
Oh,
Australia.
well, happy Sunday afternoon to you.
Thank you.
So here we are in between pivots again, and we're going to try to go after that 800 on that 5-minute on Bitcoin. Hopefully we can close over that finally and make that transition up to 106,000. So we've got that 200 underneath us and the 800 above, and we're over the 50, of course, and rounding this corner. But it's been a little bit tough today, but I think we're going to do this. Building up a little bit momentum here.
Yeah, I still think the charts look quite bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got a little bit of bit to go here.
Look at the demand that stepped in
Mm-hmm.
2 days ago. Like, yes, we dipped to like, what was it, 102,680, but it got bought all the way back up, and now we're at 105.5.
Yep.
That's a good sign. Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is. Yep. So in order to kind of surpass the angles that we need to, it's important that we come over 106,700 and then kind of make another corner at 107.4. That'll kind of put us at the proper channel to beat that curve from the turn on the 200 and the 800 up there. But first things first, we have to get over this 800. But and 106,010 will do that.
Oh yeah.
It sure has been a grind, hasn't it, today? Oh my goodness. It's
Yeah. I find that's quite typical of the weekend.
Yes.
At least for Bitcoin. Yeah. It's not always the case, but yeah, crypto tends to slip into a bit of a coma over the weekend because it doesn't have the direction of the US stock market
Mhm.
or any stock market because everyone closes for the weekend and crypto's left to its own devices and you know, if there's no major impact or pull, it'll hang out in a range until Monday, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. It kind of makes you look forward to Mondays.
It
something
kind of
that
does.
something that I never thought I would be doing, like,
Never.
oh, I can't wait for Monday.
Yeah.
It's like, what happens, you know? Yeah. We got a big week this week coming.
We do.
Funds rate. I mean, we know that that's going to be another pause, most likely. Most likely.
hmm
But we'll see what Jerome says. Likely to be similar, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And then Monday, we've got the XRP spot ETF decision for
hmm
Franklin Templeton. Yeah. See if it produces anything.
I'm sure will be interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch to my phone.
Well, we dipped back under a little bit again. I don't think we're below the 50. Let me see. Let me get back.
Doge on the 5-minute chart took a bit of a hit in the last 5 minutes, bit of a dip.
Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, XRP is under $2.17 again, too.
Yeah. I am in a long on XRP, just in anticipation
Mm-hmm.
for something positive coming out Monday, but we'll keep a stop loss on that one just in case.
Yes,
Just in
for
case it
sure.
becomes yeah, if it goes devastating. I don't want to be riding that train.
Right.
It's not a very positive environment right now.
I know, right? It's weird for a big ETF decision coming like in the kind of chapter that we're currently in with all the uncertainty and the fear, you know? It's a
Well,
bit of a
Doge is
weird
riding at 50 MA on the monthly, and it's pretty. That's okay.
yeah.
It's probably going to keep going sideways down here for a while. I think that would be my guess, or if it doesn't actually drop lower.
If it gets over the daily 50 MA, it'll take off. But that's what it's under. It's just got that little bit of headwind, and then above that is the 200 on the daily. So it just needs to climb over that 200. That's at the 25 cents. So it needs to perk up over 20 and then 25, and then it'll take off.
Why?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Your friend depresses me, man.
My friend?
Benjamin.
Why? Because he hates altcoins?
Benjamin Cohen?
Yeah, man.
What did he saying?
We'll keep going down on alts. Most like.
Uh-huh. Well,
No, he's been right so far.
that's so then damn, but yeah.
I mean, it's like never ending. I mean, the way he's saying it, it could go September, November, it could go next year. I mean, it's just gonna have bounces but keep going down.
Yeah, I mean, eventually that trend will reverse, but who the hell knows when it's gonna happen? And who knows if whatever altcoins we're holding is gonna, survive in the long run. So yeah, it's tough, man.
Altcoins.
I honestly am just like, okay, it's screw the idea of grabbing low cap stuff that I don't want to like find any like really cheap gems and make 1000x. I just want to invest in some decent stuff that is freaking gonna be around and not get flushed out completely and just like go to zero liquidity.
I mean, so that mean only Bitcoin.
I mean, that's the only like real certain one, but even that's gonna have its rough corrections and stuff. The thing is, I mean, once you go below like whatever's in the top 25, you're getting pretty risky, and then if you go below the top 100, it's even more risky. Like it gets exponentially more risky. Like you want to stay on page one probably, then page two is getting into some risky business. I'm not doing the whole page two, page three, page four, page five anymore. I'm just freaking gonna stick on page one for the rest of my life, I think.
Yeah. No low cap gems.
No, dude, it's too risky, man. Like they could all just go to zero, like
Yeah.
overnight.
Yeah, you just got to keep it real, keep it relative. Like, oh, I'm not going to chuck, 80% of my bag into something like that. Maybe I'll play with 2% or 1%, just some play money into some like Hail Mary idea. See if it happens, but yeah.
Yeah, but even then, it's like you're kind of still flushing money down the toilet. It's like I've gotten into some stuff that was like it was supposed to be like the next big huge thing, and it had like 1,000 reasons for why it was gonna moon, and it freaking
just didn't
never
happen.
did shit. It just went to zero.
Yeah, there's many with that story. Many, many, many things.
I mean, going as per what he says, I think on every rise, you just need to take profit and get, rotate back down, compound.
You want a game that is nice and simple? Play the Bitcoin game, dude. Don't even get involved with altcoins. Just
Dude,
play
but
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin sucks too. It's like Bitcoin is so unpredictable. Like there's no way to
Slow.
trade Bitcoin. You just
Don't
freaking you
trade
buy
it.
it in the bear market and you
Invest
hold
it.
it for 3 years
No
and then you sell it.
Not financial advice, but you could, you could invest in it.
That's really all you can do though. You buy it in the bear market, you put as
And
much
you
money as you
hold
can in
it.
it, you hold it for 3
Life.
years, and then you sell it. Like that's pretty much
Yeah.
all you can do with it. You really can't trade it. It's like impossible to scalp and like day trade. There's
I
too
don't know
much
about
involved with it.
impossible. It requires leverage to make it worth it, or lots of money either way.
Yeah, but then you're like, even if you're on leverage, you're stopping out all the time because there's so many fake outs and like scam licks and stuff like that. Like, there's just too much involved with it. It's like it.
Yeah.
No, it's not impossible. Like I have made really good trades on Bitcoin. Like some of the best trades I ever made were on Bitcoin, but it's not. No, it's not impossible. But it's very difficult. It's like not even worth the time. The best bet is to just buy and hold for a long time, like with Bitcoin, and then the other stuff the smaller caps you can trade in and out of. But the micro caps, it's like screw that. Like I'm not gonna buy and hold a micro cap and expect it to do 100x in 3 years or something like that. I'm not doing that anymore. That's like just straight suicide. But then like the large caps and the mid caps, you can trade them in and out. Like I trade Doge in and out all the time. And it's like if you just focus on a few of them and you trade like 2 or 3 things, you get really familiar with how they move and you just see the opportunities when they're there, then you know could make some pretty decent money that way. Just find like 2 or 3 in the top, like ideally probably the top 25. Just trade those all the time. Ones that have the biggest volume and ones that have good tokenomics and the way if you like the way they move, whatever. I mean, tokenomics that can be used even if a coin has shit tokenomics, right? You can still use that as like oh hey, it would be easy to short this thing when it pumps because it's got a ton of volume and it does crazy percentages up and down. And I know that when people sell it, if a ton of volume comes in and a ton of people buy it, then I know that when they sell it, it's gonna go down like crazy because it's got a huge supply or whatever. So it'll be easy to short this thing when it pumps. Like you don't necessarily want to long it, especially if it's super volatile, because you might just get wicked out. But some of those you're like, oh, like it's got trillions in supply, or it's got like an infinite max supply, like or whatever. You can use that to your advantage if you're trying to short it, but like if it has enough volume. But I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of different tools that you can use that are at your disposal if you look for them. The thing is, getting familiar with 2 or 3 coins and getting familiar with the way that they move and just focusing on them and you only trade those 3 things. Like, sometimes you can get that sort of system to work out a lot better for you. Especially if you have a specific strategy that you really like and it tends to work really well on a certain coin. Maybe it doesn't work very well on some other coin, but there's one coin that it works, particularly well on. And you just trade that one coin all the time and you use that same strategy all the time. You get better and better at it.
Sorry to cut you off, but we just broke that local resistance.
Les résistance.
We did, yay.
Yeah, I think it's going for those liquidations, but yeah, I think this is where Dbloc was pretty much trying to plan on ending his trade. And I guess you could get that little bit higher to like 105.5. Is that where? You just got those 105, 105.9, I mean. Yeah, 105.9. In the meantime, though, Doge's having a hard time. Kind of
Yeah,
shitting
Doge
the bed
on
a little bit.
Binance got a big sell. Somebody dumped their Doge on Binance.
Yeah, this thing's having a shit fit. at the moment. It tried to break its resistance too because it had liquidations above, but it couldn't make it. It couldn't make it happen.
I'm thinking after this next push of Bitcoin, ETH is going to get some love.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't like ETH.
I'm not a fan of ETH, but I really think it's going to have to retest its all-time high before this bull market's over. And if it doesn't, we're probably going to cut this bull market very short very soon. I mean, I'm just at least to start moving, not to reach its all-time highs, but if it doesn't show, some kind of performance off this bull flag right now, when we go towards Bart Simpson, I'm just gonna say it's done. I'm gonna say this bull market's over. We gotta just wait for the next one.
I think ETH will lose. It's just right now. I don't know. I don't like
Maybe
the
I'm
way it
being a
looks.
little extreme, but not too much support. 2,118 is the last of the support that I see that can really hold this thing together. 2,100, we go under that. Might as well test that 1,500 again. And that's, I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Yeah,
Except for the Bears. The Bears would love that.
Yeah, we're leaving behind some vectors here. If we vector all the way up into 1059, then it's probably gonna stop and turn around right there.
What is this pessimism? I'm looking for 106.2 at least. No, let's.
It's the weekend trap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I wouldn't expect it to break out of it. There's no volume. This is literally like all just market makers screwing with people.
Yeah, but that's actually, it's not it's a Romanian saying. Let me see how I can translate it. It says poftă vine mâncând. So that means appetite comes with eating. So once the market starts, it's like the appetite comes after. So the volume will kick in after, some signals or people see that there's action, resistance being broke, a little bit of FOMO. Volume comes in pretty quick.
It sure does.
And sometimes in the dead of night, when you think everyone's sleeping all across the world, and all of a sudden, bang, ding, 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 big buys, big buys, big buys.
This is a key level, and when people see that this is past, it's going to be sparks flying.
Big buys, big buys.
it, go it.
Let's go.
Oh, wait, yeah. Except maybe just the top of the range. That's my opinion.
Yeah, weekend activity has its limits. That's what I've found from experience. Not saying it can't do amazing things, but yeah, usually weekends they go to a place and they come back. The real activity happens during the week, the weekdays, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I found. Yeah. But hey man, if you look back, you can pick out some pretty fantastic Saturdays or Sundays where things have happened. But for the most part, yeah.
It usually comes with like some sort of catalyst. If there's no catalyst, then nothing really goes on. But
Yeah. It's like it can only go out so far before it has to come back to the boat, you know? Kind of like if you go out diving, deep sea diving, you can only go so far before you have to come back.
Hey, what was that green bubble on the chart?
green bubble?
On Dbloc's chart.
Oh, he's
Not
just
sure.
highlighting the liquidations there, the short liquidations at the top of the range.
I think that's his target.
That's pretty much his target, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Man, I just bought a salad.
So see how we're
pull
putting
one up.
in these big ass vectors. Those are probably going to get taken back as soon as these liquidations get drained up. I think they're going to take those vectors back, and we probably go back towards the bottom of the range. That would be my guess. See, the red ones are starting to pile up down below now too. And if what Dbloc said about the psychological ranges is true, and it has to get on either side of the CME close, then we're going to end up having to go down to the bottom of the range again, at least one more time, I think. The Doge took a head start, though. Oh, but it's building up a lot of short liquidations, so that makes it do weird stuff. Yeah, I think I mainly just don't like the way things act over the weekend. I'm probably only gonna trade like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from now on because Thursday, Friday, I don't really want to be involved in trades, and I definitely don't want to be trading on Saturday or Sunday because these type of things happen. Probably be out of the. I should probably be out of the active trading by the end of the week. Honestly, like by Thursday or Friday. Isn't it funny though, Rick? It's like, oh, I wonder if something interesting will happen this weekend. Like all the time, it's like, oh, I wonder if there's gonna be a lot of crazy price action this weekend, and then there never is.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, I mean, when Trump tweeted about, oh, I'm going to build up like a crypto strategic reserve, which will include Solana, XRP, yada, yada, yada. That caused a pump big time on XRP.
Yeah, I mean, like for that
And
one day though,
I know that was a
it was
Sunday
pretty
or a Saturday.
short-lived.
It was pretty wild. Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
pretty
it didn't
short-lived, and then it
keep the
freaking
value.
dumped after that.
It gave the whole thing back and more. Yeah. Hmm. So yeah, to answer the question, yes, things can happen on the weekend. Whether they hold their move or what they did, that's another question. But yeah, you can get activity on the weekend that goes out of the usual.
I'd say like 90% of the time though, it's just like boring,
Oh
like
yeah.
torturous grinding
Yep.
sideways.
Uh-huh. And this is why it's good to have a life on the weekend. Go out and do something with the family or whatever. Go do something in the real world. The market will be here Monday, so you're not missing anything.
Bro, crypto's life.
Yeah, if crypto's life, then go for it. Stare at the sideways. Yeah. I don't know. Altcoins can move on the weekend. Altcoins actually do like the stability out of Bitcoin doing nothing. Sometimes.
Man, alts are taking hits, boy. Nothing good.
Yeah, well, in order for
Big buys coming in, big buys.
in order for Bitcoin to be pulling this off, I'm sure a lot of the dominance has to be going into Bitcoin.
If we can break 106.2 would be nice.
Promo shall commence.
This time next week, we could be like in price discovery. You just don't know with Bitcoin.
We could be there tonight.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like this time next week, it could be 120K Bitcoin. Depending on the week's activity.
$105.9.
Yo, is that guy that went all in on the ETH long still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Let's go, baby.
I'm not on long. It's a spot trade, but it's a big spot trade.
There was a guy that came in earlier that was like all upset because he almost got liquidated on Ethereum and he didn't know what to do.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that. Yeah, earlier on the stream.
I wonder if he made it through and held it.
Dude, like 6, 7 people were telling him stuff to do. One guy's like, "Oh, dude, just play it. You know, if you get liquidated, you get liquidated." One guy's like, "Yo, take half of your money." I wonder what he did.
ETH hasn't really moved much, though, has it?
No, that's why I'm in it now. That's when I want to get in things, when they haven't moved.
Watch these vectors,
You
guys.
know-
After this 15-minute candle, I think things could get bad again to the downside. Someone's got to pay for those vectors.
Yeah, in spot trading, I mean, in my opinion, it's better to get things when they haven't moved. If there are things you think have potential.
Dude, all right. I'm so sick of my chart not saving it. So what? How do I, Drew? How do I do that thing where I clear my cache?
Just go to your browser settings wherever your clear history is. Like what kind of browser are you using?
Brave.
Yeah, so go to settings, like click that
On
three
the
bar.
right where it says update.
There's the customizing control bars, like the 3 little lines top
Yeah.
right.
All
So
right.
you go there and then you go to I think it's
History.
That's only that only deletes browsing data. Hold on, where was it? Settings. Hold on one sec. Hold on.
Should I delete browsing data?
Yeah, that should help a little bit.
Browsing history, cookies, and other site data, cache images and files.
Or you can just press Control Shift Delete, and that should open a clear cache pop-up window.
All right.
Yeah, it does. Control Shift Delete on the browser. Did it pop up?
Yeah, it's the same thing that I just went to. You can go to advanced, download history.
And you found the cached image and files, cookies and other
Yeah.
stuff. So keep your cookies because you don't want to have to re-log into everything.
Oh, well, the cookies are gone already. I deleted all that shit.
Oh, you're gonna have to re-log into all your exchanges now.
Damn it.
Yeah, you just wanted to clear the cache, but yeah, I mean it's fine. You just have to re-log in now.
Forgot my passwords.
But make sure you forgot your passwords. Oh yeah, you have to send it to your emails. You gotta click that
just
cached
kidding.
image and files too. That should free up some space too. Oh, and time range up at the top. Make sure it's all time. Did you have time range last hour?
What does this help?
This helps clean up his browser.
What's going on, yo?
It'll make your operation of your browser faster.
What's up, Dbloc?
Chilling.
What's up, Dbloc?
Yeah, I need
Target
some
hit. Just peeled some.
Man, I haven't done a clear cache in a long time. I need to do that for my browser.
Hey,
Clear the
thank
data.
you, Drew. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. Hopefully it helps out.
Yeah, hopefully. I bet it will. I'm gonna believe.
Did you take profit on your Sui Dbloc?
No, just on my my Bitcoin play. It was just at the top of the range for me.
And now we go back down. Right.
Everything but Ethereum.
Break 106.2. Come on.
We're not done with that squeeze on Sui yet. Actually,
Yeah,
about to.
that thing is.
It's about to move
I
right
can't
now.
believe I missed that. I was gonna take a long, and the one and only chance I had, I missed it. No, no, it's freaking gone. But it's all right. I'll just sell some of my spot.
We caught the bottom of it as well. I'm not as a group, but we were looking at that squeeze earlier.
Yeah, that one retrace that I had, I could have entered there, but I didn't. And I was like, oh well, it'll come back down, and then it didn't.
That sounded like 10 push-ups.
Oh.
I didn't say shoulda, coulda, or woulda.
Oh, yes, you did.
I said it can't. I said it was gonna come back down, but then it didn't.
Rewind the tape.
All right, I'll go rewind it. Oh, I can't rewind it. I cleared my cache.
You can rewind the YouTubes, man.
Well, we're at that resistance. I
What are
don't
we
see the
looking
tape
for?
lit up. I don't see any. Let's see. I don't see any abnormal volume going into the
Oh.
actual break of it. Add a high volume node on the VPVR. Don't see any of the things that I said I was looking for a continuation yet.
How about we just let Ethereum continue and Bitcoin can just hang out here?
Well, Ethereum better do something because dominance is out of control.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to help you. I just bought a big bag of Ethereum.
I might pivot. Guess I'm supposed to wait or something.
Put 15-minute candle to close and then short this bitch.
I'm good now.
When you guys took your longs from the bottom of the range, what was your target?
The top of the range.
No, I'm like asking a real question. I know what my target was, but
My target on ETH is about 2,630, but first target would be 2,587. So I'm planning on sleeping on this.
Looks like there's a few more liquidations up above on Bitcoin, but they're also starting to stack up down below too.
I'm scaling out.
I'm still looking for 106.2 to 106.5. We may not get there, but there's a good chance we will.
I just wanted to remind everybody of their targets in their head so that they don't get into that sort of hope phase where it's like, okay, well, we hit my target a long time ago, but the candle's still green. You know what I mean?
That's where you can have a trailing take profit and go, oh, I'm happy to have my profit here, but if it's gonna run, I'll let it run.
Yeah.
And you can keep raising the bar as it goes, you know.
Can I just
cool.
like point out that these candles on the 1 minute look so manufactured. Like there's no wick to them or anything. Like they look really weird. They're just really blocky.
Give me another pop so I
and
can
weird.
take another 20% here. Go.
I think we're getting momentum.
Go.
Come on, Sunday. Be a
Yep.
good day.
I'm just looking at the tape and I don't see any aggression on the buyer side that will help push us once liquidations are done. Maybe we'll get some FOMO from breaking that supply,
Yeah.
but something has to come in here.
Yo, BJ, we hit our targets.
Yep.
Jam. That was a great call, Vij. But I came in late because like I didn't like the choppiness until I saw us like really bounce properly from that supply demand zone that Dbloc drew out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we got out of that and I saw like we were ready to go past the 50, I was like, okay, game time.
So we just have this this little angle to pass here, and then I think we've got a little bit more to go, and then we can get that 106.2.
You think the
After
market makes
106.2, there's another little spot that we can cruise over 106.5. But
Go.
Wow, that's true.
yeah,
Wow.
Tape's lighting up a little bit.
We're
I
pushing.
took another 20.
Were you just massaging the short liquidations, Dbloc?
Yeah, I'm just selling into them.
I'm out.
I meant with your cursor.
Oh yeah, I was clearing the space in front of the candle. Like sometimes I go
Oh,
like
okay.
this to I'm like I'm like I have a little piece of ham, and I'm like, here you go, come on, just a little further.
I'm full out. That was great. Great TA for the day. All right.
Profits. I'm still in my Ethereum play. I'm gonna accumulate this tonight.
Yeah, that was a good 1 day scalp. Look at those buys. Jesus.
Careful, man, because
20
that might be the end of the
Bitcoin.
road.
Oh no, yeah, I'm out.
Remember, this is
I
a
took
break of
more than
support,
enough
so
out.
this should bring
Five
in
days.
some interest. The question is how much.
Yep.
11, 14, 58, 36. See, we're above now.
Wow.
Yep.
58, 31. Wow.
We can
I
go to
found
106.4.
Gotta sustain itself though.
Price discovery, baby. Let's go.
Big boy buys on a Saturday.
Come on, give me those last two liquidation levels. I'm being greedy.
It freaking logged me out of trading view, damn it.
Ay, thank you. Ay, okay. Dami naman yan.
Dominant? Is that like dominance in a different language?
Damn, 0 to 60.
No, someone gave me some mangoes. I said like it's a little too much. Dude, we have the best mangoes in the world, by the way. So sweetest also.
I heard Dbloc got the best mangoes.
Used to, man.
Honey mangoes?
This better not go stopping. Remember, if we were catching a knife here, we'd be waiting for that stopping volume candle and a bear and a bullish engulfing. And there it is. And it's a stopping. You're going to be somewhere.
Dun.
At the retest of the 13, I'll probably take my last little bit out.
Do you see those
GG's.
candles though? How weird they look. That was not retail and being involved at all. That was just market maker algorithm. That was like, it looks so robotic.
Yeah, man. Good shit, y'all. Nice little lazy Saturday trade. Our psychological ranges are now established. That was the end of the ranges too.
I thought they had to be
2 o'clock.
outside the.
So what
I
do you?
thought that.
Oh no, they never got it.
CME at-
They didn't catch it. Yeah, they never came back down for it. That'll have to be close enough.
People will come for the.
They missed it by what?
What's the?
$90.
So what if that was the false move?
Possible. We did free the longs. Oh, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. Now we watch for the top of the weekend chop, which is right here. If we come back in that range, then it was a deviation. If we hold that range, then it was a breakout. Get rid of this vector gap. That's gone. Now it's vector recovery. And hopefully if you're a bull, you want support.
There is no support.
What's the trap?
Hmm?
What's the trap range?
The top
I
of
see
it
it,
is
never mind.
105.67 now.
Five, six, seven. Wow, it's way down there.
Hmm.
Well, nah, I guess that's not that far.
I'm on the 1 minute chart and
You're
it's
on the
right
1
there. So
That's why. Go ahead, market maker, pay your stuff.
Gonna bust open a can of Jack Daniels. Let's do it.
wait, what? A can?
A can? Like, yeah. Premix, like it's like JD and
Oh,
cola.
okay. Yeah, I got you. I was
It
like,
just
damn,
tastes,
that's
it
hardcore.
tastes like the weekend, man.
They saw
I
Jack
haven't
and
had
cans over
JD,
there.
dude. I haven't had JD like since my 20s. It reminds me of going out clubbing. It's crazy.
Let's take a look at what this did to our candles on Bitcoin for the long term. We'll see how yesterday stood up against our test. We came down to the highest weekly close line. And this is bullish for anybody following the macro. We've once again found support there. It's only a daily candle, but it is a higher low off of that weekly close support, which is good. So week 2 so far looks decent. Remember what we were looking for today, we were saying if we can turn this into a bullish engulfing, there's still time. You know, there's still 17 hours. But if we can body over. Now, this is still a very indecisive candle. Massive wick to the top, massive wick to the bottom. So,
Damn.
17 hours, if we can keep this green, then technically we have a drop candle, our long tail doji, and then what would be a bullish engulfing body. Still not out of the woods. Tomorrow's another day that we have to keep price above 102.462 on the daily. And then our next weekly candle, we go back to the fight, making sure it stays above this range. Looks good. This looks good to me. You can just take off the current price action and just kind of look at what this looks like on the weekly. And then if we look at our daily candle, right, so this was our daily candle. Came down, touched off. Let's see if we can go bullish engulfing here. I wish I could speak so highly about the alts, but there'll be a time and a place. Not now and here.
Well, they better do something at 105, 585.
Excuse me. Uncontrollable yawns right now. I don't mean to be rude.
Actually, right here, 5785.
One important rule to sort of keep in mind is that the fast move is usually a false move. Unless it's, unless volume picks up, you can sort of expect these things to consume themselves because of these massive vectors and lack of retail push. Big vector, retail sideways. Big vector, retail sideways.
Where's the buy wall at on the bottom?
I'm not sure what the buy walls look like.
That should be a telling signal.
You think Sui will hold any of its ground?
Not unless dominance behaves.
Sui's not really building any support on the way up.
There's nothing huge underneath us as far as buy orders. The book is kind of empty, to be honest with you. It's in the 50s, 60s. There's buy orders the whole way down, but it's basically under 100 Bitcoin. Nothing really standing out.
Not like on the last move to 100.
No. There's actually
What do you
sell
make it- what do
walls
you
at
make-
108 and 110.
What do you make of that?
That everybody's in.
Okay.
For the most part.
So there's nobody left to buy.
This could be a problem. That means there's lots of people to sell.
Anybody who sold because
yeah.
of the war, because of fear from the war, that fear hasn't subsided. They're still on the sidelines. Anybody who sold because they thought people would sell have already jumped back in and ran this up to the top of the range.
So now it's up to the shorts to get squeezed.
Yeah. Build some short side liquidity. Come down and go after the longs that chase price up. Some decent little squeeze though.
Dominance wouldn't go to 67% at this point. But it's going to be a hard drop when it does actually start coming down.
Uptrend 104, huh? 104.720. Something. Be a little higher. W invalidation. So that last trip down there and that W invalidation, that was invalidated and then came up.
That W is invalid. The new W is here. This is the W invalidation. We put in a bigger fractal. We just rejected off of the neckline of a larger W. So what I would like to see here is come back down, hold this daily uptrend, and then maybe tomorrow make another run, have that be our false move up.
Where's this daily uptrend at?
I mean the daily downtrend.
Okay. Okay. Appreciate it. Makes sense. It becomes support now.
All right, Bitcoin, good job. It's ETH's turn. And then the other guys.
What's that dominance chart on? Is that 15 minutes?
Yep.
They're not an Adam and Eve. In the 15-minute. I mean, I guess it kind of could be, but the Eve didn't really come down very far.
Just remember, man, moves that happen on a Saturday or Sunday, becoming exhausted is very high chance. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
They only go so far. Yep. They have to come back home to the Monday Open. I'm not saying that as like a guarantee. I'm just saying like what I've noticed.
No, I'll say it as a
Looking at the
guarantee.
charts
Any
every week.
move away from CME close during the weekend has algos
Yeah.
pushing it back to that range. Not that it has to go there, but there is, if you're above, there is constant sell pressure. If you're below, there's constant buy pressure.
Yeah, it's just extremely likely that it comes back, you know. There is finite potential out of the weekend. You're asking a lot of the market to, you know, break into new paradigms off the steam of what, crypto? Like crypto needs the influence, I think, of the stock market. It needs the green light, it needs the go ahead. But yeah, I don't know, like yeah, maybe there's things that live outside those paradigms, like those boundaries. Like if something fundamental happens to crypto on a Sunday or a Saturday, that could definitely
Yeah,
change the game.
anything
But
that brings in liquidity. At the end of the day, we're talking about money.
yeah,
Is there enough money to
Yeah.
keep pushing or not?
yeah,
Kind of looking like this could be the
Said-
start, though, that gives us that false move up, and then a bit of
I
a
said,
3-day
like,
correction.
as an analogy, the crypto market is like a deep sea diver. Like, yeah, you can go explore, you know, the ocean, but you have to come back to the boat at some point. You can't just do that forever, you know.
Right.
You come back. I think I said that like an hour ago. as an analogy. Or you gotta come back to the surface for air. You have to come back to where you came from. Because you leave behind the gap, and yeah, man, the stock market opening on the Monday. But this is kind of cool to see this little bit of activity in the last 2 hours.
I'm just hoping that
Yeah,
this
when it's
little
been
range.
absolutely nothing for 12.
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping this little range that we built here turns into support, at least.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Man, I just want to buy a gently used Honda Civic and live a happy life.
Gently used. Do you remember that song, Quiet, that I just DM'd you?
Yeah, I do.
You remember the artist Craig David?
No, but I remember that song.
I was thinking about that's kind of like crypto. It's like I found a trade on Monday, set my stop loss on Tuesday. We were making
I was
gains by
getting liquidated by
and
a
on Thursday
Wednesday.
and Friday and Saturday we take profit on Sunday.
How does that work?
Oh,
we were making gains on Wednesday, on Thursday, and Saturday.
We were rubbing profit on Wednesday and making gains on Thursday and Friday. We take profit on Saturday.
There you go.
We chill on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, we should chill on Sunday. Craig David, I think he's British.
Now I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head.
I found it. I'm gonna type it out in the YouTube chat. I found a trade on Monday. Set my stop loss on Tuesday. We were in profit on Wednesday.
Did anybody get short at 106?
Gains on Saturday.
I didn't short Bitcoin, but I'm short on Doge.
Come on. See what happens. You got me a little $500 cushion. Wow. This is after a nice long.
I don't know. I'm thinking this just nice little daddy long leg of support, and we're gonna just make another leg up.
Daddy long leg.
Yeah, you know, on the 1 minute little daddy long leg, bang bang, quickie bicky.
You mean the Satan channel?
2001 that song was. What?
Yeah, it's old. That
Oh
makes me feel
shit.
old as shit now.
2001. Yeah, Post Selector. Yeah, I love that guy. Him
Yeah,
as
man,
Michael Jackson.
I need to stop sitting in front of this computer, man. I'm losing years. Missing years here.
Oh.
2001, what a great time, man. Before smartphones, social media. I was at the roller skating rink trying to pick up girls. What's up, baby? You want me to win you a stuffed animal out of that claw machine? Afterwards, we can get some soda pop and hit the arcade. Society was way better before smartphones.
I'm cool. This is the range 105, 6, and 104. 4. Cool with that. $104. If I could get my entry back at 104, I'll take that 104 again. Even though last time I was kind of early. There we go. Let's cut. Make it bloody. Oh, shoot, fly. You come any near 106, I'll put a stop loss in at the entry.
Because this is where you get left behind.
I don't get left behind. I'm in spot.
No, I'm not in spot.
I stay in spot and I trade both ways.
Looking just as fake on the way down as it did on the way up.
This is where we're losing momentum on the 5 minutes. This will accelerate if we get that 13 under the 50. Even if you didn't catch the very top on the 1 minute, you lost your bullish momentum at 105.8. Right, and then you'd be going down to the 5 minute for your secondary confirmation that it's done. But yeah.
Are you gonna bother getting long this weekend at all again? For a
What?
trade?
Like, am I trying to buy the
For a
dip or something,
Bitcoin
anything like that? Not really.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't plan
Not
on
yet.
being awake for that long, honest with you. And I'm not about to let this shit keep me up all night waiting for a dip.
Okay. I was thinking about coming back at 104 if we get there tonight.
I mean, for me, it's just my scalp bag. So, I mean, I already have Bitcoin. If it keeps going, great. This isn't like
Yeah. I'm
this
just
trade
trading.
already suited its purpose.
Shit, I could get the damn trade again though.
Yeah. We gotta squeeze in some sleep somewhere.
Yeah. I sleep with the phone next to my head. Oh, so good. Should come down there. I'm about to take the trade again. I mean, I was early at 104 last time because I came in at the red vector all the way on the initial drop all the way on the left. And that came down to 102 on me. But I held through and I didn't close the damn trade till just now up here at 106. Well, actually, I didn't get that high. It was like 105 high something. I go look. Either way, I ain't doing nothing, bro. I'm just riding with you. You're the one. Okay. Well, there's the range that they built. A little 105 to 105 to 105 or 105 to 105. What is it? 3? Nothing. Now what? All of a sudden they got to move up, or the market maker did a move up, paid himself, took it right back to it, and then he'll play the game or what? Or he's gonna go down and eat. This is looking kind of juicy down there. They could hold that trend line 104.8. That's good. Take it back up to the where's the damn trap box? Oh, I see it. 104.5, 105.7. About $1,000 range.
What's good, YouTube? We catch some profits off of that.
Yeah. Good play, bro.
Nice.
Yeah, wasn't today Gay Pride Day or something? Or was that? I mean, if it is, Ethereum's got to pump, right?
Happy birthday, my dude. Damn. Dude, you're a spring
Happy birthday,
chicken.
Joe.
All right, so we know your birthday. We know your year. What's your favorite color?
What's your mom's maiden name?
What street were you?
Hmm. Dude, as soon as you're
that's
born,
positive.
you're one day closer. The clock starts. That's it. You do. You do. That's
I
right.
always, yeah,
Something that everyone answers to is time. No one gets to beat time until time travel gets found and discovered. But yeah. No one gets out of here beating time. Yeah. Mm. Yep. You know what's interesting? You've spent eternity not alive. You've spent a blink of an eye alive, like in this existence now. That's always blown my mind. It's like, so when you go, like when your time's up, it's like you're just going back to where the state that you were in, like eternity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's wild. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty special.
well, if you're a good boy, you go to heaven. If you're a bad boy, you go to hell.
That's right.
Y'all are depressing as
Sometimes
shit.
when I pop into Discord randomly, I'm like, is this the bear market?
It's so depressing.
No, I don't mean to be nihilistic.
We usually talk like this during the bear market because there's nothing else to talk about.
Maybe it's a buy signal.
Yeah. Man, the buy signal, yeah, that dip happened way too quickly. I mean, it's great, but it's also like I don't get paid that quick. Jesus.
Yeah. I was saying, I went on a bit of a rant earlier about the most important time to lock into crypto and pay attention and be here for it is the bear market. Like that is where massive, impressive positions are built in the bear. You know?
I agree, and I also
Like
disagree
mhm.
based off of what I saw this time around. I mean, I was lucky to be in the thing that I was in, the altcoin that I
Yeah.
happened to be in.
Oh, altcoins, yeah. Different story, altcoins, yeah.
But I had absolutely no Bitcoin because the amount of money I thought I was working with wouldn't have been enough for me to see any sort of significant ROI. And so I was like, well, I'll just risk it
Oh,
on the
yeah.
biscuit over here. So it worked out for me, but still, I think I would have had more dips that were really, really good during this last part of the bull cycle
Well,
or bull market.
that I think that's the beauty of this current, like right now, even today, is that so many alts have so much potential for when we do finally get this alt season, whenever that may be, right? Or if we get one. There's a lot of potential on the table still. So you haven't missed out.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
agree.
yeah, it's the $1,000,000 question of which one. Like what is actually gonna happen. Yeah. And no one can answer that really. No one can give you a guarantee.
The NFT
Sadly.
ecosystem and the airdrop part of the first part of the bull market was kind of fun. The bear market, there's just I mean it was my first one, and then this is my first full bear, full bull. And so once this bull market has completed, I'll have that underneath my wings to apply to the next
Yeah.
saga.
the 2022 bear, it definitely had a reason for being a bear, and that was the inflation crisis of the US. Like, it went up to 9.1% at the peak, and the Fed had to respond by, raising interest rates quite rapidly in response to it. So yeah, that was a proper bear market.
If things are going to be different this next part, like it was for this part, like if it's not as projectable in the same
Yeah.
way that the previous cycles have been, if the timing is different, or if we're expecting things that we've seen before, but we're working with different things that happen now, and we like go to try to apply it later. I wonder if, I don't know, it'll be so interesting. I think that I definitely need to sit on my hands for a lot longer of a time for the next time.
Just as
Buy
dangerous
Bitcoin and
as
do
it is
nothing.
to expect. Just as dangerous
Bitcoin.
as it is to expect extreme prices upwards, it's also kind of dangerous and risky to expect a big bear market, like with, you know what I mean? Like the whole, like I try to reserve a part of my mind for the possibility of this whole super cycle theory, like where the conditions just line up and we don't get the scheduled bear market like we're expecting,
Even in the super cycle, the bear
But
market still comes. It's just delayed.
yeah, or it's just sideways or something, yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of exciting. Well, we're
Dbloc,
halfway
did you
through
get any?
2025.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all. Yeah, the halfway point of the year.
What were you saying, Sam?
I was just wondering if you scooped up any altcoin this dip. You don't even need to say what one, but I'm just wondering.
Some soul, but it was an automatic buy that got hit. It's one of my leftover buy orders that got triggered.
Hey, just like waiting for the.
Oh yeah,
I did it. I did it. From
did
you?
you
Oh no, you're here.
did you get out of that Sui play yet, or what?
No, I took a little bit of profits, but I think they could maybe make one the last little.
I think I'm just gonna hold it, honestly, because I think it could go. I think it's gonna go higher. I'm not just like gonna be not holding it. It's just a wild animal.
Hi, Dev says, why
It's
do you
just
want a
pretty cool.
prolonged bull versus a restart in the bear? Because we're in position. That's an easy answer. If you want the bear to restart, you're not in position or you got left behind. If you want a prolonged bull, you're well in position already.
Yeah. Plus, if you don't short, then in bear market, you pretty much just have to sit and do nothing for a year. Well, it goes down, and then you accumulate for a year, and then wait for
W
it to go up
sub.
anyway.
Maz, thanks for the sub, brother. DXB, thanks for the membership, brother. Thanks for your support. Diamond, FFG, Algo, all of y'all. Not bad, I wasn't at my screen.
I realize that some of you in Discord are human indicators for me.
Hey.
I agree, but I will never reveal who or what it indicates out of respect and love.
You know who you are.
Oh boy. I will not read you my fortune cookie.
Mask, I'm thinking 60s, 70s. It really depends on how high we get, though. Like, not how high we get, but how high in price Bitcoin goes. That sounded crazy. Like, if we get really high, I think we might go to...
Yeah, We smoke enough.
If we smoke enough, I think we might go to 1 million. But not during the bear market. I'm trying to bake in the diminishing returns, and I'm not looking for anything more than a 65-70% correction. Although I won't be surprised if we get any more. The last one was 77%, and that was a diminishing return off of 83%. So if you kind of scale that up, you know that I'm thinking maybe 70-ish just to be conservative. So it depends on where we end up, where we top out. We'll draw that measuring tool down. We'll look for vectors, a confluence in those areas. We're gonna have a whole year dedicated to buying Bitcoin as low as it can possibly get. So wouldn't be worried about that too much right now. Just make sure you subscribe and stick around.
The percentage.
I want to see what crashes and bombs out, because you know FTX did it last bull market.
Oh, you mean like
Terra
what?
you
Like
know, some things
established
are gonna-
project eats it?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
gonna break, man, in the next bear?
Possible.
So that's you know, it happens.
It's hard to sustain a bear when you're swimming with no clothes on. Like you're over leveraged and you didn't do the right things during the bull, right? So your project isn't cash strapped because you probably screwed up the bull somehow. Then you get down to the bear, you've got maybe some funding rate and some funding rounds that you can try to raise some money. If that doesn't work, and the bear market lasts just a little bit too long, where you can't cover your bills and shit, that's it, gone. I mean, you know, people say FTX, if Bitcoin had gone up a month earlier, FTX would have never crashed and we would have never found out about any of that shit. The imbalance would have solved itself with the value of Bitcoin going up and nobody would have ever found out. It was Bitcoin going down for longer than expected and FTX and Alameda taking too much risk, taking on too much leverage, being sure that price was going to turn around, and it didn't. They got caught with their pants down.
Key takeaway from the 2021 into 2022 bear was to really learn and understand the workings of the Federal Reserve with, you know, interest rates, inflation, because they were all just buzzwords that I used to hear and not really pay attention or look into what it meant. But now I truly grasp like what's going on, you know?
Yeah, monetary policy is very important.
All that stuff matters. Yeah. It's not just the cycles happen for a reason. It's like, oh, you uncover the reasons, you can like sort of follow the, you know.
What's cool now, like I've said, is that we've seen Bitcoin through every level of monetary policy available. Right? Reduced
like all the
QE,
conditions.
full QE, reduced QT, full QT. And we've learned our lesson from each 4 of those. Right? There's no other option. It's always going to be one of those 4. So if we go into the if we go into the bottom of the next bear market and we're in full QE, we can't take all the lessons that we learned during this bear market about I'm not touching alts at all, I'm just buying. No, that's going to be different. You would still want to buy Bitcoin at the beginning and let that ride with dominance, but the alt season would be far more explosive and it would sustain itself better if we were in QE.
Yeah, and we've seen like since COVID, we've seen the most really high levels of what the Fed does and what inflation kind of has an impact on. Like these were really big examples of how, like, you know, how big it can get. Like inflation going to 9.1%, like, and then, you know, the Fed going at 5.5% interest rates, like that's not little. That's strong. Those are strong moves, like strong numbers.
There's a lot of
Strong
things,
data.
especially things that are project specific, like Ethereum, right? Ethereum is a darling of institutions because they can buy, they can stake, they can get yield, and they can get price appreciation at about 5%, right? Which is just easy on a safe asset, second most safe, longest proven, whatever, all those good things. The problem is that when the 30-year bond and the 20-year bond are giving you 6%, or almost 6%, and it's guaranteed by the government, risk-free, then that affects Ethereum, right? Like that affects people's will to stake. Like, why would you? First of all, I've got to buy all this Ethereum because I've got to be able to have a node. Then I got to stake if I want to do self-custody, which isn't a problem, except there's better options right now. I'm telling you right now, the second that the bonds go underneath 4.5% from the 30-year all the way down to the 20-year, maybe 4%, Ethereum's going to catch a nasty bid because it's going to be the best. It'll be the best yield at that time. Little things like that that affect projects that people are in.
Let's go, Vitalik. I don't know, man. I'm still thinking Jamie Dimon. He knows a few things that I don't about Ethereum, and I like it. I don't think Doge is just ripe yet. Ethereum needs to get a little love from the Drucifer before Doge. At least tonight, tomorrow.
Just for fun, what are your feelings about this Franklin Templeton XRP application? You reckon they're gonna approve that or deny it? Because it's decision day.
I think if they approve it, I think it's going to be really bullish for a lot of the alts.
Decisions day today.
Especially.
Yeah.
Is it today?
It'd be kind of like it's the 16th, so
Okay,
USA 16th, Monday 16th of June. Yeah.
I think every other altcoin.
Curveball, man, if they denied it.
I think they're gonna accept it.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I think that the play isn't buy XRP. Honestly, I think if you bought it into the run up, if you bought it into all of this, and then you're fine. But honestly, I think the biggest ROI is going to come from the other alts that have ETF filings. If you're in other major alt and you have an ETF filing, this is going to signal that chances are you're going to get yours too. If XRP gets it, and you've had no problem with the Fed, you've had no problem with the SEC, you know what I mean? And XRP gets it, chances are, Litecoin gets it, chances are Sol gets it, chances are...
What if you got in a fist fight with the president?
Nah, he should probably not worry about it. He needs to wait like 4 years before he applies for anything. He's not even getting food stamps at this point.
With the Treasury Secretary, like, come on, Elon, why can't you just chill out and relax a little bit, man? You shook me out of my position, dog.
No, what's even worse is you get in a fight with somebody like him, and then hear that he's going to be the SEC chair for the next many years. Like, damn, I got to do business in this country now. Like, shit.
But you gotta make
Let me revise that date because I'm seeing some saying the 17th now.
Okay.
Which would be the Tuesday 17th. It's either 16th or 17th, something. But yeah, it's this week essentially coming up. It would definitely be a curveball if they declined and they denied it. That would be like, whoa, okay. The pro crypto SEC just declined or denied an ETF application. That'd be kind of weird. Possible.
If this SEC is gonna deny any of them, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say that because Brad is all over it's all over Washington. But I would say this would be one that at least they could point at something and say it's because maybe not sure about this. We need to take a look at this. You guys are gonna have to refile. We're still uncomfortable with this. But
like the Ripple legal settlement.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff that If they're gonna deny it, I mean, I guess you couldn't get too upset. But because of that, if they accept it and they overlook all of that and they get the acceptance, I think it's gonna give the green light to anybody who's already filed. It's gonna give a green light to investors that there might be blanket acceptances across the board. We'll make a little list. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll make a little list of everything that has official filings, and then we'll keep track of them on a watch list as the announcement comes in.
There's a lot of official filings, but it's probably better to do a list of which ones got recognized by the SEC.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not going too far down on the list. Anybody can file, you know?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So the 16th is the settlement progress. The U.S. Court of Appeals. There's like a status report on that appeal between the SEC and Ripple.
And that's the day
So
before.
16th and 17th, big days. Yeah, dude, the day before
that might
the
be set up.
XRP
That might be set up
Yeah,
on
it could
purpose,
be.
bro. That might be very
Yeah.
well set up on purpose.
Could be.
Be like, look, they won their appeal. Okay, so there's no stink left on them. Okay, well, we can't very well deny it now. You know what I mean? Why would we deny it? Look, they cleared. Or it just cleared them yesterday.
Yeah. And like the judgment's been made. It's just this is all
Yeah.
just like appeal on the sum,
Mhm.
you know, off the fine.
Fine
That's all it
print.
is. Yeah, just like all the what is owed, how much to who, you know. But it is nice to get that ruling in that it's been, you know, a judgment's been made. Good for crypto, like not just XRP Ripple. It's just that's like a crypto win right there. Well, that's kind of cool. Tagging 106K for Bitcoin on a Sunday.
Yeah, it's starting to get comfy above 100K.
We bodied
Yeah.
exactly off of where we bodied rejection last time. The bodies of our candles came exactly to the same, which means it's a buy.
Yeah, I see that.
That means there's a sell order there.
On the hourly. Yeah. You mean the hourly bodies?
Well, I was looking at 15-minute
4 hour?
candles, but yeah, even the
Oh,
15-minute candles, they like double top bodies off of the same ranges.
Yeah. So we've pretty much established where the range high is for this local area.
Yep. Bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range. Until something cracks.
Yeah. Being a breakout trader, I guess you kind of would have a lot of, oh, it didn't happen, you know, go back, wait for it. Yeah, because breakouts are less common. Like you spend
Yeah.
more time respecting resistance and
Yeah.
respecting supports. Like
Resistance is resistance
that's the
until
more
it's not.
common.
Support is support until it's
Yeah,
not.
that's right. And it's just that one event where it breaks it. You know, it's like if you're waiting for that, you could be waiting a while.
First thing I did when we got up to that range was I came and I looked at volume. I pulled up volume. The volume was already declining. Looked at the tape. No aggressive buyers on the tape. If a resistance is going to break, both of those things will be elevated. Right? You'll see the push coming in. Like you'll see the money coming in. Can't see the money coming in, then you're not going to get above where you couldn't get above last time if you don't have more money than you had the last time you hit it, you know? And like I said, as long as CME is closed, that algo is set to try to push price down. So There has to be a substantial amount of volume that comes in to sort of nullify that. It's a lot easier, right? It's a lot easier to overwhelm the algo on the weekends than it is. But they do such a good job of trapping the liquidity that everything's sitting in margin.
As long as you degens keep shorting and keep longing, I think Bitcoin gonna be fine. Like not just messing around. You know I love you guys. But it must be odd to like, it's a paradox, you know, no matter what, the exchange always has to buy that crypto to provide the service. And if you're someone that loves to short all the time, but you're feeding that exchange money, it's like you're just, you know, you're fighting your own fight with the other weapon, the other person's weapon. So you're like shooting yourself in the foot, basically. Especially if it's at a large scale. Like if I'm going to keep on feeding exchange money to short, especially if it's like a lower cap coin, I'm wondering, like, that's just like, just doesn't work out. It can't really, unless there's some other. I'm faded, by the way.
You lost me about half a second ago, but I was just letting you cook.
Well, I mean, but the principle of it is that like you know, in the mass scale, all these shorts have to get like the crypto has to get purchased on the open market. So you know, even if you had a ton of people shorting, I mean, of course, that's how you get the short squeeze. But it's just a paradox to like, there's people that always are like, you know, super ultra bearish, and it's like no matter what energy you're putting in there, it's like you still have to ride that wave. Like you're not helping any force, you're just fighting even the force that you're trying to trade against. You know, I mean, you're not fighting, you're feeding them.
Oh.
Yeah, feeding it. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Sometimes it comes down to personality types, bro. If you wake up every morning and everything in front of you is shit, then you might decide everything looks shortable. But I mean, they do have a bit of a point. It's you could do worse than shorting trending coins or shorting both. And God knows there's been enough shit coins. Right?
Especially that you're exposed. Like someone was telling me, there's levels where you can hide your shorts. So like level 3, that Romanians are saying, like, you know, there's some exchanges provide that level 3 where you can hide your position so no one can see you exposed. You know, but it's like plus that factor that you're exposed to exchanges.
Bro, they know where you are. You're not the only person that has a. At no time on the planet are you the only person that has a liquidation at a certain level. Right? They can tell by. They don't even have to know where it's at. If you know where price is, right, then you can assume shorts were open 100x. You know where the liquidation is. 50x. You know where the liquidation is. You end up in bunches. Unless you have, I mean, don't get me wrong, unless you've got millions and millions of dollars. Like Win should have been hiding himself. You know what I mean? Like Win should
That's
have
what I was
definitely
thinking.
been hiding himself.
With that kind of money, maybe it was like he was doing strategically and doing something with the other hand, you know?
Def says we don't care who sees.
Like even on spot, I don't like having my order in the order book. Like I feel like even on spot, they get your ass.
And it's good having you guys around at what your time, 3 a.m. East Coast.
Yeah, that's how I'm like speaking
This is
gibberish. I'm like half up right now.
this is like what? Yeah, man. Like this is the time that I'm usually expecting no one to be on because most people in these communities are US, so no one's around at these hours. I'm by myself.
I will fix my sleep schedule at some point, but until then, yeah.
Yeah, you're dialed in. You're locked in.
Does M2 have any direction?
So on that little sideways action until we move up. I mean, it shouldn't take much longer though, because we're already delayed a little bit. But remember, that's not for timing. It's mostly for direction. Until we start moving counter direction, then I'll worry about it, you know? But we haven't done that yet. If we look at M2, where are you? Is this you right here? Yeah. So you see where we're at for the most part, give or take. So this starts coming down like this, you know, then I'll be like, okay, what's going on here? But so far, let me get it right to the size where I think we are exactly. Basically right around there. Makes sense? That drop, this drop. The little sideways that we're doing right now, weekend sideways. Next should be up.
Yeah, that up looks like world peace has happened.
either that or sanctions.
I love you, Hiran. That's great.
Guys, you remember when we were down here? Remember when we started looking at M2 and we were focusing on this rally that would fail? We had our little go box down here to jump in. Feels like just yesterday, man. 3 months ago already, 4 months ago almost. Well, I asked Google if 5K viewers in 8 months was good, and or AI, and DeepSeek was quite impressed with our progress. So you're in the top 5 to 10%, and they said especially for crypto channels that don't tend to grow as fast. So for our niche, we are really, really high up as far as in how fast we're growing. I was playing a little bit with analytics the other day.
But would that suggest new people coming in, or the same people have just found the channel?
It's a little, I mean, I think it's a little unfair because we already had so many people that either knew us or were involved with us in other channels. And, you know, so a lot of it was old people coming back. Kind of hard to judge. But I've been keeping track per month, right? It seems to be a little bit under 1,000 per month. Once we get to the point where we're sort of bagging in 1,000 or more per month, then I could say, okay, it looks like, you know, new people are coming into the market. But I don't think we're not even to the point yet where everybody's found us. You know what I mean? I think there's still enough people in YouTube that the algo hasn't reached yet. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, ZD. I'm not in a real rush for anything huge and just blown out. Like, I'd rather grow organically. And then we'll have better retention, right? Easy to get people to come in and hit the subscribe button. I could do all types of flashy giveaway or whatever, but those people won't stay. And if you grow too quick, then the chances of bringing people in that are going to disrupt the community grow. Right? Like, we could deal with one knucklehead, two knuckleheads at a time, but
I remember streaming to my channel in the bear market of 2022 and saying, guys, you are so lucky that you are dialed in and locked in at this time. Like, this is where smart money's getting involved. Like, this is the bottom, you know, or at least we're in a bear market. Like, retail ain't here. They've gone 9 months ago, 12 months, you know, and you're all that's left. You are the ones that are paying attention, building the serious positions that in 2 years, 3 years from now, everyone will look back on this time and say they wish they were around, you know, building.
It's a cautionary tale for people that were here the whole time, because you guys that were here from the bottom, that were here last year and stayed through the bottom and stayed through the whole thing, you saw as we went from 15 to 21, and then a couple people trickled in. Hey, guys, haven't heard from you in a long time, you know? And then we went to 30,
Yeah.
40, and even more people came in. Hey, looking good.
New
Da, da, da.
chapter.
It's just
Yeah.
slowly trickling back, but missing half of the gains, you know? Just because they weren't paying attention. Just because they waited for social media to tell them crypto was back, or they waited for their news channel to mention some story about crypto. A lot of it was the meme stuff, right? Kid
Yeah.
makes $15 million on poo poo head coin. You're like, what? We're so back. We're back, boys.
Yeah, man.
Girls.
Fart coin.
We're losing that daily uptrend. This was the last chance, in my opinion, for this to be a deviation. I mean, for this to be a breakout, right? We could have rejected and tried again, but if we're deviating, then I'm looking for the bottom of the range.
And weekend
104.5,
activity.
104.3. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
What do you think? What kind of bear market drama do you think we'll get this time? Somebody's gonna lose their shit. We'll have another "I'm not scared
Something
of you,
has to.
Carlos" moment.
Oh.
God, that was such a soap opera,
Well,
bro.
nothing's
You
gonna
remember
top.
watching that
Nothing's gonna
live?
top that, dude.
Nah,
Nothing's gonna
bro.
top
That
that.
was.
Dude, I just remember Ben Armstrong flying to, what was it? What's the place? The Bahamas, looking for SBF.
Yeah.
He flew there
Fight
and
me.
was like, did a live stream. He's like, Ben, come out.
Come fight me. I'm right here.
Yeah.
I'm here to
Dude, that
stand
was
up for all the people
crazy.
that you, bro. He put his cape on and he was out there fighting for
That
all our
was
rights, and nobody asked him to do shit. That was the last person we needed representing us.
That is some wild bear market things. I'm gonna upload into the general chat a billboard that Taco Bell put up in my neighborhood.
Oh, I
in the
think
bear
I saw
market.
that
Wait
picture
till you see
before
this.
you showed me.
You saw it? Yeah.
Yeah, when it was like, at least you can afford some tacos, or Taco Bell's hiring or something like that.
We
That's
eat
so,
the
so
Taco Bell.
disrespectful.
Each
I
Taco
gotta
Bell's run
find
by a
it.
separate franchise, so the guy that runs it is probably a crypto head.
Probably.
That certain one, you know.
Well, whoever was in that ad agency was dialed in. They knew exactly what
Yeah,
time
they
it
know
was.
what's up. Yeah. I gotta find it. Where do I find it? Oh yeah, that's right. My iPhone pictures.
Oh, you fighting?
Man, I gotta do another dump. You know how you have to offload all your iPhone albums onto your
Yeah.
computer so that you can free stuff up? Yeah, yeah.
I thought you said something else.
I'm at
I gotta
like
take another
I'm at
dump.
like
I was like,
98% right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's hit this trend line perfectly. We got a nice
Yo,
little
yo.
shopping candle. I'm thinking we're getting some buys right here. Who knows?
Well, look at that.
Yo.
What's the deal?
What's the deal? I'm all in Ethereum. Do or die, baby.
I'm short.
Picture?
At 106.
You got some music in the background, you man.
Oh, that's my game.
I'll upload a couple of crypto related pictures that I took over the years. I drove up behind this car, and it said XRP 86 on it, on the license plate. That was
average.
Yeah, that was the 28th of March 2023. So that was like a little omen, like, oh, this thing's gonna pump to 86 cents, really? Cool, because it was around 50 at the time.
This isn't a pattern high def. This is just a rejection off the top of the range. We haven't built any pattern here yet.
Right on the close.
It's trying to stay above that daily uptrend. It's scooted back up body wise. Let's see.
The footage of Paulie getting beat up was pretty good too, or him getting in a fight. Oh, and there's footage of him getting served by the same dude he got in a fight with. Like he went and like pasted the court papers on his window while the dude sitting in his house, blasted it on Twitter, so everybody knew like his house in Los Angeles. I was like, man, these guys are dirty. This guy doxed the Pepe creator's grandmother, dude. Like, how dirty are you gonna be? Like, that's why I got kicked off of Twitter, because he was doxing everyone. He doxed like this dude's family, like one of the developers from Pepe Coin. Dirtbag. Big bad.
And where's this picture? Oh, I found it. worth trading your crypto in for. Man, sneaky. Let me get the timestamp of when I took that. Thursday, the 22nd of December, 2022.
You guys know that there's an Ethereum node in space since 2021 in the International Space Station?
What happened?
There's a node in space, Ethereum node, since 2021. Yeah.
Wow. Wasn't there some like mission to the moon, like to put men on the moon again? Let me
They
look it up.
say Elon's plotting on that too, but the Ethereum node in space, that was like some Singapore-based company.
Artemis.
And Chase,
Yeah.
and JP Morgan Chase had something to do with it too, from what I understand.
Yep. So there's Artemis 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Artemis 1's already been done. That was an uncrewed flight test of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft around the moon. Artemis 2 was a crewed flight around the moon, and then Artemis 3 was to send the first humans to explore the region near the lunar south pole. So that's the one we're waiting on, because I think 1 and 2's already been done. It's just this third mission.
Here, get this, the JP Morgan Chase, they experimented with blockchain in space in 2016. JP Morgan developed a blockchain called Quorum on the Ethereum network, and the bank tested the world's first bank-led tokenized value transfer in space, executed a smart contract on the blockchain network established between a satellite orbiting the Earth and Earth. And the project demonstrated how blockchain could be used to create decentralized network for data transfer between satellites, which could do peer-to-peer, machine peer-to-peer data versus payment satellite marketplace. Wow. I remember who was talking about that, but if there was ever like a EMP or some kind of solar flare, if you have enough nodes in space, only half of them would get destroyed. The other half that are shielded from the Earth, because they would come from like one direction basically, and you have a half a sphere protecting you. They said, everything would last, and they would make money last in space, basically.
Have you heard of a Faraday cage?
Oh, basically, yeah, I use one. I use one to keep my car keys in.
Guys, I'm about to reset the stream real quick. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Like, comment, subscribe, do all that good stuff. We'll be right back.
Yeah, a friend of mine got his car stolen by somebody that actually like jacked the frequency of his car keys. So after that, I just keep them. Yeah, after that, I just keep my car keys in a Faraday case.
Nice.